We are with the Towel Friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's so great to see so many of you. Oh, I'd love you all as well. I am a towel. Now, we got a few things to do, ladies and gentlemen. I got updates to tell you about. We got things to talk about. We're going to review the Juror interview from yesterday. I think it was from this morning on one of the national networks. Got some things to say. Well, I haven't actually watched the whole thing, but I have some things to say about a number of things. One, I think I put it all together. All right? I think I have Towel's theory of everything. Took me a long time, ladies and gentlemen. I had to ruminate. I had to be a little towel. But I see the historical mosaic. You can call me Finnegan's Wake Towel. I see the way the rise and fall of human morality has thus been made manifest in the retelling, which is still ongoing, of this ridiculous case. And depending on how this plays out, there's one little variable, and I've talked to some people I really trust, who really love this country. And I trust implicitly, I mean that. There's one little variable, just one thing that I have to just double check. I think I can rule it out, but I have to double check. But pending that, I think I've put it together. And if you're wondering, Grant, what are you talking about? Well, I have figured out how the Senate primary between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey in 2021 is tied into a bifurcated feud between the former U.S. Attorney Rachael Rollins and the Norfolk DA, and parallels a feud between someone involved in the public corruption section of the DOJ named Dustin Chao, who also had a feud with the Norfolk DA. And how that ties in to a pretextual federal probe of John O'Keefe's death, and in turn how that led the feds to uncover the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by the same MSP unit who investigated Karen Reed for John's death. Now, here's why this all ties together. Because not only do you have those overlapping concentric social circles at play that led to the existence of the federal probe to begin with, there's a simultaneous, in the Turtle Boy Rollins, Joe Kennedy Jr., Ed Markey thing is only relevant to the extent, and this is confirmed basically by the OIG, that DOJ OIG, Rollins knew Jill Biden and Joe Biden. So I think that what Rollins was doing by interfering in the Democratic Senate primary between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey in 2020 was that Rachael Rollins wanted Ed Markey to keep that seat, not ideologically, but because if Joe Kennedy Jr. had won that seat, Joe Kennedy Jr. would have gone from the Massachusetts House of Representatives, I think it was the 4th Congressional District, the seat that Jake Auchinclosh now has. He would have gone from that seat to JFK's old Senate seat, and thus could have challenged Biden in the 2024 presidential primaries. So I think Rollins kind of used Turtle Boy to send this woman, Rayla Campbell, who was a Republican spoiler candidate, to Joe Kennedy Jr. events to help Ed Markey keep the Senate seat, and Rollins got rewarded with her appointment to the position of U.S. Attorney. Okay, so that's one set of things going on. Now, set of things going on number two is simultaneous to that, and the timeline is very important. Between roughly June and September of 2022, some crazy stuff went down internally within the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what this had to do with was Rachael Rollins, when she became U.S. Attorney after appointment by President Biden and confirmation by the Senate, Rachael Rollins had to leave the Suffolk County District Attorney position, which allowed then Governor Charlie Baker, who was a moderate Republican and now the head of the NCAA, to appoint a moderate, he was a Republican, to appoint a moderate Democrat to the position of Suffolk County District Attorney. Now, you might say, why does this matter? Well, Rachael Rollins was a bit of a progressive, to put it lightly, and there were 15 low-level offenses she wouldn't prosecute, and she wanted to not give life terms to youthful murder offenders under the age of 25, and so she peed off a lot of other district attorneys throughout the state of Massachusetts, one of which was Michael Morrissey, of course, and so Michael Morrissey and Rollins had a bifurcated history of political feuds over those two specific issues, specifically specifically Rachael Rollins not prosecuting 15 low-level offenses as a policy, and then secondarily Morrissey and 3 other DAs, and remember this because it's going to come up later in the context of an obscure section of the federal code that I now love more so than anything else in the world. Morrissey filed an amicus curiae, friend of the court brief, and became part of the proceedings when Rollins, as a test case, tried to set aside a life sentence without the possibility of parole for a youthful murder offender between the ages of 18 and 25. Now, this was back in 2019, and in terms of substance, it turned out that 5 years later, Rollins was right. The SJC vindicated her, and that is now the formal rule in Massachusetts, because youth brains don't really develop till 25. Life terms a little bit inappropriate for them. That was the logic. Take it up at the SJC. I'm a towel. Anyway, setting aside the merit of the fallout between, or the reasons for the tension between Rollins and Michael Morrissey, you also have to remember that there was a history of tension with this guy named Dustin Chao. Now, keep Dustin Chao in your mind, okay? Dustin Chao was the head of the public corruption unit at the DOJ in Boston under Rollins. But Chao also, in 2015, was the husband of a woman named Laura Chao who worked at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Now, as if this wasn't convoluted enough, what happened was in 2015, the state police and the unit attached to the Norfolk DA and the Norfolk DA worked on a joint prosecution with the federal government. You might have heard of the case U.S. v. Bolger. Now, in the case of U.S. v. Bolger, which Hank Brennan was Whitey's lawyer for, what happened was thus. One of the murders in question happened in Sharon about 25 years or 30 years ago. Now, in order for the feds to prosecute that case by state law, the Norfolk DA had to give up original jurisdiction to the feds. All's well and good. They prosecute the case, etc. But during that case, a woman in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Dustin Chao's wife, Laura Chao, was not only passed over for a promotion, but she was demoted back from superior court to district court, which is a big insult for a prosecutor. They said, the DA said it was just because of her skills. She wasn't ready to do superior court trials. But anyway, after Chao's wife is presented with this, by the way, they said she could keep the same salary and all of her benefits, etc., etc. They just wanted her to go to district court. She quit the office. Chao then went to a detective in the MSP unit attached to the Norfolk DA. I guess Chao thought the detective was like against Morrissey or something, and asked the detective, reportedly according to court documents, to help the Chao, the husband, Dustin Chao, burn down the reputation of the Norfolk DA. Now, that's 2015, all right? All right, so keep those two things in mind. You got two people in that old DOJ in Boston, for their own reasons, who both really don't like the Norfolk DA. So you got all that going on, right? But keep that in mind, because simultaneous to that, there's another situation going on, okay? Now, this is a situation, as I mentioned, that it takes a little context, but I'm going to explain it to you. Between the spring of 2022 and the fall of 2022, as I mentioned, Rachael Rollins had left the position of Suffolk DA, and there was a primary election to replace her between two Democrats, the moderate Kevin Hayden and the more progressive Rollins-like Ricardo Arroyo. Now, Ricardo Arroyo was a former public defender in Boston, and then he also was on the Boston City Council. Now, Kevin Hayden was the former head of the Sex Offender Registry Board, the SORB or something, and then he also had a litany of different experience as a lawyer. Now, say what you will about the different policies at issue. Rollins saw this election, according to the DOJ OIG, as a referenda on her legacy. Now, to say that Rollins, according to the DOJ, put her fingers on the scale is a little bit of an understatement, because in the lead up to this primary election, Rollins, while U.S. attorney, and this gets truly out of hand, Rollins, while U.S. attorney, tries to help Arroyo's campaign. He's her friend. They're like texting on encrypted apps. She's giving him campaign advice, like blatant Hatch Act violations, according to the DOJ OIG. But it gets even, now you want to know what's wild. The reason Rollins gets investigated is because she went to a political fundraiser in Andover for Dr. Jill Biden in like 2021 or 2022 while she was U.S. attorney, and had her staff members drive her to the event, and that got written up in the paper, and so the DOJ OIG opened a probe. Oh, folks, it gets so much more interesting, though, because it turns out there was an internal DOJ war. And wait till I tell you the story about how I believe Josh Levy who was Rollins' first U.S. assistant attorney at the time, Dustin Chao, who I just mentioned had the grudge against Morrissey, and then also a man by the name of Bill Abley, who I think was just a dedicated patriot and just doing what the right thing and wasn't involved in any of the politics. How those three people, I believe, cooperated with a DOJ OIG investigation to take Rollins out as U.S. attorney, rightfully so, because of what happened between the spring of 2022 and leading up to September 6, 2022, the date of the primary between Hayden and Arroyo. Now, there's an 161-page DOJ OIG report. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up for you because I think that's the most effective way for me to kind of explicate just how big this is. Okay, I read this entire report. If you're wondering, Grant, why did you stream for 18 hours yesterday? Well, because I figured out the whole case. I read, now this report, when we go over it later, by the way, if you missed it earlier, this report is everything. It's an 161-page report. This is going to be, it's not the center of everything, but if you read and understand this report, it gives you enough context to see what happened in the DOJ. And if you know all the other parts of this, see what happened in the DOJ in the lead up to Rollins being forced out. And if you know all of this, you're going to come to see the overlap between the Hayden situation and the investigation of John's death, and then Sandra Birchmore. I'm going to be able to lay that out to you and explain how everything happened. But I have to lay out first this intra-community, this intra-DOJ war. All right, so this is the document we're reading. I'm going to go ahead and drop it in chat for you right now if you want to follow along. We're not actually going to read it. I'm going to summarize 161 pages for you. Okay, I'm going to summarize it because I know everything that it says now. It took us like 12 hours with the AI voice reading this. You don't understand. It's not a court document. It's not double spaced. It is like 100,000 words. It's the longest. It's a beautiful tribute to the legal profession. This is not even the legal profession. This is a tribute to the American Republic. This document exists, by the way, because we're going to come to find out that the DOJ OIG, right around when Rollins launched the pretextual probe of the Norfolk DA, the DOJ OIG referred Rollins for a criminal investigation, and somebody in the White House, I think, covered up what Rollins did and declined to prosecute Rollins, and that pissed the DOJ OIG off, and then we got this glorious 161-page report. Now, just go to the top here. You can see this is a DOJ OIG report from May of 2023. Now, if you go to the table of contents, you can see it scroll by. This does a much more precising job of relaying all of the specific facts I'm about to talk about, but please do not take for 1 second my condensed overview of this comprehensive document as an insult to the details contained therein. Please just know I'm doing my best. I cannot read 100,000 words right now. What I'm going to do is overview for you, in particular, the situation that is detailed. I think it starts right about here. So if you want to start along, it starts about section 2. And this is the table of contents, but you want to start on page 7. Rollins assists a candidate in the Democratic primary election for Suffolk County DA and seeks to influence the election by disclosing information to the press critical of the candidate's opponent, including sensitive non-public DOJ information. Rollins makes false statements under oath and lacks candor during her OIG interview regarding the disclosures. So, now, here's what I want to tell you about this. I kind of want to just lay it out for you. Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo are in a primary. It's kind of brutal, but it's mostly just regular politicking until late August of 2022. Now, two important things to understand. There were two matters. There was a matter going on. There was a two MBTA police officers who engaged in some kind of traffic stop that was allegedly like unconstitutional, and then it was while Rollins was DA, and apparently like when Rollins left the DA's office, Hayden didn't go forward with the prosecution, and then one of them donated $225 to Hayden. So in late August of 2022, I want to say August 10th, 15th, and 19th, the Boston Globe runs 3 stories about Kevin Hayden. This is what would be called an October surprise in an American general election, when you run a very damaging story about someone right before the primary or the general. It's called an October surprise. So the Globe, and by the way, Rollins coordinated the publication of that story. In fact, she basically manufactured that story. And she then, that story ran in mid-August. Now, everything was looking all right for Arroyo. He was still facing an uphill battle because he was a younger candidate. I wouldn't exactly say Rollins' progressive policies endeared her to the citizens of Boston. It wasn't her fault. Like I think it was Marty Walsh right before that had shut down that bridge down there off Methadone Mile near the jail off 93 there. And so right after that, like Methadone Mile exploded. And so Mass and Cass became this freaking war zone, and you had this prosecutor who was like, "Oh, who cares if you break the 7-Eleven's window?" Like what? So it created a freaking it was like the scene in The Wire where the well-intentioned police captain is like, "What if we just legalize all drugs in a zone of the city?" And then like for a little bit it's okay, but then eventually people are like, "That was probably not a good idea." So anyway. Let's just say Rollins' policies were struggling a little bit and Arroyo needed some help in the election. And everything's going fine after the Globe runs these articles. But then, the Globe gets wind that in 2005 and 2012 or so, Rollins had been investigated for SA, dangerous assault, SA, a sexual form of assault, by the Boston police. And ladies and gentlemen, what's disturbing is Arroyo gets a heads up from the Globe that the story's going to run. And what does he do when the story's going to not be held and he knows it's coming out? He calls Rollins, who, while acting U.S. attorney, calls the associate editor of the Boston Globe and tries to kill the story. All right? The associate editor of the Boston Globe runs the story anyway because he's got integrity. And he says, even though the U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts calls the associate editor and tries to get them not to run the story on Arroyo about the SA, they run it anyway. Now, here's why this is relevant. That runs like August 27th, and then there's like a follow-up on August 29th of 2022. So, that's like 7 days before the election, okay? And then a flurry of activities about to go down, all right? Rollins knows that she's screwed, okay, and Arroyo's screwed. So Rollins only has one option. You remember that that thing about the $225 in the MBTA transit cops? Well, Rollins thinks, what if she can start a federal probe, right, about Hayden? But oh no, says Rollins, even though I'm sure she didn't actually think of this, I signed an ethics agreement when I came on to the U.S. Attorney's Office saying that I wouldn't do any investigations, I wouldn't be involved in any investigations of Kevin Hayden at all whatsoever for 1 year from the date of January 23rd, or January 19th, 2021, or excuse me, 2022, until January 19th, 2023. Well, this was right smack dab in the middle of that, ladies and gentlemen. So what does Rollins do? She knows that she can't actually launch a probe of Hayden, but she wants before the September 6th primary, according to the DOJ OIG, to get a story out there that, and this is where the O'Keefe and Reed probe comes in and gets eerily similar. Rollins wants a story out there that Hayden's under in federal investigation, even though he's not. And nobody in the DOJ, in fact, you find out that the DOJ wasn't going to look into the $225 thing at all. They were thinking about maybe looking into the traffic stop. Josh Levy was thinking about it because Rollins was pressuring him, but that was it. And they didn't actually end up doing that. Now, as far as I know. So what happened was Rollins goes to apparently a professor in Boston named Daniel Medved, who I actually called this morning, and then he sent me a text. I was surprised he got back to me so quickly. We'll get there in a second. So, Rollins reaches out to this guy Medved, and on August, or it might have been a little bit later. It was actually, it was right around then. So, right around as these stories are dropping, Medved sends a, you know what, let's just go to it. I have the document. Let's just be exact. Hold on. Law professor. They try to use pseudonyms in this document to hide people's names, but I'm Adele. So it was actually August 16th to 17th. So right after the stories run in the Globe, which Rollins planted to try to get the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston to investigate Hayden. Right after that happens, let me just read from this. On August 16th, a Boston area law professor emailed a letter directly to Rollins, it's Medved, requesting that the U.S. attorney commence an investigation into potential improprieties committed by prosecutors in the Suffolk DA's office. Referencing the Globe reporting, the letter stated that recent media accounts revealed troubling information that could potentially indicate public corruption and or illegal activity. He's talking about the $225 and the transit thing. Now, this is a professor at Northeastern, like a guy who looks into prosecutorial corruption. He's a friend of Rollins. Committed by Hayden and his first assistant. The letter attached a timeline of facts reported in the Globe, again, the story Rollins helped get written, regarding the donations that the former transit officer and his attorney made to Hayden's campaign, and the alleged statements of Hayden's first assistant DA to the former transit officer's attorney that the former transit officer was no longer under investigation, which Medved said he had not independently verified. Medved ended his letter to Rollins with, "Please feel free to reveal this letter to the public and or media if you would like to do so." Do you get what's happening? Medved is writing a letter to Rollins in her official capacity because Rollins can't get this investigation started. Now, here's the weird part. When we asked the law professor what prompted him to send his letter, the law professor stated that one focus of his scholarship is prosecutorial accountability, and he found the allegations against Hayden concerning. The law professor stated that he was also concerned that no other DA's officers would seriously look into these allegations, and he therefore wrote, so clearly the OIG interviewed Medved. He therefore wrote to the U.S. attorney, hoping his letter would prompt an investigation to determine what actually happened. The law professor, who referred to Rollins as a friend in emails we reviewed, told us that he did not speak with Rollins about the issues raised in the letter before he sent it. But here's the weird part. Rollins told us that she was acquainted with the law professor before he sent her this letter. According to Rollins, the law professor is a progressive who had written articles in defense of her and her policies when she was the Suffolk DA, and she estimated they have contact every 3 or 4 months. The personal email communications Rollins has provided us indicate on August 15th, this is it, the day before the law professor sent his letter requesting an investigation, the law professor sent Rollins an email seeking to confirm her attendance at an event on September 21st, 2022, promoting his new book, which Rollins confirmed by email the same day. So you see what happened, clearly, based on what the OIG is trying, laying out, Rollins goes to Medved, wants this letter so that Rollins can do some tomfoolery within the U.S. Attorney's Office with some cover. Medved writes the letter, but Medved wants the U.S. Attorney to come to a book signing event. The revolving door. Promoting his new book, which Rollins confirmed by email the same day. The emails between them did not mention the law professor's intention to send her a letter requesting an investigation. Rollins told us that she did not recall the law professor giving her advance notice of the letter, and that she said she can affirmatively say that she did not solicit any letter from him. She said that she would leave open a slim possibility that he called her to complain, as people sometimes do, and then that she told him to write her a letter, as she sometimes does, but she said she had no memory of that happening here. Call detail records of Rollins' personal cell phone, DOJ cell phones, and desk phone do not show any calls between the law professor and Rollins during this time period, and Rollins' attorney represented to the OIG that her personal cell phone did not contain any text or instant messages with the law professor during this time period. Rollins told us that her reaction to the law professor's letter was that she felt compelled to contact the EO USA General Counsel a second time to discuss what to do. And now here's where it gets really good. She contacts the recusal counsel, okay? Now, the recusal counsel told her that her whole office should be recused and they shouldn't respond. But then, Rollins, however, the executive officer of the U.S. Attorney's Office at the time, told the OIG that at some point in August, after receiving the law professor's letter, so leading up to September 6th primary, but before the MAUSO received a formal recusal memorandum, Rollins asked the executive officer if the EO had received any media inquiries about the law professor's letter, who the executive officer also was the press officer. According to the executive officer, she told Rollins that there had been no media inquiries, and Rollins expressed surprise at that fact. Here we go. Following Rollins' phone call with the EUSA General Counsel, Rollins asked the MAUSAO First Assistant to begin the formal recusal process on the Hayden matter. The First Assistant, then, this was Josh Levy. Josh Levy then reached out to the General Counsel for further guidance. Now, here's the weird part with Levy. It seems like he was willing to go along with this and kind of like do Rollins' dirty work, because this is an email from Levy to the EOUSA's recusal counsel, and Levy says, "Hope all is well. I understand U.S. Attorney Rollins discussed with you the attached letter requesting an investigation of corruption allegations," and this was the Medved letter, "that have been reported in the media involving the current Suffolk County District Attorney. Rollins asked me to follow up with you to seek guidance on implementing the office-wide recusal you have recommended for the allegations raised in Medved's letter. I would also like to get your advice on how we should handle the separate matter of any inquiry into the underlying traffic stop by the MBTA officer that precipitated the alleged events discussed in the law professor's letter. Our office was taking preliminary steps to determine whether the events involving the traffic stop might give rise to a constitutional claim against a former transit officer. My working assumption was that U.S. Attorney Rollins would be recused from any investigation of the MBTA officer, since that incident happened when she was Suffolk DA, but that our office as a whole would not be recused from this matter." And this is the important part. "This is, as you know, how we are handling other matters from which U.S. Attorney Rollins is recused, and I am not recused also." So basically, Levy was like the acting U.S. attorney when Rollins was recused. He was kind of like her lapdog. Now here's where this is where it gets interesting. So you can see the plan is. The plan is the recusal letter, all right? The plan is to get this recusal letter before September 6th. So you can see Levy starts asking for it August 19th. He's told he's going to get it in the next week or two, all right? Now, that's relevant because look what it says here. This is where the internal fight within and this is what led, I think, Josh Levy, Dustin Chao, and Bill Abley, along with the executive officer of the DOJ in Boston, to take out Rachael Rollins from her position because she did something really bad here. In addition to beginning the recusal process for an investigation, by the way, which never existed and didn't go anywhere, and so the recusal was literally just to create a leak to give press attention and imply Hayden was under federal investigation when he wasn't. Rollins wanted the office to send a response letter to the law professor. Remember, I think she solicited this letter from Medved. According to the MAUSAO First Assistant, Rollins stated that it was the professional thing to do because as public servants, they had a duty to respond to the letter. That's not right. DOJ does not confirm and deny investigations. When we asked Rollins about whether she remembered any discussions with her team about whether to respond in some fashion to the law professor, she said that she may have said that. She told us that she did not remember what happened in this instance, but that generally she believes it is important for her office to respond to letters, even if only to say thank you for your letter. The first assistant told us that although he was aware that Rollins knew the law professor, he did not know, this is Levy, he did not know the law professor in Medved, and he was concerned that any MAUSAO response to Medved could make its way to the media and be used to further an agenda that may not be what the MAUSAO would want. That's when Levy and Rollins clearly had a falling out. In particular, Levy stated that he did not think the MAUSAO should respond to the letter because any response could be used to suggest that the MAUSAO was looking into the allegations against Hayden. The first assistant stated that he ultimately advised Rollins to back burner any potential law professor response until the MAUSAO, in consultation with the EOUSA, determine what role, if any, the MAUSAO would have had in a potential Hayden investigation. So do you see what Levy did? Levy was like, listen, I know, Rachel, you're trying to respond to this guy to get it leaked. Like, we can't do this. Back burner it till after the primary. Now, here's where Chao comes in. Separately, the public corruption unit chief, at the time I think that was Dustin Chao, and the criminal chief, which was Bill Abley, who's still there, I think, discussed the law professor's letter, discussed Medved's letter, and according to Chao, he told Abley that that Chao had no intention of responding to Medved's letter. Do you see that? Fucks Rollins. I'm sorry for cussing. But by Chao and Levy and Abley all saying we're not going to respond to Medved's letter, it cuts Rollins off at the knees, and it won't let her leak out into the public this ethereal, fictional apparition that is the DOJ investigation into John's death. Now, here's where it gets more interesting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Chao tells us that he thought it would be foolish for Rollins or anyone to respond or engage with Medved, because Medved appeared to want his letter publicized because the public related to election interference. So Rollins was caught by your own people. Now, Abley told us that the OIG that he had no specific recollection of a conversation about whether to respond to the law professor's letter, but that his advice would have been to not send a response at all, or at most a non-substantive acknowledgement letter, which would be policy. Rollins wanted them to basically be like, yeah, we're investigating. So look what happens next. The first assistant told us, after it became clear that the MAUSO would be recused from any potential Hayden investigation, this is where it gets bad. Rollins told Levy that she wanted to respond to the law professor's letter and began to tell Levy what she wanted in the response. Levy stated that Rollins really wanted a response to go to Medved and described Rollins as pushing Levy a little bit on the issue. Levy cooperated against her. According to Levy, the language Rollins proposed created the impression that there was an investigation into Hayden. Levy stated that Rollins also wanted the letter to state that she had sought a recusal. Levy told us that he immediately told Rollins that she had been recused and that he would handle the issue in consultation with others. Rollins told us that she did not recall any conversations in which she advocated sharing with the law professor that she sought recusal, but that if she had said that, it would have been based on wanting there to be information that something was happening to convey to the law professor that he did not need to talk to her about it anymore. The MAUSAO executive officer told us that she also had a discussion with Rollins about whether the MAUSAO should respond to the letter. The executive officer, notice all these people now, Abley, Chao, Levy, and the executive officer are telling Rollins not to do this, said that she told Rollins that the executive officer believed no response was necessary. According to the EO, Rollins stated that she knew Medved and believed the office should send a response. The EO stated that she recalled speaking about this potential response letter with Rollins off and on, and maybe also speaking about it with Levy. The EO told us that Levy eventually took the lead in responding to the law professor. And you're going to see Levy does the right thing, the honorable thing here. I don't know what happened after this, but Levy does the honorable thing here, and he delays the response until after the election. Levy consulted with officials in the EOUSA's GCO about a response, General Counsel's office, about a response to the law professor, and General Counsel ultimately approved his proposed response. That response, which the first assistant sent to Medved on September 9th, after the primary, stated, "Thank you for your August 16, 2022 letter to U.S. Attorney Rachael Rollins. Someone from the Department of Justice will be in touch with you if we need additional information." Now, here's where it gets a little weird. Between August 17th and August 19th, Rollins had multiple communications with Arroyo by phone and by encrypted messaging app that included reference to the law professor's letter and a soon-to-be-published story in the Globe concerning sexual SA allegations against Arroyo. On August 17th at 11:56, Arroyo called Rollins and they spoke for over 35 minutes. We asked Rollins when she first discussed Medved's letter with Arroyo, that noting that Arroyo references the letter in an encrypted message with Rollins 2 days later, which we discussed below, Rollins replied, "I don't know. If I don't know as I sit here today recall discussing the letter with Arroyo." Rollins later stated that while she did not recall if she discussed the letter with Arroyo, she never gave Ricardo Arroyo a copy of the letter. She did give it to the Herald, though. On August 19th, Rollins and Arroyo began communicating with each other by encrypted messaging rather than text messaging. We believe this is a pretty high it's Whisper we think they're using, not even Signal. And you wouldn't use Signal if you're in the DOJ because I think Pegasus can compromise it. So you would use something that can't be compromised, which is probably Whisper. Rollins told us that Arroyo was the one who made this change, and Rollins stated that she did not recall Arroyo commenting on the reason for the change. Using this new platform, on August 19th, Rollins and Arroyo exchanged the following encrypted message. Arroyo, Medved sent the request to the Globe. Arroyo, and Globe asked if there was any indication the U.S. Attorney's Office would take it up. Arroyo, FYI. Arroyo, they're interested. 7 hours later, Rollins, unidentifiable emoji. That's funny. Rollins, any movement for you? Arroyo, we are still pushing. Arroyo, they're in hold right now. Call me when you're alone. I can update you. So they're on hold about the SA story. They end up running it. Based on this exchange and other messages, Arroyo's statement that they're in hold right now appears to be referring to the impending Globe story about the closed SA investigations involving Arroyo. As noted earlier in Section 2A, on August 23rd, the Globe reported, so they held it from the 19th till the 23rd. that Arroyo had been investigated by the Boston PD for SA once in 2005 and once again in 2007. When we asked Rollins whether in her conversations with Arroyo leading up to this encrypted message exchange, she had talked to him about the fact that her office may open an investigation into Hayden, she responded, "I don't believe I said that." She added that she did not believe that it was novel to think that the U.S. attorney might look into it. Now, this is where it gets a little weird. So right as it's about to come out, this story about the SA, after Rollins calls with Arroyo on August 17th, and minutes before their August 19th message exchange, the Globe reporter reached out to Rollins asking about the law professors, about Medved's letter, and whether the MAUSO intended to open an investigation. Rollins told the Globe reporter that her office may be issuing a public statement about that. They were never going to do that. This was Rollins. You see what's happening? The Globe is trying to decide. They just ran the story about Hayden and the transit police, right? That's an October surprise. Then they get the October surprise on Arroyo about the SA allegations. And so now the Globe's getting another pitch from Rollins being like, no, ignore that SA stuff about Arroyo. You really want to cover the fact that my office is about to launch a probe into Hayden. The reality is there was no probe into Hayden. Rollins was trying to manipulate the election by creating the impression a probe existed when it didn't for political purposes. Or is this ringing any bells? I think we may be issuing a brief statement about that next week. I'll let you know. We asked Rollins about what she meant when she told the Globe reporter the MAUSO may be issuing a brief statement next week. We may be issuing a statement about receiving a public letter, now that the Globe knows, about a letter that was sent that I didn't give the Globe. Literally, you told Arroyo to have Medved send it to the Globe. I will let you know is what I'm assuming. That's what I'm talking about. But I didn't tell the Globe reporter about the law professors, about Medved's letter. What does this text up here say? What does this text say? The law professor sent the request to the Globe. Oh, goodness. All right, so let me just keep going, all right? So Rollins then starts texting with the Globe reporter, all right? Rollins stated she did not know whether the USAO had started working on some kind of public statement when she told the Globe reporter that the USAO may be issuing a brief statement next week. She was just lying to the Globe reporter to try to get him to cover it. In the same text chain, the Globe reporter, Rollins tries to keep encouraging him to keep digging. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Then Rollins is trying to send the Globe reporter after Hayden. And this, hold on, this is where it comes up. On August 22nd, literally as the SA story is about to run, Rollins gave Arroyo feedback on his draft answers to the Globe reporter's questions about the SA and so this is the U.S. attorney advising a candidate for office in the lead up to a primary how to answer questions from the Globe about his SA allegations. Asked the Globe, and then this is the bombshell. Rollins gave Arroyo feedback on his draft answers to the Globe reporter's questions and told Arroyo in a text, asked the Globe reporter to call me about the SA suspect question. I will answer off the record. The Globe reporter ended up calling, but it didn't work. And Rollins also wanted the Globe reporter to contact previous DAs. They tried to kill the story. It didn't work. And then, Rollins knew this was coming, okay? And then as soon as the story launched, Rollins was about to launch. Rollins got an op-ed from a state senator for Hayden and said to Arroyo, why aren't you having anyone write this for you? Basically saying, like, this is what you need to get out of this hole. Instead, Arroyo writes back, are y'all, the MAUS attorney, announcing investigation into the former transit officer's situation with Hayden. It would be the best thing I can have happen at this moment. You need Medved to release his letter. Rachel, you know what I'm dealing with right now. The Globe. I'm not currently calling electeds to write op-eds. I'm literally fighting a punishment to end my career. Understood, says Rollins. Keep fighting and campaigning. I'm working on something. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. And you're going to see her answers to this are so evasive. He's like, why were you? She was like, oh, I was just telling him I was working on something, and it's really, really bad the way she answers those questions. And I mean, you can see them on your screen. I won't read them to you. It was because she was saying her answer was She was like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say we're investigating Kevin Hayden to Ricardo Arroyo. But if Arroyo knows about the letter, which only Rollins told him about it, the Medved gave him the letter, or somehow he has a copy of it. My point was simply, I'm not doing what you're asking. You have something that has asked, you have something that has asked our office to do something. You should release it. That's why I said it there, by not answering the other questions. But why did you do that? Because I wasn't answering his other questions. I think Medved's letter lays out the U.S. Attorney's Office had been asked to do something. She was very evasive. But the one thing I want to get to here is, so on August 23rd, the Globe publishes this story. This is what sends Rollins off into a frantic kind of pace here. And she immediately starts sending him Arroyo encrypted text messages about his statement. And then Rollins actually proposes edits to the statement. Notice this part. She includes a part, this extremely recent and the extremely recent and very real tactics and unethical actions of this acting DA. They're alleging Hayden released the information about Arroyo being under SA investigation all those years ago. And his leadership team have been well documented and substantiated by law enforcement, criminal defense attorneys, and the Massachusetts Office of Campaign and Political Finance. Rollins suggests Arroyo say multiple investigations into the acting DA's likely criminal behavior from mere months ago are likely underway. Now, then recusal discussions start happening between August 24th and 29th, all right? And it does end up coming down, because watch what happens. On Sunday, August 28th, Arroyo asked Rollins for an update on the potential federal investigation of Hayden. What's going on with the investigation to him? Is it moving? On the evening of August 30th, 1 week before the primary, the Globe published another article about the SA allegations, describing the allegations made by one of Arroyo's alleged victims. Shortly before the story was released, Arroyo called Rollins at 6:10. The call went to voicemail. Rollins then sent an encryption message to Arroyo at 6:24, said she couldn't talk in meetings, what's up? Arroyo told Rollins the media was about to report that a woman who had alleged that Arroyo had sexually assaulted her was standing by her complaint, and also claimed to have an email from Arroyo about the incident. Rollins responded by expressing surprise about the information. The day after the Globe's article on August 31st, the Globe reported that a number of Massachusetts public officials had withdrawn their prior endorsement. Days before the primary, EOUSA provides a recusal memo to MAUSAO, and Rollins contacts the Boston Herald reporter, who later authors the September 11th article about possible DOJ investigation of Hayden. So do you see what happens? In this section, we describe the memorandum the MAUSO received. So on August 31st, 5 days before the primary, the Rollins gets this recusal memo about an investigation to Hayden that doesn't exist. Rollins then on August 31st and September 1st tries to reach out to the Herald reporter. The Herald reporter gets these leaked to him directly. It never should have been leaked on September 3rd, but doesn't actually publish them till September 11th. Now, what happens is I think Levy finds out that because Levy stonewalled the response to Medved, and because Rollins couldn't get around any of these blockades to, before the primary, manage to get information about this non-existent probe of Hayden, when Rollins, after Hayden won the primary, went to the Herald and basically pushed them to report this on Hayden, I think Josh Levy, Dustin Chao, Bill Abley, and the executive officer of the DOJ reported to the DOJ OIG what Rollins did. Now, the reason why this is interesting is that after Rollins ends up being found out about this, in November or December, I think probably November of 2022, pretty quickly, Rollins finds out she's going to be interviewed under oath by the OIG in December of 2022. Pretty much a sign you're about to be forced out of office. Right before that happens, ladies and gentlemen, in November of 2022, the federal probe of John O'Keefe's death opens. It's almost like Rollins thought she'd have that whole term to go after her political enemies, but because she got caught up in this stuff with Arroyo and Hayden, she decided to move early on the investigation into Morrissey, even though there was nothing there related to John's death. And here's where this gets really interesting. So then it makes you wonder if once the pretextual investigation of John's death is open, by the way, one other important point. November of 2022 is when that opens. You're going to notice something in this in the conclusion section of this document. you're going to find out that part of the reason the DOJ really was upset at Rollins is that she was never supposed to actually be involved with with anything to do with either the Suffolk DA or anything to do with any cases or parties from her time as Suffolk DA. Now, the reason this overlaps with the Reed and O'Keefe cases, so clearly Rollins engaged in election interference, weaponized the DOJ, weaponized the Globe, weaponized the Herald. It still failed. Arroyo lost the primary election. And the reason why this becomes so interesting is down in the conclusion section of this document. All right, if you go down to page 79 of 161, what you find is that there's a, let's see, it might actually be a little bit higher. Hold on one second. All right, hold on. All right, so what you find in the analysis section, the actual overview of everything she did, based upon the facts described above, the OIG concluded that U.S. Attorney Rachael Rollins used her position as U.S. Attorney in an attempt to influence the outcome of a partisan political election, namely the September 6, 2022 Democratic primary election that would select her likely successor as Suffolk DA. We further found that Rollins took an active part in Ricardo Arroyo's primary campaign position in an effort to help Arroyo defeat interim DA Kevin Hayden. We concluded that, despite her assertion otherwise, Rollins very much was trying to put her finger on the scale in the race for DA, a race that certain local media reports suggested was a referendum on the policies and programs Rollins instituted during her own tenure as Suffolk DA, with Arroyo being seen as someone who was more supportive of and likely to continue her policies than Hayden. Even Arroyo, moments after he lost the primary election to Hayden, sent a message to Rollins stating her legacy and work will be preserved. Then we find out about the leak trying to damage Hayden's reputation after the primary by leaking non-public and sensitive DOJ information that suggested the possibility of a federal criminal investigation into Hayden, a matter from which Rollins was recused. Finally, we conclude that Rollins lacked candor during her OIG interview when she discussed her communications and falsely testified under oath when she initially denied that she was the federal law enforcement source who provided non-public, sensitive DOJ information to the Herald reporter about a possible Hayden criminal investigation. So, now, what I want to point out, though, is the actual point, the point that shows the violations of the relevant portions of the Code of Federal Regulations. If you look at the recusal, okay, if you go to the specifically her ethics violation, upon confirmation, when Rollins became U.S. Attorney, Ms. Rollins will resign from her position as Suffolk County DA. For a period of 1 year after her resignation, she will have a covered relationship under the impartiality regulation at 5 CFR section 2635.502 with the Suffolk County DA's office. Pursuant to 5 CFR 2635.502D, Ms. Rollins will seek written authorization to participate in particular matters involving specific parties in which she knows the Suffolk County DA is a party or a representative party. However, during her appointment to the position of U.S. Attorney, Ms. Rollins will not participate personally and substantively in any particular matter involving specific parties in which she previously participated in her capacity as Suffolk County DA. After being confirmed as U.S. Attorney on 1/10/2022, Rollins was prohibited, pursuant to this agreement, from participating in particular matters involving specific parties in which the Suffolk DA's office was a party until at least January 11, 2023. And she agreed to take the measures necessary to resolve any actual potential conflicts in such matters, including abiding by a recusal. Now, let me say this, ladies and gentlemen. They banged Rollins on this Hayden thing. Do you know why I think they didn't bang her on the Morrissey thing, although she did the same thing to Morrissey? Because unlike with Hayden, which didn't go anywhere, with Morrissey, although the probe started, I think, just because Rollins didn't like Morrissey, it did stumble on to the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, so the OIG didn't actually need to bang Rollins for that. They didn't need to catch her up on that. They could let it go. And Levy, that explains why Levy had to personally handle the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial grand jury. Levy knew, in my opinion, that this was all about Sandra Birchmore when Ken Berkowitz, the former Canton police chief, called the FBI on the MSP and the Stoughton police related to the cover-up of Sandra's death. So I think Levy, without telling Karen or Alan or whatever, didn't really want to investigate the John's death or Karen or whatever. That was all cover because the state police, if you investigated them for a homicide, would know you're investigating them because they investigate people for homicides. Levy thinks he's a little trickster up there and was like, oh, I'll just make them think that they're being investigated for John O'Keefe's and Karen Reed's situation, when really it's about Birchmore. The point is, though, Levy, in my opinion, although him and Chao and Abley and the executive officer really were patriotic, they stood up to what Rollins was doing and said, you're not going to do it. I still worry Levy was willing to let Karen Reed and whatever do some shady stuff just because it was useful for Levy to have the Reed case as a distraction so he could investigate the Birchmore cover-up without the MSP figuring out what he was up to. Oh, and by the way, Medved, the professor from Northeastern, after Rollins was gone from office, I think he was upset at Chao. I can't confirm it, my opinion, though. And then he filed an ethics complaint against Chao. And I think it was because Chao, Levy, and Abley got together and took Rollins out. Rightfully so. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've done a good job. I worked as hard as I could to overview this. In the context of me overviewing it, I'm sorry I didn't even look at the screen. The text wasn't all up there. But you saw most of it, and I was also reading it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, in that context, I totally forgot that I was thinking about doing a potential interview with Sunny Spirit today. So now I have to go over to my Twitter because I'm a little towel. But what I want to talk with Sunny Spirit about is the implications of all of this. Now, if you notice, there's just this resonant silence from Little Towel. First, I got a haircut. Oh, Kimberly, it's this version. Hold on. It's the DOJ OIG report. I'm putting it in the chat. Hold on. I'm putting it in the chat. I'm putting it in the towel chat. Here you go. This is the version I'm reading. There you go. So hold on. What am I going to do? Well, I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. You probably noticed that there are a lot of developments. Like I was ready to start this stream and I had to take two very important phone calls, and there was a flurry of phone calls earlier, and it has nothing to do with me. I want you to know that. But in terms of right now, there's going to be a glaring silence right now for a little bit. Okay. And it's not about me at all. But in I'm just saying I just need to breathe. So I'm going to reach out to Sunny Spirit. I have a lot to say about this Rachael Rollins situation. By the way, if you're wondering, Grant, what is going on? Why are you randomly bringing this up? Well, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, right over here. All right, let's go right over here. And let's take a look at how Rachael Rollins, and we're going to watch the interview with a juror, the foreperson, in 1 second. But we'll watch it with Sunny Spirit if I can get them on. I just need 1 second. Look what Rachael Rollins posted on June 18th. Without Turtle Boy, does anyone know or care about the KR trial? His relentless reporting in the face of repeatedly being told by law enforcement that he was wrong and there was nothing to see here cracked this case wide open. That should not be lost in all the reporting. Well, then I had some questions like, hi, former U.S. Attorney Rollins. Can you confirm you spoke to Turtle Boy directly during the Senate primary between Senator Markey and Joe Kennedy for the purposes of sending Rayla Campbell to Kennedy events to help Senator Markey? Also, did you get forced out for launching a pretextual federal probe into Kevin Hayden after Hayden beat your ally Ricardo Arroyo in the Suffolk DA primary? Read that OIG report from May of 2023 here. Furthermore, is it true you had a grudge going back years against the Norfolk DA because he commented publicly on your soft-on-crime approach as Suffolk DA and your quest to take life sentences without parole off the table for offenders under 25? And then let me back up, by the way. I know we're a little bit spastic right here. But did you notice that Rachael Rollins' ethics section had that very specific clause about how she had to recuse from investigations that touched on parties or matters when she was Suffolk DA? Michael Morrissey intervened as an amicus in one of Rollins' cases when she was Suffolk DA. That investigation opened in November of 2022. Rollins never recused. Even though Levy was the one who had the meeting, Rollins never recused. All right, I got to go to the other tab. I got a haircut. I also am sorry that we were a little all over the place. It wasn't all over the place. It wasn't that. It was that I had to. All right. Okay. Let's see. Hello, friend. Let me know if you're around. I'd like to watch the interview with the juror. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I heard we might be around 4:30 doing a special towel interview where I'm going to be interviewed. I'm going to be on the stream. I got you. Now, by the way, I cannot read you 161 pages, but I have done my best. And the reason why that's hard for me is it wasn't me telling it. I was reading an OIG report. I have done my best to synthesize and contextualize the impact of that, what was going on there with Rollins, the tension, Levy kind of keeping up kind of what Rollins was doing, but a little different. And I also want to point out, there is a really weird situation because you saw Levy was very sanctimonious there with Rollins as to Rollins leaking non-public information, like trying to influence like things by like leaking. Well, look at this text message between Lindsay Gattani and Aidan Kearney in the fall of 2023. This is an exhibit from Karen Reed's search warrant affidavit when it was searched in her phones were searched in 2024. Take a look at this exchange. So Aidan says to Lindsay, I have found out some information on the way home about the feds that I will not be making public. Aidan says, questions been asked. And Lindsay says, really? Good or bad? Aidan says, yes, the feds requested a conference call over the weekend. Josh Levy himself asking questions like, is there any chance this trial could be delayed? Only one reason to ask that. Asking for all communications with the DA office. This is 11/28/2023. Asking for Jen McCabe's cell phone records to be sent to them as soon as they get them. Keep in mind, the feds likely have Jen's phone records already, so they may want to see them because they suspect whoever hands them over to the defense will delete things that won't match up with their records. The mere fact that they are the ones seeking out Karen's lawyers tells you that this is far from over and that they want more info for this case. Josh Levy asked Reed's team, quote, if you are contacted by media in the coming days or weeks, we, the DOJ, would appreciate if you did not mention us working together. Why would Levy ask that unless he knew something was going to happen and they were contacted for comment on it? Okay, so now this is very interesting because this shows that Karen Reed and Josh Levy had an ex parte relationship, whether Reed's lawyers also talked to Levy or not. Obviously they did. And I truly believe that there's only two explanations for that ex parte relationship. One, I don't believe. I don't think Josh Levy and Karen Reed were seeing each other. I don't believe that. I don't even believe that it's on like the field of possibility. Karen's a little weird, so anything's a possibility. Karen could literally become a rocket ship and go off to space. That's a possibility, but I'm not thinking that one. What I do think's a possibility is that Levy was... So compartmentalization is everything. Don't tell anyone anything when you're in that world. I think Levy couldn't trust Reed's defense team, which is that's the right read. And so he didn't tell them that the probe wasn't actually about John's death. He was giving them... Oh, Josh Levy, you brilliant man. I mean, I don't like you very much, but you were brilliant. He was giving Reed's team false hope so they would keep running cover for him. Reed's team got played by the DOJ, Levy. Levy was never going to actually help her with the trial. He did as a wink and a nod with Arca and all that shit. More to cover his own ass. No. This was about Sandra Birchmore. And Levy couldn't trust Reed's team. Now, you want to know what else is really interesting? What if that old DOJ, they're gone, right? And, they're not in power, so they couldn't help Karen the traditional way during the second trial? What if some people in that office or Alan or whatever, I don't know, what if they knew, Egyptian intelligence and shit? And what if Egyptian intelligence and Alan would both mutually benefit from, I don't know, getting an agent back domestically after their father-in-law, or the son, I think. The father got, the son and the father the father in particular gets banged up stealing U.S. missile defense secrets, maybe a little spy swap, gets caught on CP charges, gets out after 18 months in a private ICE facility in Pennsylvania on both charges. Intelligence failures can happen, ladies and gentlemen. Someone like Alan Jackson might be like, who gives a shit if fucking Egyptian intelligence, they're already here, fuck it. And then Egyptian intelligence is like, that's not a high price to pay. The revenge of the old DOJ. That's the only thing that makes sense. If they were willing to help ARCA avoid the sequester, if they were willing to do all that other stuff, then yeah, it would not surprise me if that old DOJ, as one final fuck you to the Norfolk DA and Hank Brennan, was like, oh, you think you think you're so smart, you think you're gonna get her? Oh yeah, we'll show you what the intelligence world looks like. At what cost, Alan? At what fucking cost? So, hello, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. I am contemplating a lot. If you're wondering what is going on with the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, well, there's a lot going on. We're reviewing the kind of interplay between that old DOJ, and the key insight to take away here, folks, is that it wasn't just that Rachael Rollins weaponized that office. It's that her own people took her out for doing it, okay? And I'm starting to wonder if, they took her out on principle or just because... or was it more like, okay, we use these tactics all the time and we just need her out of here now. She's not playing by the rules. And what I mean by that is the DOJ is career people. There's a distinction between a political appointee, like a U.S. attorney, and a career civil servant in the DOJ. Okay? And so, you come in there as a political appointee, you have a lot of power. Appointee, you go right to the White House. Trust me, they know. If you're the U.S. attorney, you can call the Attorney General, which was Merrick Garland back then. But Rollins also knew Dr. Joe Biden, which means Rollins probably knew Joe Biden. But it's like a high school, okay? If you're at the DOJ satellite office in Boston, who gives a fuck if you know the superintendent? If you do something bad, they're going to call their internal security team, and then doesn't matter if your dad is the president. The security team's going to be like, here's what went down, and they're going to do something about it. There's one thing I want to show you, though, because we do have an interview. Tal's going to do an interview coming up in the next hour. I hope we get to see Sunny Spirit. I have some time with Sunny Spirit. If you're listening, we can also interview you after I do my interview. That's going to be coming up around 4:30 Eastern. Let's take a look at the referral here. Hold on one second. Let's look at this referral that the DOJ OIG made for Rollins, because there's something really weird about this. It just doesn't make sense to me, and it has to do with the actual violation of 18 U.S.C. 1001. So, I think it's at the bottom of this page. Where does it talk about the referral? It just kind of hides it. It kind of hides it in there. Yeah, here it is. On December 16, 2022, pursuant to the Inspector General Act 5 U.S.C. 404D, the OIG referred the false statement allegation to the Department for a protected prosecutive decision. On January 6, 2023, the department informed the OIG that it declined prosecution. So, Rachael Rollins was referred by her own department for criminal investigation. I wonder if this was reported. Rachael Rollins referred by DOJ OIG for criminal prosecution. Let's see if they actually referred. WBUR covered it. Hey, I know Walter. I'm seeing if in the news report I'm seeing if in the news report they referred her, they mentioned the false statements. Oh, there was another report too. Look at this one. Oh, it did go to the president. Dear Mr. President. This one's 105 pages. Pursuant to 5 U.S.C. 1215B, I'm forwarding to you an U.S. Office of Special Counsel report detailing Hatch Act violations by U.S. Attorney Rachael Rollins that are among the most egregious transgressions of the Hatch Act that OSC has ever investigated. OSC has concluded that Ms. Rollins violated the Hatch Act by leaking non-public U.S. Department of Justice information so that news outlets would report that a political candidate she opposed was facing a potential DOJ investigation, and attending a Democratic National Committee fundraiser while on duty in her official capacity and using a government-owned vehicle for President Biden's wife. Ms. Rollins' conduct in leaking non-public DOJ information constitutes an extraordinary abuse of her authority and threatens to erode public confidence in the integrity of federal law enforcement actions. OSC now refers the violations together with Ms. Rollins' response to you for appropriate action. Yesterday, OSC informed Ms. Rollins that this report would be released publicly today, May 17, 2023. Shortly thereafter, it was reported that Ms. Rollins intends to resign by the end of this week. Even if Ms. Rollins resigns, which would foreclose the possibility of any disciplinary action, I hope that this report provides an opportunity for you to emphasize to all federal employees the importance of serving the public in a professional and nonpartisan manner. The American people deserve nothing less. But what's interesting is I can't find anything in the report. Maybe some people just missed it, but I can't find anything about like Rachael Rollins getting referred for criminal charges. So you know what? That actually is something maybe I should just re-emphasize to people. I think the Biden White House covered up I think the Biden White House might have actually intervened here to save Rachael Rollins from criminal prosecution. And you realize what the big deal is here, right? I mean, like, that's what we're talking about today. This, like, and I kind of do think President Trump needs to find out about this because, by the way, after Josh Levy left the U.S. Attorney's Office, guess what was basically the first thing he did? As if it wasn't clear enough that, like, the administration changed over. Josh Levy sued President Trump on behalf of Harvard. Alrighty. Wait a minute. I'm just still blown away that Rachael Rollins, that the Biden White House may have actually engaged in a cover-up. Hold on, I have to break this. I think I actually have to break this. I think I'm comfortable. Oh, and I did talk to Medved, by the way, the professor in this report. And I just wanted to know, like, all I really was, and he was pretty responsive. All I really wanted to know was, like, so what's up, like, why did you file the ethics report against Chao? And he was like, oh, it's just like something in New York. But what blew my mind is, like, I don't know if he didn't see it coming or if he didn't know, like, my style, like, or, like, I don't just ask a question. I was asking him about the Chao ethics report because I immediately was going to transition and be like, oh, you know, by the way, like, did you file that ethics report because, you know, Chao, Abley and Levy, like, cooperated with the OIG against Rollins. But, like, I didn't say that at first. I was just trying to see if he would be, you know, forthright, you know. So I was just like, why did you file? Like, what's up with it? I'd like to learn more about this. And he tried to he was just like, oh, it's from, you know, a thing I do out in New York. But then when I followed up with, like, oh, you know, like, but my real question about Dustin Chao is, like, that OIG investigation you both were involved in. You know, and I think I was trying to find out from Medved if Chao and, Chao and Levy and... Chao and Levy and Abley, like, basically took Rollins out, like, by cooperating against her with the OIG, and he gave me nothing. He was like, I don't know about that. I'm like, yeah. Well, I didn't say back to it. I just dropped it. But I could have said back, like, well, I mean, you were interviewed by the OIG. Like, I read the report. You were in there. Like, they can call you a law professor all they want. Like, you are the one quoted in the Herald articles. I didn't say that to him. And I'm like, come on. So anyway, it didn't really give me any answers. I mean, he's entitled to say whatever he wants. But it left me with more questions than answers. And I don't know, I figured he knew how to deal with the media. So I was like, like, do you think I'm asking you a question I don't know the answer to? Like, but I guess he didn't know me, and that's fair. Like, I'm just a journalist off the street. So I don't know. It's interesting. And I think it's also interesting because I wouldn't exactly, like, I'm definitely moderate, but I wouldn't say that I'm like not anymore, at least. I'm not a progressive like that. So I wouldn't, it's not that I'm not an ally, but you wouldn't, if you did any research at all, like, you wouldn't immediately be like, oh, okay, this is one of our guys, like, in the progressive wing. Like, not anymore. Maybe, like, on some issues, but not, like, no. I am a nonpartisan right now. I am a Democratic Republican towel. The only one. It is just me. I'm the only one in my party. You all can be in the towel party, too. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do with this, but just know that it is a Democratic Republican towel-based party. I don't like parties. It is the party that opposes the notion of parties. All right? That's going to be the principle of our party. It is the anti-party party. We will completely screw with the news's head, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. And if you're just tuning in, by the way, we are going to watch this Juror video. I just wanted to give Sunnyside Up a little bit of time. I am getting ready for my 4:30 p.m. interview, which you all are going to get to see live on Towel Stream. I hope you're excited. I'm excited. Lots to talk about. It's better when people interview me as opposed to me going on soliloquies right now. Like, I am ready to be interviewed. Well, not just that. I am ready to do a lot of things in terms of projects and everything. But I'm ready to be interviewed. So, people of the world, I have figured things out. I am ready to be interviewed by you now. You may approach Tal. However, I'm also keeping an eye to... Oh, hold on. Nope. Nothing. I thought we were going to see some kind of news about Iran, but it's only that, unfortunately, Iran's nuclear program was only set back a few months by our strike, and I don't think that ceasefire held, which, I mean, to be fair, I am a little bit of a prescient geostrategic mind. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I think my first reaction to the ceasefire was, I'm very pleased, I love America, but ceasefires are delicate, let's see how it develops. So, and, to the extent that this is a news channel now, some days I have something I want to talk about. Like the Juror interview from the national news, I want to talk about. And I believe they didn't identify the juror, so we're not going to do that. We're going to follow the same standard as the interview in question, which I think is on Good Morning America. I don't remember exactly. But I didn't actually listen to it. So if it is the case that the juror is not identified, please abide by the standards that the news outlet uses. So if the news outlet doesn't identify the juror and the juror doesn't identify themselves, we won't be doing so either. And I think I read an interview with this juror in the Globe or something, the foreperson, and, the foreperson didn't take any notes. And simultaneously, the foreperson was apparently, a bit, was friendly with, either knew the Boston Marathon brothers or, like, some was at their gym or something. So that part, I was like, what do you mean you were at their gym? Like, you like MMA, or you were, like, you were friends with them? Like, I don't understand. Because, I'll tell you, those brothers from that Boston Marathon situation, that's some shit, too. You want to talk about, like, statecraft. Take a look at that Waltham 2011 triple murder. And I'm telling you, like, ritualistic, like, triple murder with, like, weed sprinkled all over their bodies, because that older brother definitely found out of the Boston Marathon people, the two brothers, back in 2011, when that Boston, and by the way, this is only relevant because the juror, the foreperson from the Reed trial, mentioned the brothers. When that Waltham triple murder, you can look it up on Wikipedia, happened, they were selling weed to the younger brother. the younger brother at the time was a student at UMass Dartmouth or something. I didn't go there, but like I had friends who went from high school to there, and there are people, folks, who knew that younger brother was selling weed at UMass Dartmouth. And he was definitely getting it from, I think, the 2 people in Waltham, 3 people in Waltham. And the thing is, the older brother was getting quite radicalized. And so I think he killed them because they were selling his younger brother weed, and the younger brother was becoming a weed dealer. But then I think the feds found out about it. And then I think they flipped him. Didn't flip him. I think they offered him the chance to get out of jail, like the older brother. But the punishment was he had to go to Chechnya and masquerade as like a militant to feed information to U.S. intelligence. But that didn't work because Russia caught him. And obviously he couldn't disclose he was doing this. So the Russia sent him back to the U.S. And it was like, hey, U.S., this dude's a militant. Then next thing you know, Boston Marathon. So that was some crazy stuff. And the fact that the juror knew the brother, knew the brothers. By the way, there were a lot of people in the area who knew the brothers because they went to an MMA gym over in Cambridge, I want to say, maybe Somerville. But I don't know. There's just a lot of oddities about this whole thing. And I'm starting to really believe that if the old DOJ, I truly believe President Trump and Leah Foley are very good people. I truly believe that. And again, people have said this to me before, but Grant, how can you say X person you like even though you don't agree with them? And how can you say you don't like this person even though you agree with them? What is that about? Well, for me, it's not you can have your political views, barring you saying something like, we are going to put all of the Jewish people in camps. If you said something like that, I would be like, nope. I will lead a movement against you. So if you said something like that, okay. But for the most part, if you have your political views and you want to express them, I'm not going to pass moral judgment on your soul until I know what your soul is about. And there are tons of people who I disagree with politically, or who I agree with politically, that I like, dislike, etc. It's not about their views most of the time. Now, I will say, I really do think if this all happened the way I believe it did, if all of this went wrong in so many ways in the Reid trial, and if there's even a potential, what I think might happen going forward, just in 2 separate ways. There's the Birchmore thing, and then there's what I'm going to call, we're going to call it classified for now. Can we, for the time being, to protect Towell's mental well-being, we're going to call it the Birchmore situation related to the O'Keefe and Reid trial. That won't have anything to do with Karen's case fundamentally, just how the story gets told and John's death. But then the classified thing, we're just going to call it the classified thing, all right? Until further notice, the other thing is just called the classified thing. All right, now the classified thing, this thing is just, now I got a massage today, so I'm a little bit off kilter. I think I need to drink more water. This classified thing, it has got everything in it. Now, the other story we talked about earlier with Rollins and Levy and Chao, Birchmore, O'Keefe probe, Hayden, Morrissey, that's the story. That's a big story. But this other thing, the classified thing, it's not, I'm using this as it's not classified. I wouldn't know about it if it was classified. I'm using it as a placeholder. The allegorically classified thing. That, I'm just, oh my God. I'm issuing a Towell D notice. If you've never been in the UK, you might know that your media outlets are subject to something called D notices. I'm issuing a Towell D notice for the time being. We'll talk about all the other stuff except for the classified thing. Not that I'm reading your comments, I'm just letting you know. Oh, hello, Murder by Maestro. I'm a super towel. I'm sorry I got so busy earlier. And now Murder by Maestro. Let's not. Of course, and I think no one's saying that it was, I don't have any comment about that because I don't know enough about what happened or why, or if it was an intelligence failure or whatever. All I know is it can never happen again. Same thing with some of the other insights I've been studying as of late, and I wish I could say more, but I can't right now. There was this, and it's not because of me, as I mentioned. It's just like covering any other story. But there was, and I'm sorry for being cryptic, but there was a certain point, I think it was earlier this morning, not related to the Rollins DOJ stuff, but although it's tangentially related, I guess. But there was a point this morning when I was kind of sitting around, and I had called around and talked to some friends, and I was being a pretty responsible towel, in my opinion. And, I want to speak generally about this, but I came to a pretty, solid place in my thinking as to what was going on. And I remember distinctly, I was in a park this morning, and I looked up through the leaves. And I said to myself, for the first time, actually, I don't know if I'm equipped to deal with what's going on. From a cognitive perspective, from a emotional intelligence perspective, from a responsibility perspective. And for the first time in my life, I said, I think I have to just, instead of trying to reason this out, actually just draw a line of demarcation, come to an understanding of what's going on, and then figure out what to do. And that's where we're at right now. I know some of you are like, I think I have some idea of what you might have put together. And we've done it over the past few days. I'm not going to say exactly what conclusion I came to, what the implications are. You all have all of the information you need to appropriately analyze relevant matters of public concern. But for me, this is a different situation. There are forces at play in this that I did not ever imagine would have been in play. I think it's one of those, the more I think about it, the more I see in this whole case and situation a very unfortunate reflection, much like with the Rollins OIG report, a very unfortunate reflection of our government gone wrong. And I mean the cover-up involving Reed and the old DOJ in Boston. I think a lot of it traces to a faction of the intelligence community that, I wouldn't say they like Karen and Alan, but I think Alan has some friends. I don't think it's Yannetti. Yannetti maybe gets you in the door, but he's not the jet set type. It doesn't strike me as useful. But you know who does? Alan. So then it's just a question of who. We all know you're working hard, Alan, but who are you working for? And then the bigger question is, maybe you're working for yourself because, or at least as an independent contractor, because why would you ever, if what I think happened, I'm being cryptic, if what I think happened, why would you ever do that? Why? It would mean you don't care about America at all. Anyway, I have a lot to think about, ladies and gentlemen. I have a lot to think about, a lot still unfolding. Now, let me take a look. What are we at? We're at 4 o'clock. Let me check if I got anything from Sunny Spirit. I did tell Sunny Spirit that the timing was flexible, though. So if you hear us, Sunny Spirit, you know you're welcome anytime. I feel bad. I felt so guilty yesterday, although I think Sunny Spirit was very understanding, and I'm very grateful for that. We had and this is why I'm following up today, we had a special 1 p.m. Interview scheduled yesterday, and then immediately as we were going to go to talk to Sunny Spirit, the world went to hell in a handbasket. Let me pull up this Juror interview, though. Let's watch that while we're waiting for I think we're going to do about a 4:30 interview, so this is different from Sunny Spirit. So if Sunny Spirit is listening, what we're doing now is I'm waiting for the 4:30 interview to start, where I'm going to be interviewed, and I'm going to simulcast it on Towel Stream. That's one of my favorite parts of the day. By the way, did you know it is 102 degrees Fahrenheit where I am, and that may be contributing to why I am a little bit out of it, because I have never experienced this kind of heat before in Massachusetts. It is, it is 40 degrees Celsius. It is 39 degrees Celsius. I think that it's very possible we're getting to the level of heat where it's impacting my cognition, because I feel very like lackadaisical in my thoughts. And I feel like my mind is a little bit more abstract than normal. It feels less rigid in its thinking. Could be the massage as well, but I'll tell you, we don't get 102, 103, 104 Fahrenheit. I didn't even really realize until I just looked down at my computer and had the opportunity to convert it to Celsius. Like, we are basically at 40 degrees Celsius. It is June in Massachusetts. And so I will say, and by the way, I don't think that Hollywood is entertainment. I think it is the government. I think my opinion is that Alan Jackson has helped the government for a long time. And I don't mean as a prosecutor. I don't know when. I don't know why. I don't know where. I just think it's not that he's famous. It's that he's helping the government. Or, like, he's allowed to run. So, have you ever... Let me give you a good example. I don't know how much I should talk about some of this stuff, but it's public, so... You all know who H. Howard Hunt is? He was one of the Watergate burglars, but he used to, him and G. Gordon Liddy used to work for the CIA. And there's something I want to show you about him. Did you know the CIA operates domestically? They're not supposed to, but they do. And one of the things they do is Bossy Texas chick. Hold on, Bossy Texas chick. We can compare. We can compare day to day. Towel, energy drink, cigars, all of that is constant. The difference today is the heat. But also, if you're just tuning in, it's past 4 o'clock. I'm also getting interviewed at 4:30. I'm very, very excited. I'm going to show you this. It's public information, but I just want you to be aware these are declassified documents. I still don't necessarily, I'm not thrilled that I am showing them to you, but I think that it makes my point. So, let me see. Hold on here. Which one do I want? Hold on. It's like, all right, Vault G. H. Howard Hunt CIA documents. There's one website that documents them all. It's like some random woman's website. I'll find them. Hold on. She has like all these different CIA files. She does a lot of FOIAs. All right, hold on. I'm going to get it. Hold on. And the reason I want to show you this is I'll show you like what I think Alan Jackson is. Let me see. It's not the National Archives. It's just one very, very specific woman, not the Miller Center. I'm going to find it. She had like the reason I can see why it's like a little bit I can see why it's a little bit hard to find because she has like a weird name for it. I have it somewhere. I'm going to find it. I mean, we can just use the CIA site, but it's really hard to... What? It's undergoing maintenance. That's outrageous. So I'm really going to have to find it. Hold on. I'm really going to have to find the other site because I think she'll have it. I mean, see. You'll see. H. Howard Hunt, CIA documents. All right. But I'll show you a little bit of it. It was the Mary Farrell Foundation. I found it. It's the Mary Farrell Foundation. I found it. I'm so excited. You don't understand. I love these documents. All right, so we got to go to the archive, and we have to go to by people. And we're going to go to Watergate. And then we're going to go to the break-in team and search by name. We're going to click G. Gordon Liddy. All right, so I got what you want, ladies and gentlemen. I got exactly what you want to see. We're going to do real-time towel research while I wait for my 4:30 interview. Who's excited? Have you ever wanted to learn about what domestic intelligence operations look like via declassified documents? This should be fun. All right, here we go. All right, so I got to make this a little bit easier for you to find. And we are going to watch the juror interview, but I have an interview coming up myself first, by the way, and the juror interview is only 7 minutes. So I'd rather prep a little bit for my interview, and then when we're ready, we'll watch the juror interview a little later. So we're going to start. Now, you might say, why are we starting with Watergate? Well, we're not. Hello, Paula. I'm about to do a big interview at 4:30, so we're all tuning in, getting ready. I did a little bit of an overview of the Rollins document earlier, but it's very, very long, so you more have to read it. Plus, there's a lot of active developments right now, so I have to be a little, please forgive me. I normally like to be very forthcoming with you all, but right now, I think we all are behooved to pause. You can see a little glimmer in my eye. I have a towel twinkle in my towel eye. Okay? Have faith. Trust what's going on. Not saying I know how everything's going to play out, but just trust. You must have trust, my dear friends. So what we're doing here is something in particular. We're going to grab this woman has, the Mary Farrell Foundation has this great archive, and you want to search by person. So hold on. I want to search by let's try G. Gordon Liddy. All right. Ideally, we want people. But what I'm looking for here is, oh yes, the pseudonym database. Oh, that's how I found him, because he had a pseudonym or something. I found his code name or something. Let's see. All right. Let's see. They had very weird names. You can see there's a lot of code names. Let's try Howard Hunt's. Maybe it's that one. Hold on, little towels. I have to actually figure out a very specific person's name. CIA asset. Hold on. I'm very interested in showing you this, so I'm going to get it right. CIA asset who compiled Communist Daily newspaper. All right. Sorry about that. I don't do the. This is kind of actually difficult real-time research. U.S. Daily Communist Newspaper, 1930s. Not community, communist newspaper. The reason why is they ran a guide domestically. It was the Daily Worker. CIA spy, Daily Worker, G. Gordon Liddy. Ah, yes. Let's see if this will load up. Oh. Yeah, there's something wrong with their reading room. But, hold on. It's almost 4:30 anyway. What do you mean my search limits are reached? This is incredibly frustrating. I'm not going to give up. Why can't you just list it by tag? All right, so, all right, there we go. Let's see. All right, and then I'm looking for his Liddy. What? Why do you make it so hard to search? All right. Now, the reason why this is so interesting is there is a document out there. There is a document, and I'm going to find it for us. It is a document about specifically, let's see, Communist Daily Newspaper Handler. It's specifically about these. Maybe I'm not meant to show it. And it's a little hard when the CIA site's down because they have a pretty good, it has a pretty good search function, but you can't use it right now. G. Gordon Liddy, handler for domestic spy, daily worker. Listen, this is what happens when I go on a rabbit hole in real time as I'm waiting to do an interview, okay? I'm glad you're all hanging out with me. We are going to watch the Juror interview after 4:30. But as we're waiting to do that, we're going to learn how to do a little bit of research. So, let's see. Maybe this. G. Gordon Liddy, codename CIA. I think it was like Hammer or something. No, he did have a code name. Wow, they actually make this. Condor. Yep, I knew it. Mary Farrell Foundation, Condor. So Gordon, Mary Farrell Foundation, Condor. Mary, that's right. Mary Farrell. Well, maybe it's for the best. But there's a lot going on, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess I'm excited to do this interview. I think I get a little nervous before interviews because, oh, I got it. I got it. I found it. I found it. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I got it. I think it's this guy. Chester A. Sororian. Yep, got it. All right, so look at this. Oh, dear God. I knew it. I knew. You don't understand. Like, you cannot Google this stuff. You have to know the person's name. You have to know the document you're looking for. Look at this. It doesn't even have a title. It's just a CIA document. All right? So in this CIA document, I'll show you what it looks like when the CIA runs someone domestically as an agent. All right? So this is about a guy named Wiley, okay? Charles Wiley, all right? Charles Wiley was I'll try to show you who he was. He was like a professor or something. Charles Wiley, U.S. academic. I'll show you who this guy was. No, not this guy. This guy. I'm pretty sure it was this guy. So, he was, so, this guy, right? Where's the report? I just had it. Oh, okay, I didn't actually bring it up. So his name is Charles Wiley. And if you looked at him, you would think like his career was very interesting, but you wouldn't necessarily know anything was off, okay? But I'm going to show you like what he looked like on the surface, and this did have a purpose, by the way. I'm going to show you like what he looked like on the surface, but who he actually was. So if you look at this guy and Murder by Maestro, you are going to find this very interesting if you're here. I think a lot of you will find this interesting. And this is worth the wait. Whoever said it's okay to take a little bit of time to find it, like, trust me, you're not going to find many people who can get CIA documents that are not indexable by Google, where you have to know the guy's like code name. So anyway, this is a picture of the guy. He was a writer for more than 24 magazines, newspapers, and radio stations, speaker of over 3,000 talks to hundreds of schools, clubs, and organizations in 50 states and 6 continents, okay? After an evening of work on the computer, he fell ill and passed away, unfortunately. From the 1930s as a vaudeville and Broadway child actor to war reporting during the wars of America from World War II to the Persian Gulf War, Wiley was an electric presence and a courageous gatherer of facts. Charles Wiley championed a heroic vision of the American tradition of democracy. As an actor, soldier, reporter, and speaker, his biggest impact was on the youth in America and friends of democracy around the world. He fought Soviet communism, but was also fascinated by the civil rights and anti-war youth movements and often reported on them. He had one of the last interviews that Malcolm X ever gave before he was assassinated. He wanted to see the fatal stumble of the Soviets in Afghanistan, so he walked its mountains while talking with Osama bin Laden. Wiley had a very successful 13-year show business career. He was part of his father's stand-up comic routines on vaudeville and was a child actor playing the role of Wally Webb in the Pulitzer Prize-winning Broadway drama Our Town by Thornton Wilder. Wiley's parents were personal friends of Thornton Wilder. We used to visit him in Connecticut, he said. I was a kid, so I didn't appreciate it at the time, but I think Our Town is one of the great plays. It reminds me of Seinfeld because it's about nothing. It's just life. He was also in the Pulitzer Prize-winning Broadway play The Old Maid, where he met Humphrey Bogart, who was the boyfriend of the actress, and Arrest That Woman. In 1939, he joined with many other actors in championing the appearance of opera star Marian Anderson at the Lincoln Memorial Hall after the Daughters of the American Revolution refused to let the African Americans sing in the hall. Anderson instead gave a free Easter Sunday concert to a live crowd of 75,000 and a radio audience numbering into the millions, which began with the patriotic song, My Country, 'Tis of Thee. Soon after Pearl Harbor, at age 15, Wiley joined the USO and entertained the troops at bases throughout the U.S. for a year, but his desire was to get into the fight on the front lines. So at age 17, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy. His service included duty with the Amphibious Corps in the Pacific and a brief tour with Naval Intelligence. He received a battle star for Okinawa, and at the end of the war was among the very first Americans to occupy Japan. Wiley later helped evacuate the natives from the Pacific island Bikini before the atom bomb tests. That's why it's called the Bikini. The designer thought it would have the same impact on men that the bomb had on Bikini Atoll. Like many of his generation, World War II was a paradigmatic event. He studied the war for over half a century. His research book took him to hundreds of battlefields, archives, and museums all over the world, from Hiroshima and Nagasaki to Telemark, Norway, where Hitler tried to develop an atom bomb, and from Stalingrad to Casino. Wiley talked to thousands who were involved, from average folks to generals and admirals. He interviewed the father of the H-bomb, Edmund Teller, and other scientists, along with war efforts. Recently, in the conservative opinion magazine, The American Spectator, he summed up what he learned in several articles, including one published in December 2021, When Americans United and Went to War. After the war, he studied journalism in New York University. As a journalist, journalist, Wiley had reported from 100 countries. He covered 11 wars, including reporting for NBC, UPI, the London Express, and numerous other U.S. and foreign news media. His articles and photographs also appeared in the New York Times, U.S. News and World Report, Newsweek, Time and National Review, and the American Spectator. He reinforced his commitment to a journalistic career by turning down the part of Officer Cupp in production of West Side Story. Wiley was fearless in his reporting in the war zones, as well as behind enemy lines in authoritarian countries. He went to Afghanistan. He was arrested by the KGB. They showed Wiley a file that labeled him a very dangerous enemy of the Soviet Union. He was imprisoned in Cuba. He went to the Vietnam War. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do you notice something about this? Do you notice something very, very interesting about this? It's all about the military parades, the responsible patriotism. I mean, look at this whole thing. Okay, and he was a journalist, a combat reporter. You know what it never mentions once, because you know what is actually hidden from the historical record, but I'm a towel. He was a CIA spy. He was a CIA operative. James McCord was the first representative of the Office of Security to have contact with Wiley, and was undoubtedly the driving force behind the agency's funding of the Daily Worker Index. So Wiley, basically, this guy Wiley, proposed to the CIA that he become an asset because he was going to create. He had this index. He was a really staunch anti-communist. He had this index from the 30s to the 50s of like every single article, every paper written. The Daily Worker was a communist paper in America out of Detroit in the 30s or something. He had every article, every paper copy of it, and he wanted to index it so that he could give the U.S. government during the post-war period in the 40s and 50s, when we went to war with Uncle Joe and communism. He wanted to give the U.S. government all the copies of the newspaper so they could develop membership rolls of the Communist Party and hunt these people. So this guy, do you notice his obituary? It does not say it at all, that he was a CIA spy. And you get the point that I'm trying to make, right? Like, are you all seeing where this is going? A little bit scary as it may be. They don't, if you are actually working with the government, they don't tell you. They don't tell you. All right. Now, a couple things I got to check, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Now, let me just read you this document, because I said I would do an interview at 4:30. It's almost 4:30. McCord was Wiley's primary case officer. So James McCord, one of the Watergate burglars, it wasn't, I think actually Liddy, somebody ends up, Howard Hunt, it's not Liddy, Howard Hunt ends up involved, because Hunt, before he was a Watergate burglar, was also CIA. They were both retired in 1969. McCord was Wiley's primary case officer from 1956 through January of 1962, and during this period guided and was more or less responsible for Wiley's direction and control. The nature of McCord's contacts with Wiley after 1962 are not exactly known, since McCord left the CIA or the SRS in January of 1962 for other positions within the Office of Security. The files do, however, contain the following information, which indicates some contact between McCord and Wiley after 1969. The exact nature of those contacts is not definitely known, especially those in May through June of 1969. However, the presumption is that Wiley, at the direction of McCord, may have reported on and photographed anti-Vietnam. Oh my God, the CIA was directing journalists to, the presumption is that Wiley, at the direction of McCord, may have reported on and photographed anti-Vietnam War demonstrations in Washington under the guise of being a journalist during that period, and gave the results of his work to McCord, who retired from CIA on August 31st, 1970. 30th of May 1969, Cecile Tijash of SRS recorded, "Jim McCord notified me today that Wiley would arrive in Washington, D.C. tonight for a meeting with McCord concerning some Mayday project that has been assigned to Wiley." On 5 June 69, TIJHE recorded, "Wiley telephoned from New York City on 4 June 69 to request that I turn over to Jim McCord the light meter which we drew from logistics for his use last month in connection with his photography work." Wiley said that Jim McCord planned to meet him in New York City over the weekend. Taiji then called McCord's office and instructed them that Taiji had the meter and it would be available in a package for transmittal to Wiley if someone would come by and pick it up. As of June 69, no one called or inquired further into the matter. On June 6, 1969, TJ recorded that Jim McCord advised him on that date that he, McCord, had visited Wiley in New York City on the 4th and 5th of June 69. McCord gave TJ photographs from Wiley, which had been entrusted to Wiley many years ago by Norse Allen. The photographs had the following names on the back: Visnon Beletsky, Fred Borodin, Michael Rashgal, and Derek Zoltan. Memorandum dated 12 March 1970 by blanked out CIA cover employee states. Wiley apparently had telephoned Jim McCord, and at the end of their discussion, Wiley or McCord had the call transferred to our number. Memorandum dated 6 April 1970 by CIA cover employee to Chief SRS states, I received the attached vouchers and an accounting from Wiley on Saturday. I note that among other things, he spent over $120 on film. Should this part of the accounting be referred to McCord, or do we accept it as presented? It is not clear that it meets agency requirements, as all expenses are not matched up with necessary receipts. A memorandum dated April 14, 1970, Captain Charles Wiley states, subject telephoned today after having talks with Mr. McCord and advised that he had unfortunately lost the race to be a congressional candidate from his district. Oh my God! Oh no! The CIA plants congressional candidates? Oh shit. Alright. Maybe I shouldn't have read this on air. Oh my God. Give me a second. This is, by the way, so do you want to tell me, now that we're reading it, do you all understand now about how I used to say, I don't know if you all really have an appreciation for the true scope of what we're talking about sometimes. I don't mean that gratuitously. I was just trying to say, like, this guy, you can Google this guy right now. You can Google him. He was a CIA spy. His obituary did not mention the CIA. The only reason I found this is because I was looking into H. Howard Hunt one day, and I got to this Mary Farrell Foundation. Now I can see why you can't search it. This website, oh my God. I know that they declassified it. Like, this is through a FOIA, because all the Mary Farrell Foundation does is archive FOIAs. But look at that document. That is a document basically saying that the CIA ran this guy as a deep cover operative his entire career. It's great domestically. And you want to tell me Alan Jackson might not be a CIA agent? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, hold on. I hear that we might be ready for our interview, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, little towels. Are you ready? Are we doing the Angela Box show? I heard we're going to be a guest on the Angela Box show, ladies and gentlemen, at 4:30. Grant Smith Ellis Passion reading a... Hold on. What is it? Hold on. Reading a 50-year-old article. Bossy Texas Chick, this is not a 50-year-old article. It is a top secret, it's since declassified, as a top secret CIA document that does not exist. Try to find this document, Bossy Texas Chick. Try to find it. You can't find it by search. It's unarchived. You have to find it by knowing where it is. It's on the public internet, but it's literally in a very specific place. It's a top secret CIA document. I mean, it's not top secret anymore, but, it was at one point. All right, so we're doing the Angela Box Brown show. Hold on, little towels. We'll come back. Not Angela Box Brown, Angela Box show. I have a friend named Brian Box Brown. All right, here we go, little towels. I'm excited. Are you excited? I've always wanted to be a towel getting interviewed. I have to open it up in Google Chrome. I hope this works. This is the first time I'm trying to be a multitasking towel in this way. I think it's going to work, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's going to work. All right. Now let's get rid of that. Hold on one second. There we go. All right, give me a second, friends, while I get admitted to the Super Towel Show. I'm doing a dual broadcast here. This could be exciting, friends. You might hear some music or an intro play. I'm not sure. But I am in the Google Chrome link. I think I should be there. And all we are waiting for now, I'm not sure I think my computer can handle it. All right. I'm glad. Don't worry. All right. All right, well, hold steady, little towels. Towel computer's doing his best. And we will come back to that, by the way. Bossy Texas Chick, just going to wait for this. Hopefully, I am in the interview room. I think Angela's getting set up, so I'm just going to keep hanging out, talking to you. But just know that I am getting ready, and I'm not going to put Angela up on the screen until we are ready to begin. So I'll just wait till I join the interview room. But it does appear to be working. It does appear to be working on my end. So there you go. I'm doing my best. All right. I think I'm here. Hello, Angela.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you know what? Unfortunately, I'm having some buffering issues, Angela, so I'm going to try one thing to fix it. Give me just 1 second. All right, I should be here now.
Hang on 1 second. You are. Can you not see and hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I think.
Hang on. Can you see me?
I can, yes.
Okay, great. All right, we're good. I just sent you a screenshot just to make sure. Okay, so hi, Grant.
Hello, and I should let you know, since I was live, I did do the simulcast thing.
Great, awesome.
So we're saying hello.
Nice.
Take it away. I'm here to answer your questions.
Hello. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get started then, and I'll intro you, and then we'll get moving.
By all means, and the towel friends say hello.
Here we go. Hi, towel friends. So you're Grant Smith Ellis, correct?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Okay, hey guys, I'm the FKR freaks. They are really the gift that keeps on giving, and it's been a week since the verdict, and I'm just really curious to talk to every single normal person in this case. And I was this gentleman was brought to my attention. He's out of the Boston area. He's a journalist named Grant Smith Ellis, and someone direct messaged me. And they said, hey, you need to look into this Josh Levy character. So we're going to talk all things Karen Reed. I don't know. Is she out on the golf course like OJ looking for the real killers, Grant?
Oh, no, I think she prefers throwing trash out behind her hotel to prove she's an every woman.
Wait, what?
Wait, you haven't seen this video? She was captured by the Fox national cameras walking barrels of trash out of her luxury hotel because that's what normal people do. They throw trash out in trash barrels at luxury hotels.
That's very strange. She's not in LA with her alleged boyfriend, Alan Jackson? Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. I saw it was just Karen with the trash barrel. Maybe Alan was in the trash barrel hiding. I didn't see inside it.
I doubt that. So yeah, it's been a whole week. And it's funny, FKR was, I had a really good interview with Matt Phelps last week, and he's been attacked relentlessly because of his podcast, 34 Fairview Road. I'm sure you have received the ire of FKR too. I did too. Like they're so, the free Karen Reed people are so strange to me. Like they don't want to talk about facts of the case at all. They just make like ad hominem personal attacks. I have never seen anything like this. Have you?
I mean, in politics,
Yeah.
campaign season, like an October surprise, like the covering this case was as if there were artificial October surprises every week. It was all narrative all the time, and the facts just became weapons to undermine discussion so that people could express either their loneliness or their hatred towards the world or some private agenda in the form of discussion about this case. It became very sad.
So, what is your take being on the ground there in Boston or the Boston area? Like, I have so many things I want to ask you, but first of all, what's the mood like now that this is essentially over, at least the criminal portion of it? What's going on there?
I would say people just moved on. The conversation in the local donkeys this morning was, why are there so many police cars on the street and are we going to war? So I didn't hear a single person being like, oh, Karen Reed, or what an outrage, or it was more, I think, very localized to the case. We obviously have our shocked reactions. I think there's some questions about what exactly is going on with the case, but the national mood, the local mood, I mean, we're in a dangerous situation, and I don't think anyone is paying attention to Karen Reed. Not to say that Joe Key memory is being forgotten, but that wasn't the topic of discussion around the Boston water coolers today.
Interesting. So I personally think, after getting caught up with this case and watching the second trial, gavel to gavel almost, I think there's a pretty good chance that the O'Keeffes are going to be filing a civil lawsuit, at least I hope so, a civil case against Karen Reed for wrongful death. I'm hopeful that the McCabe's and the Alberts are going to be filing defamation charges against her and Aidan Carney. If they don't, I think that in and of itself, if they do not do those two things, I think that would set a dangerous precedent for people like Turtle Boy and Karen Reed to just willy-nilly torment people and torture witnesses and defame people, call them murderers with zero evidence. What are you hearing about that road, maybe?
Well, obviously, there was an initial civil case that kind of got put on hold, as you were saying, so it couldn't really move forward until this whole criminal situation got the criminal trial ended. So that order, in terms of halting at least the O'Keefe family's part of the civil case against Karen, that can now move forward. Other civil cases, there's been rumors swirling, but of course, Aidan Kearney is facing 14 open felonies related to the witness intimidation and then illegal interception of an oral communication related to Lindsay Gattani. And you were talking about Josh Levy. Let's remember here, folks, the DOJ switched over in the middle of this case. There was a new DOJ that came in. And I think a lot of the reason Karen had protection was because of Josh Levy and that Rachael Rollins and that old DOJ. Now they're gone. So yeah, Karen got her not guilty, but that DOJ isn't in power anymore. And so there's a lot of questions that might get answered without that DOJ kind of umbrella over Karen and Aidan. That's really what I'm looking at here. I really wonder how Karen got this not guilty verdict, but it's really where the fallout goes from here that has me paying attention.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So for my audience who's more not in the Boston area, why would someone, okay, Josh Levy was with the DOJ, the Biden DOJ, correct?
Yeah, so broad 30,000-foot elevation perspective.
Yeah.
When Biden, the old president, picked U.S. attorneys, the woman he picked for U.S. attorney in Massachusetts was a woman by the name of Rachael Rollins. Now, some of you may have heard that name. She was the prosecutor up in Boston here who wouldn't prosecute 15 offenses, who was just who hated police, her own police, who hated the idea of enforcement of the law, but was the prosecutor. She had this progressive vision for Suffolk County. She got appointed U.S. attorney by President Biden. Now, you might say to yourself, this woman quickly got forced out of office. It was a big scandal because she went to a political fundraiser for Joe Biden's wife using official government vehicles on government time in violation of the Hatch Act. She tried to interfere in a primary for her old DA seat by using her official position of U.S. attorney. She violated 18 U.S.C. 1001 and got referred for criminal prosecution by the DOJ OIG and was somehow allowed to just leave office. Now, you might say, why was this woman put into the U.S. Attorney's Office? Well, you were talking about Turtle Boy, this blogger. Well, politics in Massachusetts is weird because Turtle Boy, you might think, oh, he's a little bit right-wing. He's certainly not a liberal. Well, then why Rachael Rollins, right before she got appointed U.S. Attorney, why was she messaging Turtle Boy for help during a Democratic Senate primary between Ed Markey and Joe Kennedy Jr.? And why was Rachael Rollins sending Turtle Boy to send a Republican candidate named Rayla Campbell to hurt Joe Kennedy Jr. in that race and help Senator Markey? Is it because the Biden White House didn't want Joe Kennedy Jr. in JFK's old Senate seat? And did Rachael Rollins get rewarded with the position of U.S. Attorney for using Turtle Boy to influence that Senate primary? That's step one, and I think the answer is yes.
Let me just interrupt there about him. Listen, I'm MAGA as the day is long. I don't claim this freak. Okay. I think he's an equal opportunity narcissist. I think he's in it for himself. He was in it because this, pumped him up, and Karen Reed saw someone that she could use in this situation. But the Josh Levy thing is interesting. You had quite an extensive post on X about it. So Levy was Rollins' assistant, correct?
Yep. So we got the background there and sort of Rollins being a little weird. I'll tell you before we go to the Levy thing, you want to know why I think Aiden got involved? And this is jumping forward a little bit. But in April of 2023, I believe Aiden Kearney was facing, independent of the Reed case, some criminal investigations involving a woman out of Rhode Island named Natalie Haskin. Now, I have good reason to believe that Aiden was very nervous about this around April 20th of 2023 and called Karen through an intermediary named Natalie. And and it's in the search warrant for Karen Reed's phone. Aiden said to Karen that he was having some problems that he needed to spitball with Alan Jackson. Karen then linked Aiden with Alan, and they spoke sometime between April 20th and May 3rd of 2023. Within 2 weeks of that, I tell you directly that the FBI Worcester field office, an agent by the name of Samuel Weiner, directly intervened in that criminal case, and it went away. So if you want to ask...
What?
Yep. So
what?
Yep. It wasn't just that Aiden had an interest in this case. It's that I believe Alan Jackson hooked Aiden up with, remember, there was a federal probe of John's death going on, John O'Keefe's death, specifically a federal grand jury between May and August. That's when it was really heating up. That's when it really was going. May and July and August of 2023. That whole time, look at the articles on Turtle Boy's blog. A pace never seen before, never replicated, a writing style that was a little abnormal. But that's just, we're jumping ahead in the story to Turtle Boy's involvement, because this investigation started in November of 2022, and Josh Levy and Rachael Rollins were all involved. We can talk about how it started. Just know Turtle Boy didn't get involved because he wanted to be famous. He was in trouble, and Karen helped him, and I think she's had that dirt on him since day one.
And Karen, and is Natalie the lady that Matt Phelps referenced in 34 Fairview Road that he kind of bleeped out her name?
Oh, so, well, Natalie
who hooked Aiden and Karen up?
Yeah, so, I mean, I have the search warrant. If you, I'll send it to you sometime. You can look at it. Natalie is listed by name. Natalie and Lindsay Gattani are in the January 2024 search warrant for Karen Reed's phone. Here's the timeline, and it's jumping forward a little bit, but in terms of the Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed relationship, Aiden Kearney and Karen, for the first 3 months that they talked, spoke through an intermediary named Natalie. Natalie was a college friend of Karen from Bentley who fell out from Karen. They didn't talk for a while. Natalie rediscovered Karen and the case because of Jen Altman, I want to say, who's a Turtle Boy fan. So Natalie found out about Karen's case and reached out to her and wanted to kind of talk to Karen about the case. And through Jen Altman, Natalie suggested that Karen talk to Aiden. But Karen didn't want to talk to him directly, so they used Natalie as an intermediary. Karen would message Natalie. Natalie would relay the message to Aiden. That went on until June or July of 2023, when Natalie and Karen had a falling out because Natalie called Karen one night late at night about something unrelated to the case, and it upset Karen, and then Natalie was offended that Karen didn't want to help her with her problems, so they had a falling out. Then, at that point, Karen and Aiden start speaking directly. So the state only has Natalie as the intermediary from May roughly until July of 2023. Karen and Aiden speak directly from July until December of 2023. But during that time, Aiden is dating Lindsay Gattani, and Aiden is telling Lindsay what Karen is telling him. So there's all these messages in the cell phone exhibits to the search warrant for Karen's phone where Aiden is telling Lindsay, oh, Josh Levy's telling Karen this, and Josh Levy's saying this to the defense. Oh, yeah, in the fall of 2020.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. So the DA, let me just, Yannetti and Karen and someone else on her team go to Rollins and said, we need to look into the Suffolk County DA's office or something, or the Norfolk.
Oh, yeah. So you
right?
Want to go, let's go back to the beginning. November.
Yeah. I mean, it gets a little confusing, guys. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of moving parts here, and it's important because going forward, I mean, this woman, Karma's a bitch, and this woman's going to get hers. All right, go ahead.
Well, so November 2022. So remember, Karen Reed is accused of killing John O'Keefe, although she was found not guilty by a jury, but I have questions about that. January 29th, 2022 is when the incident happens. Karen gets charged originally on February 2nd, 2022 in Stoughton District Court. The charges are bound over by a grand jury indictment on June 10th, 2022.
And state grand jury.
Yep, state grand jury. And then by about August of 2022, David Yannetti's getting court TV involved. About November, maybe September of that year, Alan Jackson's involved. November of 2022, somehow, and I think I know how it happened because David Yannetti was on Rachael Rollins' transition team when she became Suffolk DA. She was very pro-defense because she hated cops and wanted to not prosecute a lot of people, so defense attorneys helped her a lot. But so I think Yannetti got them the meeting, and Rollins, what's important to understand here is before we even get to that meeting, Rollins, independent of this case, had a grudge against the Norfolk DA for two separate reasons. One, when Rollins was Suffolk DA and she wouldn't prosecute those 15 low-level offenses, she got criticized in the press by other DAs, including Michael Morrissey. Second, Rollins wanted to change the rules in Massachusetts and have it be so that if you committed murder between the ages of 18 and 25, you couldn't be sentenced to life without parole. We don't have the death penalty. Our harshest penalty is life without parole. So when Rollins made that motion in court, other DAs filed an amicus brief and challenged her, and she flipped out about that as well. Guess who was one of the DAs? Morrissey. So she hated this guy prior to her becoming U.S. attorney. Another important thing to remember.
And these are all Democrats here.
All Democrats.
These are all Democrats.
Yep. And by the way, don't think for 1 second we're like a state that we're like if you are a Democrat you can get away with it. Especially with me as a reporter. It doesn't matter. I'm a moderate myself. I'm a neither party. Just right down Democratic Republican like Thomas Jefferson. But you can't get away with it here because we only are Democrats. So you can't just say, oh, I'm a Democrat. You can't criticize me. Well, okay, everyone's a Democrat. You are going to be criticized. You can't get away with it. No party loyalty, at least for me. So two things. The Rachael Rollins pre-existing grudge against Michael Morrissey. Then there's another prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office at the time named Dustin Chao. His wife in 2015, you remember when Hank Brennan was Whitey's lawyer?
Right. Okay.
So when that case got prosecuted, it was a bunch of charges. One of them had to do with a murder in the town of Sharon, which is in Norfolk County. Now in Massachusetts, the state police have original jurisdiction. The DA has original jurisdiction over all murders. The feds can't even charge a murder unless it's a federal crime, unless the DA agrees to let them charge it. So the Norfolk DA and the feds worked together on the 2015 Whitey case, okay? But at the time, Dustin Chao's wife was a prosecutor in the Norfolk DA's office. She got demoted from Superior Court to District Court and left the office on bad terms. Chao, in 2015, went around trying to get information to burn down the Norfolk District Attorney's reputation. By 2022, Dustin Chao is the head of the public corruption unit, working under Rachael Rollins. He is the person who decides if public corruption prosecutions will go forward in Massachusetts. So you got two people with grudges against the Norfolk DA unrelated to the Reed and O'Keefe case. And then it gets even more interesting because jumping, we lost your camera. So it's
I know, it's my stupid battery.
No, don't worry about it. But
hang on, I'm moving it over to FaceTime. There we go. Can you see me?
Yep, can see you.
Okay.
So the reason I bring that up is so you got these two pre-existing grudges, and one more thing to keep in mind. Rachael Rollins got forced out of office as U.S. attorney because she targeted a different DA, the Suffolk DA, with a fake federal probe, leaked it, and then used that leak to be like, oh, look, there might be a federal investigation. November of 2022, Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, David Yannetti show up. Rollins is about to get thrown out of office. She knows she wants to get back at Morrissey. She's being forced out. She gives them a meeting with Levy. But you might be saying, why would Josh Levy, who was just her first assistant, why would he want to do this, right?
Right, and ruin his career potentially and maybe get a jail.
It's because he wasn't going to ruin his career. I don't know if folks on your channel have heard of Sandra Birchmore.
No. I'm really new to this stuff in the Massachusetts side.
Oh, sure. So Sandra Birchmore was a young woman in Canton. She was a teacher's assistant. She was pregnant, and she was dating a Stoughton police officer named Matthew Farwell.
Yes, I do know a little bit about that case. Yes. He killed her.
Yes, on February 1st, 2021 at 9:23 p.m., Matthew Farwell is alleged to have gone over to Sandra Birchmore's apartment because she wouldn't get rid of the baby. She wanted to keep the baby, and she wanted to have the baby. So he killed her, hung her from a door, and then staged it. Now, you might say, okay, so how's that related? Well, it occurred in Norfolk County. And the way the district attorney's office works here is that if there's a homicide in a county, the same state police unit will investigate it. There's one state police unit assigned to each district attorney's office that investigates homicides. So in Norfolk County, the same unit that investigated Karen Reed for John's death in 2022 investigated Farwell for Birchmore's death in 2021. Now, here's where it gets a little weird. Monday, February 4th, the Canton police respond to Sandra Birchmore's apartment for a wellness check when she doesn't show up to work at her school on Monday. They find her dead. Within 48 hours, the Canton police are able to get the following evidence. 1, Matthew Farwell was the man on security camera at Sandra's apartment at the time of the murder. 2, Matthew Farwell was the same man, according to the maintenance worker, who moved Sandra into her apartment. 3, there were text messages from Sandra's colleagues at school of screenshots where Farwell said he was going to take care of the problem himself if Sandra wouldn't get rid of the baby. Within 48 hours on February 6th, the Canton police turned that information over to the Norfolk District Attorney's State Police Unit. Somehow, 3 months later, that State Police Unit doesn't include any of that evidence in their report and clears Farwell of wrongdoing and rules Sandra's death a suicide. Here's where it gets weird. 2 of those officers, John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan, used to work in Stoughton with Farwell. Here's where it gets even more weird. After the MSP wrote that report, despite the evidence from Canton PD, the former chief of the Canton Police, Ken Berkowitz, I have very good reason to believe, he reported the Stoughton Police and the MSP unit to the FBI related to the Birchmore case, which means, and that was in 2021, 2022, that means when Levy had Jackson, Yannetti, and Reed walk into his office in November of 2022, I think he played him. I think Levy knew that Birchmore was the actual target, the cover-up of Birchmore's murder, but he knew the state police would be keen to it. They'd be wise to it. They're investigators themselves. So they launched a fake probe into Karen Reed and John O'Keefe so that they could distract the MSP unit and actually look into the cover-up of Sandra's death. Why does this make sense? Because that grand jury I mentioned in 2023 with Josh Levy leading it ended basically in August when the Birchmore grand jury started. And the MSP, when they were investigating Aidan Kearney in the fall of 2023, yeah, they were investigating Aidan. He did some bad stuff. But guess what they really wanted to know? Guess what they were asking people in his circle? Who's the target of the federal probe? And what's it about? Because they knew it wasn't about John's death. So you see why this narrative is so delicate? Because the people around the Reed and O'Keefe case, I think in particular this unit of MSP, they knew they were clean for investigating Karen. They knew she did it, in their opinion. But they knew Birchmore was hiding under the surface. I think Karen knew Birchmore was hiding under the surface. And I think Levy, the reason he gave Karen so many winks and nods and helped her out is that was an operation to distract the MSP so that they could actually investigate the cover-up of Sandra's murder. And that's where we're at.
So a lot of the Free Karen Reed people will bring this case up, and they will say, Massachusetts State Police, and now you're saying Yuri Buchanan is involved in perhaps a cover-up, that they point to this as saying, bad apple spoils every bunch type of thing. Do you think that Yuri Buchanan and the other gentleman you mentioned, do you think they're dirty? Do you think they just missed it? Like, what do you think this is?
Very high level source in this world said to me, Michael Morrissey is a good guy, but he's got some bad people around him. I think the investigation of Karen Reed was clean. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Those cops who used to work in Stoughton, the ring of women of young girls abused by those cops was more than just Sandra Birchmore. And I think the incentive for the MSP unit here to not look into what happened with Farwell was not to protect Matt Farwell. It was because you open that Pandora's box, you're going to find, and by the way, I now have evidence of this, that baby was not Matt Farwell's. It just came out in the past 3 weeks or a month. There was a ring of cops. It was like his brother, who's also a cop, a guy named Robert Devine. It was a ring of them. And I'm going to guess if we really open that Pandora's box, it touched on some of those guys. Do I know who? Do I know why? Do I know who said do this, do that? No. But I can, I guarantee Tully knew. I can almost guarantee. I guarantee Nick Garino knew. I guarantee Yuri knew. I guarantee John Fanning knew. John Fanning was the name on the report, but it was their unit. And then also, let's not forget, I think the key insight here, and it's why people have such a difficult time parsing this sort of what happened here. Nothing is black and white. Some of us try to be, universally good. We just try to be good. But most politics, most intelligence operations, like state police are an intelligence gathering operation, the feds are an intelligence gathering operation. It's not about being good or evil. It's about achieving results. And so I think what makes it really hard for people to understand is how is it possible that someone could simultaneously want to and do a good job of trying to get Karen Reed for John's death, but at the same time have covered up Sandra's murder? Or for example, Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction. When Aidan Kearney was being investigated for witness intimidation and for what he did to Lindsay, Lindsay's one of the named victims in the open felony cases, Brian Tully took a 15-year extraction of Lindsay's phone, right? Only deleted messages from himself to Lindsay and one other person to Lindsay, and then leaked it to Aidan's lawyer by hand, including pictures of Lindsay giving birth, right before the first Karen Reed trial. And you might say, well, why would he do that? Well, it caused a big distraction. And leading up to the first Karen Reed trial, nothing could get the Turtle Riders to leave these witnesses alone. But Lindsay became... So now when you see what I'm saying? It's all about ends justify the means. You need to get something done, you get it done. It's not a morality question for these people. It's get the shit done. You got to get Karen, okay, get it done. Because she did it, okay? You got to cover up the Birchmore thing because of some other political shit, cover it up. You got to use Lindsay as a distraction, no matter the cost, because she couldn't, because Lindsay, remember, was one of the people that Tully wanted to find out information from about what the federal probe was about. Oh, she's useless? Well, at least we can use her as a distraction. Who cares if it's naked pictures of her giving birth? She's just a single mom. She can't stop us. We're the state police. What they didn't foresee was someone actually figuring this out.
So, okay. The verdict last week, for those of us not in Massachusetts, and who see this case pretty critically and clearly, it was such a head scratcher. But now that you're kind of giving me this backstory about potential corruption in the Massachusetts State Police, those jurors would know all of that stuff. And even though they couldn't bring it into the case, they still knew all that stuff. So it's almost like it was a jury nullification, not just for Karen, but to send a message to potentially corrupt people in the Massachusetts State Police. Am I off here?
Yeah, I thought you were going to go another direction. Yeah, I actually think you're wrong, and here's why.
Oh, okay.
And you might like this answer. I'm so glad you actually brought this up. So I don't know if I think something did happen with the jury, but I don't think they nullified. I think that it might have actually been corrupted. Here's why. Did anyone take a look at the reporting about juror number 11's father-in-law? Did you catch any of that? It was.
I didn't. I saw one that was like a big true crime junkie, and she's like, "I've never heard of this case," and.
Yeah. Oh, no. So I'll tell you, I do some good research, and I'm pretty local, and, I am pretty good at following court documents. Juror 11's father-in-law in 2019 was a defense contractor for Raytheon, who had immigrated from Egypt. He was born in 1953, immigrated from Egypt in 1980, worked his way up at Raytheon, and had top-secret security clearances as a physicist working on missile defense systems. Okay, Raytheon is a DOD defense contractor in this area in Massachusetts. It's very serious. In 2019, he was found to have taken 31,000 pages of documents to his house, obliterated the classified markings. 500 of the pages were about U.S. missile defense systems, okay? He was caught by the FBI, and he proceeded to try to destroy the documents, like he tried to get away with it. Simultaneously, he was charged in state court in Attleboro for possession of child sexual abuse material. This is the father-in-law. Okay, now here's where it gets really weird. Guess who represented him in the Attleboro District Court?
Let me guess, David Yannetti.
No, Kevin Reddington, who is a federal lawyer that was the lawyer for witness Jen McCabe. Now, it gets way weirder. So the guy, the father-in-law of Juror 11, he, after getting caught stealing classified military missile documents, not like just pictures of a site, like literally the documents to our missile defense, and in possession of child sexual abuse imagery. Do you know how much prison term he got? 18 months concurrent for both state and federal charges in a private ICE detention facility in Pennsylvania, normally used as a transitional point before deportation. He then wasn't deported and allowed to go back to being a free man. Now, why would that happen unless, let's say, for example, he was Egyptian intelligence and there was a State Department negotiation where we got some guys out of a prison in Egypt who weren't declared CIA and got caught, and then this guy wasn't sent back to Egypt, but we let him do 18 months. Okay, and then it makes you wonder, why did Juror 11 and her husband, who were living in California from 2012 to 2021, creating podcasts to convince feminist Catholic women to convert to radical Islam in America, why did they suddenly, after the father gets popped and goes to federal prison on these charges, move to Brazil for 3 years? And then why in March of 2024 did the juror move to a $1.5 million home in Brazil and take a part-time in Walpole, Massachusetts, in Norfolk County from Brazil, and take a part-time job at a Target until she got selected for the Karen Reed retrial jury in the retrial? And then furthermore, why is she so good at PR? Why is she so good at speaking? Why is she basically as good as a trained intelligence operative would be? And why is a potential family member of an Egyptian intelligence operative going from California making Islamic videos for Western feminist Catholic women to Brazil? And remember, Brazil and Egypt are hostile countries to the United States. They're a member of the BRICS, right? They are our enemies. Why is she going from California to Brazil when her dad gets popped in Massachusetts for stealing our defense secrets? And then why does she show up back here? That's
a whole rabbit hole, Grant. That's a whole rabbit hole.
And so the reason why I'm apoplectic about this, and we didn't even lead with it, is you want to talk about that jury. I'm not only worried about the influence this person had on the jury, I'm worried about whether it's possible that when the father went down, we had a security failure and they didn't know about the son. That's why he went to Brazil. They knew about him because he wrote in the sentencing memo for his dad, but they didn't know about the son or the daughter or the Islamic podcast. She goes to Brazil, maybe working for Egyptian intelligence, regrouping. And then maybe Alan Jackson. Like, think about this. You got a pissed off former federal DOJ, Levy, Rollins, Chao. They couldn't save Karen the first time with ARCA. They violated the sequester order. Remember, DOJ helped Karen the first trial. Is this the revenge of the DOJ? Who would have a freaking random connect to a potential Egyptian intelligence operative in Brazil? And who would have the power to make sure someone got on the jury? I think this was...
That's interesting. And there's been reports that obviously there was a few jurors that were voting to convict. Obviously, I was so surprised. I was like, this heifer is going down this time. Like, there's no way. Like, back to the case. I mean, this is rabbit hole city for sure. I'm sure that Hank Brennan, hindsight, was like, why the hell didn't I put on a rebuttal case? Why the hell didn't I bring the dog lady back to talk about how dogs, as far as I know, have an upper and a lower jaw and DNA attached to it? Like, at the very least, you should have brought the dog lady back and had a little fun with that. But, like, are you getting any sense of how the jury was split initially when they did their first polling? Or, like, was this already a fait accompli?
Well, I've listened to every interview except for the one the foreperson did, today with Good Morning America. And what I got the sense is there were like a few guilty verdicts, but it really seemed like the reason Hank approached the case the way he did it towards the end was that he probably figured out what I just told you. And I know it seems...
That the fix was in.
Yeah, and I know it seems weird, but remember, Hank Brennan has access to the jury list. Now, if you had been... I know you're very busy, but if you had been watching over like 40 hours starting, I think, last Wednesday or Thursday when the verdict came in real time, crowdsourced, we were able to put together that this woman's father-in-law was clearly Egyptian intelligence. Mm-hmm. Hank Brennan has like federal security clearances, has been a federal lawyer, had the jury list. I am sure at a certain point he put, what can you do at that point? Maybe nothing, but I'm pretty sure he realized it was the fix was in. And if I'm right, and Hank Brennan had the new DOJ under Leah Foley and President Trump didn't like what Karen did with ARCA, right? Forget about the Birchmore case, whatever, but didn't like how Levy and Rollins and whatever gave Karen a tip on the scale during the first trial. Okay, so that's why Hank Brennan gets all those documents exposing the hidden payments from ARCA. That really embarrassed the DOJ. Like when all that, that was not the new DOJ under Leah Foley.
Wait, let me. I'm blanking on that. Hidden payments to the defense. ARCA. Hidden payments.
Yeah. So what happened was during the first trial, from March to July of 2024. ARCA was actually being paid by the defense, but not disclosing it to Judge Cannoni or the Commonwealth, and not revealing it, and the defense wasn't revealing it. Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Can they do that?
Well, and so what happened was after President Trump got elected in January of 2025, remember when the federal probe was announced as closed?
Yes.
Right at the same time, Leah Foley released to Hank Brennan documents confirming that Reed's defense paid ARCA and had been communicating with them. Remember the 100 text messages and all that? Hank only got that because of Leah Foley coming.
The text messages that Dr. Wolf deleted?
Yes, even the fact that all Hank, I think, got was the number of texts, or the fact they had been sending out the content. He got that because Leah Foley came into office and the old liberals were gone. Now, this is why I'm a little worried. If Leah Foley and Hank Brennan really stood up to FKR and Alan Jackson and the old DOJ, I'm worried the old DOJ was like, oh, you think it's that easy? And somebody called somebody who had a contact and was like, we're going to make sure to protect our liberal DOJ's reputation that she gets a not guilty. I'm worried not just that this verdict was manipulated, but that it was manipulated by statecraft, not the current administration. And this is why I think President Trump might have to get involved, or the GOP Accountability and the Congressional Oversight Committee, the DOJ OIG. I think what we had here potentially was a triumvirate of alienated liberal DOJ bigwigs, Josh Levy and others, who might have had a vested interest in making sure this verdict was not guilty.
A vested interest, especially because Josh Levy has been proven to be in communication with Karen.
And then it gets more. And what did Josh Levy do as soon as he got kicked out of office and Leah Foley came in? Levy sued President Trump on behalf of Harvard.
That's great. So Levy is now Harvard's attorney in the negotiations that the Trump administration is having with Harvard. That's crazy. Listen, just like FKR, I don't want to be, I love a good conspiracy theory, 100%. And this is very interesting, and I've never heard of any of this stuff. But we don't want to be like old FKR going, hey, we're going to find the real killers now. But this is what's interesting. What it sounds to me that you're saying is that maybe Hank Brennan knew the fix was in. And he was like, all right, cool. We're going to see. It's sort of like those of us, again, in the rabbit hole community. We're like, Trump is just kind of hands-offing it and has been for quite some time. Like, let's see them hang themselves. Like, don't interfere with the enemy as they're in the process of destroying themselves. So perhaps Hank was like, okay, we know about this potential Egyptian, the weirdness. And then maybe he's like, is there a chance that the feds could step in and say, we're going to try this case on a federal level? Or is the criminal case over? Is there any chance?
Let me give you an example by analogy. So you remember the situation in Las Vegas with that shooting in?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That wasn't weird or anything.
Yeah. So, what if it were like this, right? So Saudi Arabia has a relatively complex geopolitical history, but right around that time, King Solomon had to make a choice. There were two different factions within his kingdom. One was led by his previously designated successor, MBZ. One was led by a more Western, Israeli-friendly man named MBS. You probably heard of him. Now, MBS loves the high life. I mean that literally. You could say he likes to powder his nose to refresh a lot. Okay? I'm just saying, he likes to stay dry. It's very, very hot in Qatar or Saudi Arabia.
Right.
All right, so let's say he was in Vegas. Now, people will deny this for whatever, but you can see the video. He was not there under his real name. I promise you it was a fake name. But let's say he was in Vegas, right? And say certain factions of U.S. intelligence, certain factions of Saudi intelligence wanted him gone. Let's say President Trump didn't want him gone. Let's say President Trump liked the idea of MBS taking over, despite the fact that MBZ had been a 20-year intelligence asset for the West. He would have been really good for the West too. It's just he was not friends with Trump like MBS. So let's just say President Trump maybe didn't get told about this. What do you do if you're President Trump? You're someone who's campaigned on releasing the Epstein files, releasing the JFK files. Then I guarantee you he signed a 141D. I promise you, he signed a 141D on that. We are never going to hear anything about that, because what that really was MBS surviving an assassination attempt, which is why immediately after, probably with President Trump's support, MBS went to Saudi Arabia and literally locked all the people in the Four Seasons and did a coup and took over. He survived the hit.
I vaguely remember this.
He survived the hit. He went back to Saudi Arabia. He cleaned up. Now he's in charge. Is President Trump ever going to tell us that? No, because it's a matter of national security.
I mean, again, so many rabbit holes.
So by analogy, my answer to your question is, it depends. It depends on if it's a matter of national security. If there was a person who made a decision, and I'm going to speak very gently, okay? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not part of the government. This is not legal advice. If there was a person who made a decision in 2019 or 2020, okay, that son of the father-in-law who stole the missiles was useful as a double agent, the StreamYard literally closed as I said that. All right. That was freaky. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. The StreamYard closed as I said that. Someone was like, this man is not allowed to say that. Are you kidding me? Did you all see that happen? Oh, no, oh my God. Did you all see that happen? Literally, as I was saying that sentence, the whole thing just crashed. Listen. That's actually incredibly freaking freaky. That's like outrageously scary. Not okay. This is the United States of America. I am an American. I am an American. How dare you? I'm an American.
There we go.
Hello.
He's back.
Angela, now
Sorry. Are you back?
Yeah, Angela, I know you didn't do that because you were literally talking.
Are you there?
Yeah. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Weird, but you're back. And we're still recording, so we're good.
Yeah. But Angela, how weird was that? I know you didn't end that or anything. Literally, as I said that sentence, it cut me out. It threw me out. The whole thing cut me out. It was like a message, like stop. That was really weird. Not from you, obviously.
That is right. Yeah, that was interesting. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think there's just hold on. There's a little buffering going on.
What is happening?
Oh, I'm
hello.
Yeah, I'm back. Are we back?
I'm gonna let him know.
No, I think I'm back.
Okay. I think I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just give it a second to load up. I think I'm back.
Okay, I can see you. You're moving.
Yep.
I don't know if you can hear me at all.
I can hear you.
Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I can hear you. Like that. If to get justice for this man, I mean, is there going to be a civil trial? Are there going to be, I mean, there's so much evidence. Like, I think Aiden Carney is basically going to give up Karen Reed real quick. Like, she's going to abandon him right quick. Like, and if there's anything I know about this guy is like, he's a vengeful MFer. Okay. Like, he'll turn on her quick, I think, and give up everything.
Well, he's already talked about fleeing. You know, he's already talked about.
All right, I really wanted your take on this.
Oh, I'm here. I think you just have to give it a second.
What is your, like, don't you, Aiden will Aiden give her up?
No, you might.
I think Grant agrees with me.
I'm sorry. It's just the
And
the connection. No, it's the
I don't know if he can. The connection's not great. I'm so sorry. I don't know whose end that is, but I'm sorry if it's mine.
Oh, don't worry about it. It could be anything. I think earlier it was working fine. It's going up and down. I can hear what you're saying. I think it's just there's a delay in the
audio. All right, I'll tell you what. It could be anything. I'm hearing. Right now, you're delayed a little bit. You're slightly delayed. Maybe let me stop this recording and I'll
No, hold on. I'm just gonna exit out of this. All right, hold on. I have a plan. Listen, I am not just gonna not let this interview happen. I feel like that was very weird. I'm gonna start a Zoom and we're just gonna do it that way. I mean, they couldn't get to, whoever was doing that couldn't actually get to the broadcast that I was doing because I run it through a few layers, but they got to her. I mean, that was weird. They did not, that was the creepiest thing. Thing is, I'm live too, so even it doesn't matter like whether she has a recording of it. Like the weirder thing is all that shit on my end was broadcast live. Like that's why I do my interviews live in case shit like that happens. That was the weirdest freaking thing I've ever experienced in my life. That was some shit. I'm starting to get a little worried now. All right, little towels. I'm going to try to get Angela back. I have a backup plan, although it was supposed to be her interview. I don't know if it was like the software she was using or what it was, but I have a backup plan. Yeah, no, it was. I don't think it was the connection. Might have been the browser or something with the browser, but I don't think it was the connection. The reason I know the connection's fine is I didn't drop any frames on my software. That was creepy, though. That was creepy. I'm going to send you a message, Angela. We shouldn't use that same link here. Try this. So, Angela, if you're listening, we can continue the interview. I have a backup plan. Yeah, no, I don't think FKR have anything to do with that, nor do I think they care. I do want to see who this is, though. Let me just see what happens if I call this number. Oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. I am so sorry about that. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm back. I was just double checking just to see if we can get that Angela interview back. Let me just tell you though, that was a strange experience. What happened to America? Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness. I did send a link over to Angela. I feel both of us got a little bit of a spook there, perhaps rightfully so. But even if that's the case, okay? Even if that's the case, it's weird. It's weird. Let's see if we can get Angela to come back. Listen. I think we might have stumbled onto something that, at this point, I can't tell. It's just a weird situation. But I also feel like, oh, Angela's here. We did it. Ladies and gentlemen, Angela, you're back. So listen, I don't know if it was StreamYard or whatnot, but we are now on a platform. It was
probably my shitty Wi-Fi.
No, it's not. So I want to talk to you about this. It could have been the browser, right? But I have a software that I use. I don't use StreamYard. I'm relatively technically proficient. I use a software that monitors if I drop even a single frame due to a connection issue. So I'm talking like, you could talk about like a connection going from like 5, like a speed of 5 to 4.9, right? It would be like, Grant, you lost like a little bit. Not one. Nothing. I checked my whole log. Now, it wasn't you either, and the reason I know it's not is you are coming in, like, I can hear your audio. I can't see your video.
Yeah, I can. You can't see me?
Not yet. I can see you right now. Hello, Angela. You're back.
Hello. I'm trying to figure out how to record this so I can just add it to my iMovie. Unlike you, I'm not technically advanced. I'm retarded.
All right. Oh, don't worry about it. So hold on. Let me click. There might be a button, and I can always send it to you. I don't know if I have to enable recordings or if I just have to do it. So I have to do it, but I will create a recording from here on out.
Yeah, let's create the recording.
Recording in progress.
All right. Yay!
So, first of all, it's great to have you back. Now, Angela, let's just recap, because for those just tuning in, this is actually you interviewing me. We're just making some technical adjustments. It might be a little bit unsettling for people to have seen this. We live in a free country. This is the United States of America. We were having a discussion about topics that anyone might have talked about. You know, this was all publicly available information. You were about to ask me if I thought, where is this verdict? Where are we going from here? It just cut out. We could not have the conversation.
It was strange.
And I guess in that sense, that we'll leave it at that. And then I'll let you ask the questions, because this is your interview of me. I'm just now accommodating the technological medium.
Listen, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. I love talking to people who are on the ground there, because, coming from someone like an outsider, again, it just seems like such a cut and dry case. Like, I don't get this verdict at all. Like, at effing all. Okay. So I guess in my heart of hearts, if what we're all talking about comes to fruition, that mean, oh damn it. God, this is a fucking shit show, man. Hang on, let me change my FaceTime camera again. This is I mean, this I have so many issues with my camera. Anyway, I guess in my heart of hearts, what I hope happens is that the feds somehow get involved in this, and they're like, okay, there were some shenanigans that went on with this Josh Levy character and the Karen Reed defense, and that in and of itself, maybe we can't charge her for the murder of John O'Keefe, but we can charge her with X. And if the feds get involved, that could be a more interesting thing. I just it strained my credulity to think that her lawyers would risk everything for this in denial alcoholic narcissist. Like it doesn't.
It was.
Why would they risk their whole career for this? Like I don't know.
But Aidan Kearney told us the answer, isn't it? Didn't he? I everything is riding on this. My reputation, my future. This was I truly believe when that guilty verdict came down, Alan and Karen each made $40 to $50 million.
What?
I'm not kidding you. I truly believe when that guilty.
How would Karen make $40 to $50 million?
I believe that the licensing. I'm not saying I'm just guessing. Okay, I believe based on my analysis that most likely when that guilty verdict came down, each of them made $40 to $50 million. They had rights deals that were conditional on the verdict. Each of them made $40 to $50 million. And you know what I'm wondering? If they had those rights...
You mean like with the body in the snow thing?
Yeah, no, it's going to be way more than that. You remember like the movie Black Mass or whatever? This is going to be bigger than, I mean, the way Karen thinks of it, it's going to be bigger than Erin Brockovich. It's going to be bigger than Titanic. That's Karen. Karen thinks she's going to become the next, like, Meryl Streep.
Do you think Karen thinks she's innocent? Do you think she's talked herself into that at this point? Like...
No,
I don't think she has.
No, I don't think. I think Karen is way more in the mindset of, I'm going to become an aristocrat. She's always wanted to be one, like a high earner, not yet rich. Okay, she's in finance. She never really broke the glass ceiling. She was working as a day trader and needed a second job as a professor. Like and the only thing that would really make sense, by the way, about all this, and it is important we talk about it. The only thing that would make sense is if her father and her are also at least in the orbit of the intelligence world. Here's why I think about it. Do you know where Bentley is? Have you heard of the college?
Not until this case.
Yeah, so I'm from this small town outside of Boston. I'm from a suburb, and it's right next to Bentley. It's the town over from me. And Bentley is like an international finance hub. It's like, you go there, you will know presidents, you will know like prime ministers, you will know the heads of the World Bank. It is the perfect place for domestic intelligence to operate. So I've always felt William Reed. I asked him to his face one time if he knew Josh Levy. And he was like, no. But like I've always felt that William Reed was more than just a college dean. Not in a bad way. Like I love America. Like, I get the sense, like, he carries around the air with him, like, don't you understand how much I've done for this country? He doesn't say it, but he carries this air of, like, don't you know who I am? And a Bentley dean, like some random dean at a college, no. They don't think like that. They don't care.
Well, I definitely think that her parents, at the very least, have enabled this woman's awful, narcissistic, sociopathic behavior probably her whole life. And you know, regardless of the multi-layered potentiality of this, at the very least, I really hope that the O'Keefes file a civil suit. I hope that the McCabe's and the Alberts file defamation charges. And I think it's going to be very simple to prove because there are going to be text messages between her and Aidan Kearney. Aidan Kearney, or she's telling them where to find these people, where their houses are, whatever. I mean, it is so outrageous. And I think this is why this case has caught on, because in actuality, it's a very simple case. But the reason it caught on was because of the outrageous behavior by this woman and this blogger. Like, it's insane what they did to innocent people. And there has to be an accounting for that.
And I'm worried now, and I'm sorry to turn the interview around, but what do you think? This is why I really wanted to pull it into what we've seen with these media interviews and the jury. I don't think we can ignore this, because what the jury is almost doing is they're asking Leah Foley to try to relook at the case, when what I'm wondering is it's not the case that has to be relooked at, the investigation of John's death or anything. It's the defense. Like you're saying, do we have an apparatus that's capable of and obviously jurors aren't going to call for an investigation into themselves. So as Americans, we have the right to petition the government for redress of our grievances. And if we think the jury process was compromised, we could set aside the spy stuff, okay? Although that's true. The records are there. But if the jury was compromised, like by ideology, or someone who didn't reveal that they were FKR, or who had outside influence, who other than the public is supposed to say, government, do something?
I just don't know how that's going to happen, because jurors could just be like, well, you just lie. I mean, obviously there were stealth FKR on there, and FKR is unlike a beast. I've never seen a group of people like this, like that are riding and dying for such a deplorable human being, and yet they think she's some freedom fighter. She's a nasty piece of work, this woman. And again, imagine, like, okay, these were her friends. Like, whether or not she knew them for a long term, she certainly knew Jen McCabe for a while. She certainly knew Carrie for a while because of the kids. It's like, can you imagine, like, a decent human being being like if I had done this, and I said this in the interview with Matt Phelps, I was like, if I had done this, my mother would have been like, oh, you're going to take your consequence. Okay. We're not putting money up for a defense to then blacken the names of people who are your friends. Like, it's so dirty to me what she's done. Like, I've got to believe that karma's coming for this heifer at some point.
Oh, yeah. And you know, her brother, Nathan, got caught embezzling $24,000 from a college bookstore.
I did hear about that.
And I'm sure the father helped him get off with some kind of negotiated plea on that as well. And I do think there's this culture of non-accountability. And, I mean, maybe it's the elephant in the room. Like, they're not even necessarily that rich, but do we have this position? Do we have this? Not everyone who makes money is this way, obviously. But do we have certain people in America who say, oh, well, I made money. I made it. I'm someone. So therefore, my children can't be held accountable. That might be playing into this. But that doesn't explain the scope.
Yeah.
The as you said, what was the word? The intensity of the passion. And I truly, maybe you believe differently, I truly believe that at least towards the end there, because I was seeing the buffer zone crowds. Right in the beginning. It was just like 5, 10 people, 20. I think it was paid for. Like, come on.
That's what Matt Phelps said too. Matt said, I can't prove it, but there are allegations that some of this, the hundreds of thousands of dollars she raised in her defense, we're going to pay these people. I mean, AstroTurf. I mean, again, defense attorneys are not Republicans, okay? Democrats are all about AstroTurfing. So they're like, let's do what, they do with BM, as I call Black Lives Matter, and Antifa. Let's do that with this group of people.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
Well, and I worry it's a little bit more than that. And, I'll spitball with you here. These kind of movements, right? Like they serve a purpose, multiple purposes, right? Like they're very popular, right? So therefore they bring in a lot of people. Really easy to monitor them all. Maybe these are elements of society that a little fringe, a little bit.
It's coming from a conservative point of view. What I found so strange, I guess, I was telling Matt Phelps, I was like, I'm going to be a MAGA whisperer, and I'm going to explain to you why MAGA's into this, because it is a conspiracy theory, and we love a good rabbit hole. Okay, so that's why. And they just think that this is just another government out to get innocent women. I'm like, no, this ain't it. All right. It's a very simple case. Like, she fucking did it, okay? She did it. Their data doesn't lie. He was on the ground. I mean, I was like, oh, maybe what they did is they got Jen McCabe and the McAlberts. So they grabbed his limbs and they pulled him into the house, but they left his phone out in the cold so they could really set her up. Like, it makes zero effing sense.
No.
Like, it's so dumb.
I have the theory that puts it all together. It's that Chloe doesn't follow the laws of gravity because she's from another planet and doesn't have DNA, and so actually that's
or lower jaw.
Oh, you follow my jaw. There you go. I have a fun story for you, by the way, before we move on. You call yourself a bit of a MAGA whisperer, so I'm probably one of the few people from like deep blue Massachusetts who will be like, well, let me tell you about how my mom and my grandfather used to go down to Mar-a-Lago and they were friends with President Trump. And that is true. My mom is like Wendy Murphy. So she used to, she does a lot of TV. And so she knew Bill.
That's your mom?
Yes. So she knew Bill.
I think I've heard of her. I think I probably would know her if I saw her.
Oh, she's wonderful. She does a lot of like victims and children's advocacy work. She does the Equal Rights Amendment for women. She's a professor of law. But Bill O'Reilly wrote the foreword to her last book, her two books ago, actually. She just wrote a new book, Oh, No, He Didn't, which is about women in history and the men who stole their inventions. So there you go. But Bill O'Reilly wrote the foreword to one of her books, and so she used to be in this, she used to go on Geraldo and Bill Donahue. Like, my childhood was like, Montel Williams gave me a GameCube because he was like, I'm sorry your mom had to come do TV over the weekend, Grant. Here's a GameCube. And I'm like,
oh, that's funny.
But I bring that up because I'm probably one of the few people in Massachusetts who just, whether you're Democrat or Republican, like most of them will just talk to me. Like, it's because I just am mostly about my views. Like, I really like Jesus. So it's just, I'm easy to talk to. I'm not a partisan. And even the FKR fans, a lot of them speak to me, And I never got the sense that it was just about the conspiracy. Because I hear what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I see it, and don't get me wrong, President Trump has changed politics in the sense that people don't think about the government like they used to, much more distrusting what's really going on. So that I get. But for them, it seemed like a sense of meaning, purpose in life.
Yes.
It was something, it wasn't just, President Trump or politics, whatever. That's like meaning, right? Like, you attach it, but it's not every minute of every day, even for someone who, and I'm not saying this in a pejorative way, say you love like some random Democratic politician, you love a Republican politician, you still have your life outside of politics.
Yeah, but FKR, man, that was a whole thing.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And
now it's just gone away. Like, gone away.
Well, and did you notice the very tactical kind of like, okay, we're not going to talk about this anymore. Like LTL was like, I'm retiring from coverage of the Karen Reed case. I'm moving. LTL was one of LTL Media is one of Let's Talk Live is one of Karen's big FKR people. Him and I know each other because he covers another case which is about Trooper Enrique Delgado.
Now they're just like never mind. Like they're just gonna go like I said. I thought about this. I was like, how long is it gonna be until FKR's like, hang on a minute. The only Fed investigation going on is the investigation into witness harassment and tampering and it's directed at Karen and Aiden. Like, how long is it going to be until they understand, like, y'all were played, like, duped?
Well, have you ever...
And do they have enough self-awareness and integrity to say, okay, I was completely duped. I'm a dumbass, basically. I'm an idiot. I got it.
And that's hard for anyone to do. But
it's hard.
Think about where we're at now, right? It's such a battle of the media narratives.
Mm-hmm.
They're now living in this world, right, where they have these jurors out there who are saying exactly what they want to hear. And what did Shakespeare say? All the world's a stage. So it's like this, it's more, that's what I've noticed. It's more about the narrative than it is about the facts. Most people, and I hate to say it, don't actually care about the facts. They just want to hear a narrative, and then they align certain facts to the narrative. And I'm not saying now FKR did it really bad, but you can have that happen in any case. It's just in this case, people really... there was a narrative out there for years that Colin Albert and Chris Albert sold drugs. They didn't do that.
I didn't.
Dude, someone made up a rumor, who shall remain nameless. Someone made up a rumor because they wanted to troll Turtle Boy. right? So they wrote an email to Turtle Boy and they were like, oh, Colin Albert and Chris Albert sold drugs. Turtle Boy read the email on a show, and then for 2 years, people were like, Colin Albert and Chris Albert did that. There was no legitimacy to it. It's just because someone said it, it became a narrative. That's
similar to the person that, was like a friend of a friend who was there that said that, was it Sexton? Oh, the Sexton guy, the PI guy was like, a friend of a friend said they were there, and Colin Albert and no Brian Higgins.
Oh, Scanlon.
Scanlon.
And you want to know what's weird about that? Scanlon was offered $1,500 by David Yannetti to sign an affidavit attesting to that, and
he's like,
But how much? Well, do you know how much do you want to bet that mysterious caller to David Yannetti's office that tipped them off? How much do you want to bet like it was actually Scanlon and Yannetti?
Right.
Because did you notice, I don't know if you watched us review the Rachael Rollins document about the OIG. What she would do is she'd be like, I want to investigate something, but I can't just launch it. But if I call the Globe or the Herald and I give them a story that's not real, but just is enough, then I'll take the story they wrote with me as the source. I'll give it to the DOJ. They'll investigate. You see what I'm saying?
It's what Nancy Pelosi let the cat out of the bag years ago. It's the wrap-up smear. So
what's that? Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah, that's what it is. So they basically were like, oh, did you hear? Did you hear? I mean, forget the fact that this doesn't look. I will say this. If we did not have his phone, people would be like, maybe this is true. Maybe. But they had his phone. They had her black box. Guys, it's a very simple case. And y'all got played.
And even not just the FKR fans, but I just have to wonder if this was more than the movement, right? I'm wondering if, and I know it's not sour grapes, I'm truly wondering if the reason Alan Jackson is so good at what he does is because you don't win in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Now, if I were a lawyer, let me spitball something with you. Say you were my client, okay? Say you were charged with, let's see, you wanted to take Lake Michigan and take all the water and move it to California. I'm making up a very fake crime, okay? You wanted to take all the water from Lake Michigan and move it to California. That's not a crime. I'm just making it up because I didn't want to accuse you of a crime. Say you were charged, right? And I knew you were going to get convicted, right? I knew you designed this giant water slide and you stole all the water from Lake Michigan, right? But I really, really, really had to make sure you were innocent. If I couldn't win with my bombastic personality in the courtroom, if I couldn't win with the facts, if I couldn't win with the law, if I couldn't win with money like that in the courtroom, then what I would tell you is we have only one option. And that is to make sure that there's someone on that jury that works for us. And I would say actually, ideally, more than a few people. So what would you say in response? How do we do that? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, there's only a certain jury pool for the county.
Well, Karen did say we like this jury. She liked the jury.
And it does make me wonder because there's this we can definitely talk about. There's a club out where you.
I only have about 5 more minutes though.
No, don't go.
Dinner.
go whenever you got to go. I just go and go.
Go.
There's this research discipline called jury consulting. So this is what I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
Do you think that the reason Hank Brennan lost this case, unfortunately, wasn't the facts, wasn't the law,
right,
but at jury selection?
Yes, 100%. I do. Again, an outsider, didn't watch the first trial until I went back and rewatched it. But shocking. I could not. I was thinking, I guess, back in the OJ days, listening to, what was his name? The DNA guy, the little dude. What was his name?
Not Garagos.
No, one of the OJ lawyers that was the DNA guy.
Oh,
I can't think of his name. But he's a very famous lawyer. And the way that the lawyers spoke to witnesses, again, just people who were there, here's what happened. It was so shocking to me. The level of acrimony, the level of
like I couldn't believe it. I was like, my mouth was on the floor all the time. And I'm like, surely the jury is like, stop, you guys are assholes, man. These are just witnesses. Stop making it like that they had this scheme going. Because, this is again, yeah, it was determined at jury selection because they never once brought in a third culprit thing. They never once said, here's what we think happened. No. No, they just had Karen go out every day going, you know who did it. And this heifer will talk to any media outlet, but she won't go on the stand under oath. So, Alan Jackson and his, as I say, lady levels of Botox, and Robert Alisi with his boot polish in his hair. Ugh.
Well, and it does remind me of that in a lot of ways, because it didn't matter what Hank got up there and said. Didn't matter what Alan got up there and did. Like, it literally, we may have had a predetermined outcome, which it's a prosecutor's worst fear. And I know you, so I'll leave you with this question because I know you're going to take off after this one. This was a wonderful interview, even though it was supposed to be you interviewing me.
And we'll cobble it together, and I will upload it, and hopefully I will be able to put it out in one fell swoop. If not, I'll split it into two.
Yeah, but yes. So the inescapable question about this is, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, and you were touching on it. Yes, there will be the civil cases. Yes, there might be more criminal charges. Maybe there's someone that looks into this. But it's hard to not lose faith in the justice system, because if this happens even once, it means all the check and balances, the sieve of the system, every single sort of notch that was meant to catch inappropriate behavior failed. And a lot of us are now left wondering and saying, okay, so did we not give you enough checks and balances? Every juror got asked every day, did you see outside influence, et cetera, et cetera? You had the opportunity to screen them. Did we not give you enough tools? Or do we need new tools? And that's my question. What can we do? Do we have to ban cameras in the courtroom? Do we have to change? Do we have to have professional juries?
I hope not, because I did enjoy watching the trial every day. I was like, I couldn't wait to hear what Hank Brennan was going to do. I watched his closing argument 3 times. I thought it was a masterclass. I really did. I think, I just kind of think, well, Lizzie Borden, Casey Anthony, and OJ were all found not guilty too. Like, you can't escape God. That's the thing. You can't escape God. And Karen, I found it so blasphemous when you heard Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe saying that they were in the back of the car praying, and she asked to pray. And it's like, and then when you realize what you'd done, and there was no escaping what you'd done, and you admitted what you did, you then, instead of taking responsibility for your actions, and she probably would have, pled out to involuntary manslaughter or negligent homicide, and she would have been out of jail by now. Easy. Instead of taking responsibility, you said, I'm going to create a conspiracy, and I'm going to rope in, 50 different people and inanimate objects and dogs and the Sally Port camera and, pieces of my taillight, and it's all a big conspiracy. And I'm going to blacken the names of people that I called friends. It's evil. It's not that she's just an in denial alcoholic narcissist. It's that she's evil. And the fact that she called on God is like, I'm like, ooh, let me step back and miss the lightning. She's not going to escape God. And that's the bottom line. She's not. So we'll see what happens, but
I admire your insight about the fact that she did that in a heretical way. A lot of people would not say blasphemous, but I like that term there too.
It is.
It makes me think about Matthew 25:31 through 46. I'm not proselytizing. I just like that verse in the Bible. And it's like, we're defined, our souls are going to be defined not where we live, not what nation we're part of, although I love my country, you know that, but how we treat the least among us. And what Karen did was time and time again, I think her plan was initially throw Lucky under the bus, the plow truck
poor
driver.
Lucky.
And then
poor Lucky. God, he got played. Oh, poor Lucky.
And then when Lucky went along with them, Karen said, you know what? These people, these Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts, maybe they're not vulnerable in the traditional sense, but they don't want their lives ripped open. That's my defense.
Ugh. It's just like, you gave me the chills when you quoted that scripture. And I just, Lucky is such a sad. I was so impressed, I think, with Hank's cross of him because he treated him so gently. And it's like, it's not like what Aiden did to that guy, what Turtle Boy did to him when he was coming out. He's like, I don't want to be involved in this, and I didn't see anything, or, I didn't see whatever he said initially. Aiden got him to kind of do the bidding of FKR, and it was gross and sad.
Hank pointed it out on cross, and notice that's what really. I don't mean to keep you, by the way. You might have to come back for maybe I'll interview you sometime.
Sure. Why not?
But Aiden, you brought it totally up right. Hank Brennan on cross said, "Lucky, this article Aiden wrote about you on June 5th, 2023, was on the same day you met with defense investigators, wasn't it?" And the jury, notice the jury never talked about that. They never talked about anything. Literally every single juror that's come out so far, it's been talking point. Some talking points not even from this trial.
The one male juror was like, "Oh, it was definitely a dog bite. I showed it to my doctor," and they said, "What?" Like, again, I wish Hank Brennan would have. I mean, I understand maybe the strategy at the time, but the jury should have heard that, this magical dog with no lower jaw or DNA, there was no dog attack. Like, this is, well,
anyway. maybe that's what it's meant to do to us. It's meant to throw us off our game by just putting out this narrative so that we don't focus on the reality, which is there's something wrong here. But I don't want to keep you. I want to let you get to your dinner. I want to say, so I want to get this right. Angela Box. I have a friend named Brian Box Brown who's a cartoonist. I think he is
no relation.
No, and I knew that, but I think I said it once earlier to the audience. It's Angela Box Brown. Nope, it is Angela Box. So that was Angela very Box. Good.
And you can find me. Everything is Angela Box Show. Everything, Twitter, YouTube, all that stuff.
And I hope this will not be the last time we see.
It won't be. You're cool.
No, this was a great conversation, and I think we've learned some lessons. We have some parameters. It's not our fault. We're Americans, so you tell us as good Americans to stop. We do. So there you go. We have parameters. We'll see Angela again, and you can follow Angela Box Show. I tweeted out her username on Twitter. Give her a follow. You have a YouTube channel, I take it, Instagram, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, and, screw Karen Reed.
Well, don't say that too loudly. Alan Jackson might hear you.
I'm going to find his Botox lady and have her inject me. I'll be like, Alan, lighten up on the Botox. Please, for the love. And do something with those eyebrows. Something.
You have a great night, Angela. I'm going to go talk to the Towel Friends. We have a theory about how Alan Jackson might be a government agent, so we're going to go research CIA documents.
Thanks, Towel Heads. Thanks, Grant.
See you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that great? Didn't we have an amazing interview? It was supposed to be Angela interviewing me, but we had some, I don't know, I would call it technical difficulties when Towel started talking about his theories. I think if the government sends you a message during a broadcast like that, you just have to be like, okay, government, I'm sorry, I'm a Towel. You don't understand. I'm an American Towel. All you have to do is tell me I'm a Towel, and then I'll be a Towel. And that's what I did. So there you go. I just want to apologize again to the country. I didn't mean to do that. That was very interesting. That interview was great. I'm sorry. That Towel is very smart. Listen. First of all, Angela's a great interview. In this, that moment when the stream broke, I was like, oh no. There's only one way that kind of thing happens, and I've never had that happen before. Yeah, it was a great interview, D-Nice. You definitely missed Towel in rare form during the first part of the interview, I'll tell you that. Towel was in rare form, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Jack D65, I am also a towel American. Now, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, did you know I might have some news for you in the coming days about your shirts? I think, yes, I should hopefully have some shirts for you coming very soon. I am a towel. So I'm excited. Some people have gotten them. I think we're in the last week of towel processing, and I have to refund Allie Towel. Oh, Jack D65, I love that super towel and emoji. It's a fox. I'm a fox. I heard Jack D65 has a Call Me Hank shirt. That's amazing. Also, if your name is Eva Towel, I'm issuing you a refund in the next 24 hours, and you don't have to order any other items if you don't want, but just know I was finally able to figure out how to do that, and it says there's a button where I click it, and then you have to wait 24 hours. So just know, Eva, you're going to get an email, and then you're all set. Now, we have something. Oh, look at that super towel emoji, ladies and gentlemen. He's a little fox. I'm a little fox. Yes, so you can find Angela, and I'm going to, the next time, see, I thought that was going to be a little bit, and it was supposed to be Angela interviewing me, and I kind of had to adapt on the fly, because I think, we upset the powers that be. But if you want to follow Angela, I'm going to pass along her information right now for Twitter at least, so it's at Angela Bach Show. Please feel free to consider following Angela. She is a great follow. Very, very erudite, very down-to-earth commentator, someone who understands this case. Now, I think I said a few things there, like where she was clearly like, okay, Grant, we don't have to talk about Saudi Arabia and the Vegas shooting. And I was like, you don't understand. I'm using an analogy. You can call me James Joyce Towel. Oh, God. The defense establishment does not know what to do with Little Towel. They're like, oh, goodness. He really loves America, but he doesn't really have very high emotional intelligence or executive functioning, so he's just a little bit of a moron. And I'm like, no, I am a patriotic towel. You don't understand. All right, by the way, we're going to do something really fun next. We are going to do something really fun. So remember earlier we were looking at by the way, it is 97 degrees where I am. I hope you all are interested in hanging out for a little bit because it is 97 degrees. I have my air conditioner running and a fan on, and I'm pretty sure I'm melting. I am not built for this weather. I am a towel. I would prefer it is 62 degrees Fahrenheit, not 37 degrees Celsius. That's a problem, ladies and gentlemen. You don't understand. Now, if your name is Sunny Spirit, and hello, Troy, good to see you. I want to say hello to Troy, and of course, anytime I see Troy, I want to say hello to Colleen Henry, who I hope is still out there somewhere. We love you, dear friend. I'm going to make Troy write you an email somehow to your personal email address. No, I don't want to do that. I don't even know if I have it. But Troy, we may have to find a way for you to reach out on X and send Colleen Henry a personal note of apology. I know you've been thinking about this a lot as well. I have as well. That's how I know things are okay. All right, hold on. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed's probation officer. Should I show it, LA Connection? Oh, goodness. I don't know if I should share that. The FKR mob might torment him. All right. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so I have something to show you. Now, you might be saying, Towel, you always have something to show us. Are we going back to the CIA document? Yes. Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, Jack D65 said it was 105 degrees today where they are. Jack D65, are you in Massachusetts? Please tell me it was not 105 degrees in Massachusetts. Listen. If we have to live in 105 degrees during the summer, I'm never leaving my house again. That's it. I'm never leaving my house again. Oh, yeah, let's take a look, by the way, at this document. So, I am a towel. I wonder if the actual reason the government is mad is they were like, Grant, well, first of all, this document is public. You released it, government. I did not release it. I am a towel. All right. Now, you stay with me, little towels. I have a plan. I have a plan. All right, here we go. Chester E. Sororian. Do you want to know how I found this stuff? I found it this way. All right, so now this is an important document. All right, let's read them in order. So 101, 121, 101, 123. Hold on. I got to get them in order. Now watch this. Let me show you what it's like. Listen. I believe fully in my heart of hearts that the government of America is the greatest government in the world. I believe the country of America is amazing. But I want to talk a little bit about this. Okay, I want to talk about it for a number of reasons. One, so we need to get a little background, okay? Just a little background, all right? Now, this is a CIA document. It's in the public record. It is published by the Mary Farrell Foundation, which I'm pretty sure might be related to the government because it's too good. I feel like it's it must be some kind of research institute connected to the government because it's too good for what it is. Like, it's this hobbyist website that has every CIA document you can imagine. Like, some of this shit is not indexed on the internet. Like, you cannot go Google for whether this guy was a CIA agent. You cannot. Okay, I'm telling you right now, you cannot. So, now, I want to show you this, okay? So do you see this guy, Charles William Wiley? Now, I want to bring up Charles William Wiley's obituary, okay? I want to bring up, and I want to show you how the public knew about this guy, okay? Now, this was Charles Wiley to the American public, okay? We're not going to read the secret CIA document yet. It's not secret, it's actually public. This was Charles Wiley. Oh, hold on. Come on. I have to show them. All right, so do you see this? Give me a second. Murder by Maestro, if you're here, I think I'm going to blow your mind because I think outside of me, I don't think anyone actually knows this. I don't think this is exactly talked about. But I think it's important. It relates to my country. It's public now. It's declassified. And we can read about some other stuff on this site. Like, if you really want to learn about the government, we're doing an announcement. So the reason why we're doing this is we learned earlier about the DOJ and how the DOJ works and how it can be corrupted. But what I'm about to show you now, Troy, I'm really interested in your thoughts in this, actually. I don't know. I think it's because Troy brought up espionage before. But you have to give Little Towel a second because this is definitely resource intensive. So the article's a little bit long, and I want to make it legible. All right, so that is Charles William Wiley. Okay, now Charles William Wiley, okay, if you look in this article about him, Charles William Wiley is an author, okay? He was a war reporter. He wrote for more than 24 magazines, newspapers, radio stations, 3,000 talks he gave to clubs. He went around the world. He talked to Malcolm X before he was assassinated, the last interview. He was in Afghanistan with the Soviets. He worked for every publication you can imagine. He was in Pulitzer Prize-winning documentaries. Now, let me show you this, ladies and gentlemen. Right? So you see Charles William Wiley. Hold on, let me zoom in a little bit for you too. Now, what you're going to see with this man is something absolutely incredible, okay? Nowhere in his biography, nowhere does it mention that he was the CIA spy. Like, the probably most prolific domestic CIA spy in America, Okay? Now, if you read his biography, you know, like, it definitely, like, implies that he did a lot of shit. Like, he knew Humphrey Bogart. He was, like, in operas. He was in the USO. Notice it says he was in Naval Intelligence at one point. Brief tour with Naval Intelligence. Battle-starred Okinawa. Nothing, ladies and gentlemen, in this whole obituary about the freaking, and look, he worked for the National Review. Nothing about the CIA. Okay, well, what's this little document here, little towels? Well, Charles William Wiley, and look at that, I would just like you to know, this is a secret CIA document. It is now unclassified. Charles William Wiley, lecturer, photographer, and freelance journalist, was born on 17 November 1926 at Flushing, New York, of American-born parents. He married Katina Calamara, who was born on 18 March 1927 in New York City on 11 February 1950. And if you're wondering why is this so interesting, this is what the government will compile on you if they want to learn about you. Okay, so if you're interested in this stuff, I mean, you're in the right place. Now, let me try to zoom in for you a little bit here. Hold on. I think we can actually just do it this way. All right, so I'm just going to zoom in, and we're going to do this process again. Now, these are all unclassified documents. If I had a classified document, first of all, I would call the government. If for some reason I ever ended up with a classified document, that if someone was like, here, have this, I would call the government immediately. Second of all, these are on the internet, and they are declassified. They have been released by our government for public consumption. So we are permitted to consume them. If we were not, I would not be showing them because I am a tout. So now I'm going to make the text as large as I can for you. Please be aware that reading CIA PDFs from the 1970s or whatever is not necessarily the easiest thing to accomplish. However, I have thought about this a little bit, and my plan is to do this. Oh, Murder by Maestro's here. You are about to enjoy. Also, hold on. Troy, if I could ask a personal towel favor, no insulting John DePietro. I don't know why. It just, it just upsets people. I think we can just be nice. Troy's like, I have a lot of requirements, towel. Well, we're trying to keep things amiable. Don't you like being amiable? I'm an amiable towel. Now listen, you want to learn interesting stuff about the country, you have to be amiable. All right, that's the price you pay. All right, here we go. Charles William Wiley, lecturer. We already went over that. Let's see. But if you're wondering why we're doing this, it's because if you want to learn about what the government will do in terms of deploying someone domestically, first of all, this guy worked for every news organization under the sun. You never would have known he was in the freaking government. This is crazy. Okay, this is actually crazy. I can't believe this kind of stuff happens. It's a little bit scary. Okay, so here we go. He married his wife, who was born on 18 March 1927 in New York City, and they married on 11 February 1950. They had 3 children, a daughter now age 23, and 2 sons currently in 1974, ages 15 and 13 respectively. Katina, is that his wife? Oh my God, that's horrible. She died by taking her life in 1973. He currently resides with his 2 sons in Parlin, New Jersey. The son of a professional actor, Wiley was himself a child actor on stage and radio from 1933 to 1941. In 1942 and 1943, he toured with USO shows, and from 1943 to 1944, he was an assistant stage manager in New York. From 1943 to 1942, he attended the New York City Professional Children's School. He enlisted in the U.S. Navy and served honorably as a seaman from 44 to 46. From 46 to 51, he held many part-time and temporary jobs in New York City and Miami, Florida, as a salesman, intern, viewer, bellhop, and U.S. postal clerk. From 49 through 54, he attended night school at NYU and earned a BS degree in journalism. Also from 51 to 53, he was an underwriter for Curated Life Insurance Company, and from 53 to 54, an agent for Fidelity Life Insurance Company. Events leading to recruitment. Oh, here you go. This is what you want. Oh, okay. Sorry, Troy. I didn't actually see the comments. I'm just trying to do my reading now. So this is what you want. This is the part that we came here to see. Charles Wiley first came to the official attention of the Office of Security, which is the CIA, on 9 September 1955, when Carl F. Heaney, executive officer, forwarded a letter written by Wiley to Emil Geiss, Chief Personal Security Division, OS, who in turn directed the letter to James W. McCord, Security Research Staff of the Office of Security. How Henry obtained the Wiley letter is unknown, inasmuch as the name of the addressee was deleted in the letter. However, the letter was recorded in the Executive Registry under number 69881. The Wiley letter is dated 27 April 1955, gives Wiley's address and telephone number, and Wiley advised that he was working on an index of the Daily Worker for the years 1933 to 1945, and thought that perhaps you might be interested in specific information that I am likely to find. On 10 September 1955, James W. McCord contacted Wiley in Flushing, New York. At that time, Wiley explained the nature of the index of the Daily Worker for the years 1934 to 1945 by stating that Wiley was preparing the index under a grant from the American Legion Americanism Committee, headed by Lee Pennington, a former employee of the FBI. Wiley started the index in November of 54. Wiley stated he contacted the major government agencies in Washington to ascertain what information in the Daily Worker would be of most interest to them, and in addition contacted a couple congressional committees which McCord surmised were the House Committee on Un-American Activities and the Senate Internal Security Committee. Wiley estimated it would take 2.5 years to complete the index. At that time, Wiley was receiving part-time clerical assistance from the Women's Auxiliary of the American Legion Post in Flushing, New York. Wiley also indicated an interest in agency employment, CIA, after finishing the index. The results of McCord's interview with Wiley were brought to the attention of Robert Bannerman, Deputy Director of Security, by 21 November 55, when Bannerman opined that this may be valuable. McCord met next with Wiley in Washington, D.C. for 2 days, ending on 1 December 55. By that time, Wiley had indexed 150,000 names of the Daily Worker covering January 34 through June 36. Wiley stated that the FBI in New York City and the American Legion were already making extensive use of the index cards. Wiley stated that one of his purposes being in Washington was to secure financing for the index continuation. He stated that his $5,000 a year grant from the American Legion Americanism Committee would expire at the end of 55, and if negotiations with that body were unsuccessful, he would attempt to secure financing from the Senate and House investigating committees. Wiley stated that the FBI had indicated the strongest desire that he continue the indexing, but that in his discussion with Mr. DeLoach, Carla DeLoach, an FBI senior official, Cartha, no indication of forthcoming financial support from the Bureau for this work was indicated. In recording this contact with Wiley, McCord opined, "I think it is obvious that the index which Wiley is working on would be of considerable value to the Security Office and to CIA, particularly since the Communist Party membership and activities during the 1934 to 40 period were for the most part very open and extensively advertised in the Daily Worker. An example of how open their activities were is indicated by the fact that Elizabeth Bentley's name was mentioned in a 1935 issue of the Daily Worker at a time prior to her going underground and acquiring a Russian intelligence service mission. If the Daily Worker thus bears a record of Communist Party activities of an individual such as Bentley, who later became so prominent in Russian intelligence service activities in the United States, then the possibility always exists that the names of persons later connected with OSS, the Office of the Strategic Services, and other governmental activity may also be mentioned in the 1934 to 1940 Daily Worker issues, which have heretofore never been indexed by any government agency." So you see what they were doing? They were worried that communists were in the government, so they were going to go back in time, get all these newspapers, look for people's names, and then find out if communists got in the government. Now, the reason this is relevant for our purposes, because of just watch the position they put him in. Because of the obvious value of having access to such an index, McCord recommends that we encourage the continuation of Wiley's index project in any way in which we are able to further such work. There is no objective evidence in the file other than the above to support Wiley's contention that he was given encouragement by Mr. DeLoach of the FBI to continue the project. The above was brought to the attention of Harlan Westrell, Chief Counterintelligence Branch SRS, who in turn brought the matter to the attention of Colonel Sheffield Edwards, Director of Security, circa early December 55. Via a memorandum dated 19 December 55, McCord informed Westrell of the receipt of additional correspondence from Wiley, and McCord included a rehash of the matter of the letter of the meter of the Metter, METTER, including statements. Matter, probably. I hope the Office of Security can encourage the continuation of the project, at least until the index is completed up through 1940, which would take about another year of work by Wiley. The index has considerable potential counter-espionage value to this office. For one thing, by virtue of the fact that there will be numerous heretofore unidentified communist names turn up in the index, some of whom went underground during the World War II years. The index may give us the one clue necessary to detect any such penetration existing within this agency. Oh, they were mole hunting within the CIA. Oh, wow. Well, listen, I don't think anyone else, ladies and gentlemen, has ever seen this document. So if you want to see a peek inside the American government, so we can think about what type of roles the government puts undercover agents in, such as potentially Alan Jackson, let's look at this. This MFer went his whole life as an undercover freaking CIA spy, hiding as a journalist no one ever knew. McCord also recommended that should the project fail, the agency consider employing Wiley. Okay, listen. This is where it gets really wild. So we're getting a look inside what the CIA thinks when they're trying to recruit someone to be an undercover agent. Now, it's not so much about Alan Jackson. It's that I'm doing a deep dive on this because there's a intelligence component to this story. Rachael Rollins, Josh Levy, the state police. And this is a very good example. This guy Wiley, okay? You can read his obituary. You will find nothing about him being in the CIA. Are you kidding me? Nothing. And even after he was dead. Not a damn word. He doesn't exist as a CIA agent. But I'm showing you internal documents that are public from the Church Committee. Okay, that's where these came from. McCord recommended that Wiley had a personal acquaintance with a number of well-known ex-Communist Party key functionaries, such as Luis Bendez, as well as a personal acquaintance with the heads and research people in all of the federal congressional committees and state investigating committees in New York State. Holy fuck, they spy on everyone. McCord was next in contact with Wiley on 27 December 1955, receiving an account of pertinent points retrieved by Wiley from the indexing project. In addition, Wiley stated he had discussed the indexing project with Herbert Philbrick, an ex-FBI penetration of the CPUSA. Why are all these names just in this file? The FBI penetrated the Communist Party with a guy named Herbert Philbrick, who had a continuing interest in the project and had indicated he would be willing to help Wiley get a job in the newspaper field should the project be terminated. Wiley also commented that he had lengthy political discussions with Karl Wittefogel, one-time communist in recent years, and was in contact with Wittefogel a few weeks before. Speculation on identity of private individual redacted. When McCord's 27 December contact with Wiley was brought to the attention of Bannerman, he directed Westrell to explore with Jim Angleton, CI staff, the possibility of getting about 2 months' expenses for subject Wiley, and in the meantime, we can complete our clearance of him and try to make out a project. We should also make a survey of his work to be certain a project is justified. Westrell, in turn, directed McCord to talk to Birch O'Neill, CI staff, about the matter. In the interim, on 24 December, they work on Christmas Eve, 1955. Wiley completed a personal history statement and a report of his medical history, reflecting he had been employed since 54 on a grant from the American Legion, 1608 K Street, Northwest Washington, D.C., under the supervision of Lee Pennington. As a result, McCord scheduled national agency check-in the name scheduled national agency checks in the name of Wiley on 9 January 56. On 11 January 56, McCord informed Westrel, receiving his okay, that Wiley intended to place an article in the monthly newsletter Political Research, published by an organization affiliated with the NTS, Anti-Soviet Russian Emigre Organization. The article was to announce Wiley's indexing project and to solicit funds. On 27 January 56, McCord informed Westrel, Paul F. Gaynor, the chief of SRS, Bannerman, and Colonel Edwards of the results of a meeting he had that day discussing Wiley's indexing project with Birch O'Neill and Herman Horton. In essence, it was agreed that some agency funding of the project should be forthcoming, and Horton evidenced interest in Wiley for CI staff employment after completion of the project. Both Bannerman and Colonel Edwards evidenced interest in agency funding of the project, the latter asking for figures as to cost. McCord was next in direct contact with Wiley in Flushing, New York on 29 January 56, obtaining highlights of security interest developed from the indexing. By February 6, figures were produced showing that $13,500 would cover 1 year of continuation of the indexing, $7,000 for Wiley, $3,000 for a clerk typist, $3,000 for part-time help and supplies. Gaynor noted he would like to see this project completed. By the first week of March, front office verbal approval had been given for OS funding of the project, labeled Operation Recall, concurrent with a meeting between McCord and Wiley, and arrangements were made for transporting the completed portion of the index to D.C. McCord estimated the value of the index at that time as being between $15,000 to $20,000 in labor alone. During this week, favorable national agency name checks were concluded on Wiley and Colonel Edwards, and Colonel White had approved using security office funds to total $10,000 in all to continue Wiley's indexing for one additional year. The partially completed index was turned over on March of 56. Following the approval of the project funding, McCord contacted Lee Pennington of the Americanism Committee of the American Legion, asking him and receiving wholehearted agreement for Pennington to provide cover for Wiley's work. This is it. The cover arrangements were so concluded. It was made clear to Wiley that CIA was purchasing the end product of his work and that he was not now a CIA employee. However, McCord did advise Wiley that he would attempt to secure agency employment for him at the conclusion of the project, and that in the coming year, Wiley should work on the indexing, continue regular contact with his sources of information in New York City, keeping the agency advised of anything that may be pertinent to our areas of interest, and finally build a cover story which would enable Wiley to contact and interview various ex-communist and ex-Soviet agents in the New York area. That's it. Now, on January 56, McCord requested checks excluding CIC to be made on Wiley. What's a national agency check? These checks were returned on 24 February. It takes a while. 56, well, that was in the paper days. And all were either favorable or no record. National agency checks were again requested on 30 September 58 and returned favorable on no record 30 October 58. So they sped the time up by then. On 24 November 58, a covert security approval was issued. Wow. It took 2 years in 56 to get a covert security approval. Was issued to the security research staff to permit Wiley to permit Wiley's use as a covert associate of the security research staff. This is incredible. I don't know if too many people have ever seen anything like this. It's not directly related to the case, but if you're interested in this kind of stuff, this is very interesting. Hold on. Who was saying something about my poor towel brain? My brain is just fine. Yes, I don't know if they're in the final report. Yeah, no, I would pause my camera when we were playing the trial, Bossy Texas Chick. So it's not that I wasn't vaping on my cigar. It's just the camera was paused. No, I have colitis. So if it wasn't for this, like even when if I don't monitor my dosages right, I would be on prednisone. And this is much the side effects are much better, much more tolerable. In mid-March 56, through a letter by McCord extended from his home address, arrangements were made for Wiley to come to Washington, D.C. for 3 days to brief Hazel personnel pool on certain administrative matters for the processing and typing of the index. This is what I'm looking for. I want the cover story, though. Okay, the third would be the building for him of a cover story, which would enable him to contact interviews. Wiley told McCord that Wiley was in contact with Herbert Philbrick during the spring and asked McCord to work on getting some American Legion credentials. Wiley also enclosed reports on one Alexander Corral. He said he began talking Russian language lessons from a Russian girl. On March 20th, McCord informed his supervisor that work on the index was done. And hold on. During the summer of 59, SRS initiated and completed a study through Wiley of the Columbia University newspaper Spectator and the City College of New York newspaper. This, unlike the Daily Worker Index, was a study of the various issues for information pertaining to communists and radical organizations. Don Inglis, Wiley's cousin, conducted the study. All right. Oh. Look at this stuff. Wiley prepared a report on his contacts with the International Commission of Jurists and the location of possible files on Soviet espionage commissioned by Philip Chancellor to be gathered by Sidney McLean. On 2 May 58, Wiley prepared a report on his chance meeting with Vladimir Ozerov, TASS reporter. Wiley reported that on June 28, 58, he attended a birthday cocktail party at the apartment of and for Dr. J.B. Matthews and identified others in attendance. On December 6, Wiley reported receiving a call from J.B. Matthews inquiring about Jack Rubenstein. Guys, do you know who Jack Rubenstein is? Whoa. Listen, I didn't know we were going to find this, okay? This is not related to the case. This is just my interest in history. So we're doing kind of an analysis of some of the church committee documents. Most people will never, ever see these in a million years because they're very hard to find and they're indexed only in certain places and they're very top secret. They are declassified, but they're very top secret documents. Do you see what that document says? Yes. Yes, Leafly. That document right there says that in 56, which is, okay, 56 is 7 years before Kennedy was shot. Don't worry about it, LS. I'll take a look, and it's a load of BS, so I won't take a look, I guess. But don't worry, you did your research. But wait a minute. Oh, yeah, hold on. I'll share a link. Hold on. I'd prefer you, hold on. Definitely ask, because I forget. Here's the link to what we're reading. So if you want to read along, we are on page 15 of 102. Do you all see what that says right there? This CIA source in 56 said he got a call from J.B. Matthews inquiring about Jack Ruby. So I don't know who J.B. Matthews is. He's got to be some kind of communist. Jack Ruby was, like, the fact that they just dropped the name Jack Ruby. And again, like, we're talking about a report from like the 50s or 75 or whatever, but we're talking about like the actual, what they're doing is they're summarizing his report. So it's they're going into CIA documents from like the 50s and then some like taking the cable and then putting it in a document in 75. But in 56, the CIA was just like, oh yeah, that's Jack Ruby. I mean, you get the implications of this, right? I mean, no, of course, Alicia B. Anytime you need a link for something we're reading. But do you all see the implications of this? I mean, Jack Ruby was not a mob figure. It looks like he might have been an agency asset. I mean, it definitely was. And that's why they changed it to Ruby in the press, because anybody who FOIA'd, you can't FOIA this stuff really, but anyone who actually read closely enough, you're going to find Jack Rubenstein in these CIA documents, and there he is. They sent him out there to kill Oswald, to shut him up. He was a hired killer. Murder by Maestro said, at this point, I would not be surprised at all if Grant solves the JFK murder live on stream. That's hilarious. That's the funniest comment I've ever heard, Murder by Maestro. Well, I'm not sure if anybody really has put... First of all, I don't think a lot of people just read top secret CIA documents from the Church Committee in their free time. The Church Committee was also in 75, so it was literally 50 years ago. Murder by Maestro, I think we're on to something. I got to get my... Ladies and gentlemen, I got to get my reporter hat on. Hold on. No, Murder by Maestro, Jack Ruby's name was not Jack Ruby. It was Jack Rubenstein. Jack Ruby was a fake name. This motherfucker wasn't... Okay, so you got to understand, Jack Ruby was a mob enforcer in New Orleans, and he was connected to Sam Giancana, and Sam Giancana, like, ran the, I think it was Detroit mob. I want to say he ran it out of Detroit. Sam Giancana was the most powerful gangster in the United States. And he was definitely CIA. He was either CIA or CIA adjacent. Because the CIA and the mob are very similar. Like they share a lot of... They're two different heads of the same animal. But the... Jack Ruby, whose real name was Jack Rubenstein, was friends with Sam Giancana, and like what most people think about him is that although he killed Lee Harvey Oswald, he did it for the mob, like because he was a mob enforcer. I don't know if there are too many people who think he was like a CIA agent, but I'm pretty sure he was. Now, obviously, we've already just proven that this journalist, Charles William Wiley, was a CIA agent his whole fucking career. They operate domestically. Like, we knew that from the Church Committee, but these guys really, really know what they're doing. Oh my God. Oh my God. We got to look a little bit more into this. You want to do some live research, Murder by Maestro? Second Beach Girl, they for sure hot-shotted him in that jail. He died of, quote, cancer, but, like, they went in and they injected him with something. I know that story. I know a little bit about that story. Now, we got to look more for this name Jack Rubenstein. You want to do that? Let's do that. So let me take this website and let's look for anything I can find on Jack Rubenstein on this website. Because I might find some documents that don't come up very often. Some of this stuff you will not find reported. Like in that guy's obituary, nothing about him being in the CIA. Nothing. A lot of stuff from after the assassination, like 11/26/63. Hold on. Did he have a name? Yes! I got it. Is this it? Well, this is very interesting. Hold on. The earliest... I found a file on Ruby. But I would like to find out if they had any, like, not Jack Ruby. I would like to find out if they have any files with just Jack Rubenstein's name. I'm doing some research to find out, because there's evidence here that there was contact between the CIA and Jack Rubenstein in 56, and I can't find any references, at least by that name, before that. All right. But I find this I don't think this is the kind of thing we're ever going to figure out. But that just random notation in there could open up an entire can of worms, because, like, there's very little in the formal files about Rubenstein before November of '63. Then there's just this random denotation about Jack Rubenstein in 56 in the Wiley documents. All right, hold on. I got the actual file. Hold on. All right, so here's what I got. Here's what a check of the internal files show. Oh, that's right. We're going to watch the Juror Foreman interview, but I want to just see what I can find here. Oh, see, they did have some files on Ruby. Look at this. Jack Rubenstein. John Reed Gorman made a trip to Russia in the late 20s as a member of the crew of a ship which had been purchased by the Soviet Union. During an investigation of Gorman conducted by the FBI during the years of 51, 52, and 53, Paul Crouch, self-admitted member of the Communist Party, advised special agents of the FBI that the following individuals might have some knowledge of Gorman. Jack Rubenstein, director, Young Communist League in 1929, who could be reached through the National Office of Textile Workers Union of America. Oh my God, they were communists. No, this is wrong. Look at this. Do you see what this says? Hold on. Look at this. Okay, Murder by Maestro. Do you see this? So it says the only record in this document from 77 from the Church Committee, and this was approved for release in 1993. A check of the CIA files on Ruby, also known as Leon Rubenstein and Jack Leon Rubenstein, the man who murdered Lee Harvey Oswald, suspected assassin of Kennedy, revealed the following references. And then it has this one thing where it says John Reed Gorman mentioned that Jack Rubenstein, a.k.a. Jack Ruby, was the director of the Young Communist League in 1929. Okay, and then it says that Rubenstein was interviewed in subsequently, apparently it says 53, and shown a photograph of Gorman with negative results. Rubenstein stated that he had left the Communist Party and that he was not acquainted with Gorman. He advised that he did not believe his wife, Marion Rubenstein, would be acquainted. Mr. Blank alerted on 24 November 63 to this Bureau report. This was the only information on a Jack Rubenstein located in our files considered of possible significance. He expressed our appreciation. Murder by Maestro. That's not right. Somebody, and we know Wiley was an FBI source because Wiley was working for the American Legion, Lee Pendleton, who was clearly still FBI. 1956, Rubenstein was clearly a fucking communist. This guy Wiley got a call from J.B. Matthews about Rubenstein. There you go. They wiped it. They Murder by Maestro. They tried to wipe Jack Rubenstein from all the CIA files, but there you go. 1956, he's definitely in there. And he was a target because he was a communist. Oh, well then. RJ, listen, I know you say that he was not a communist. I'm telling you right now, Jack Ruby was a communist. He may not he may have eventually left the Communist Party, but I'll tell you, like, he was on the FBI and the CIA's radar since 1929. He was a fucking communist. I have the document right here saying that as early as, let's see, when was this file generated? 1950. Wait a minute. Somebody's lying. Somebody tried to wipe this guy. Look at this. 1951, 1952, 1953 is when they're doing this interview of this guy named Paul Crouch. Now, they want to know whether Paul Crouch knew of anybody who knew of this guy named John Reed Gorman. Crouch tells the FBI in 53 that this guy named Jack Rubenstein, who in 29 was the director of the Young Communist League, might be someone who knows Gorman. So in 53, ladies and gentlemen, in 53, the FBI or CIA go to Ruby and they're like, oh, are you still a communist? Then 3 years freaking later, you got William Wiley, who was an anti-communist infiltrating communist circles. So 56, just 3 years later, getting a call from J.B. Matthews about Jack Ruby. I'm pretty sure I don't think this is supposed to be in there. I think they tried to wipe all those records. I'm sure they did. I don't think he existed in CIA documents. But it leads up perfectly. Jack Ruby was in this circle with Wiley. They were all CIA. Fucked up. No. Yeah, so hold on. We can get the data. We can get the information on Jack Ruby. So Ruby, let's see. He said he left the party in 29, quote unquote, which is ironic because that was the only record they have. It looks like Ruby is, hold on. Let's grab his information here. Let's see. Here's something weird. A British subject claiming to be a freelance journalist residing in Chile roughly last 20 years named John Wilson, a.k.a. Wilson Hudson, visited the embassy to tell following. Said he was in Cuba during 57 to 59. So this guy was in Cuba from 1957 to 59, working in some capacity for Batista, and was subsequently deported by Castro after imprisonment for a time. However, he claims he knew a gambling gangster type named Santos, who was in the same prison with him after Castro's came to power. Santos was American but could not return to the U.S. due to several federal indictments outstanding against him. Santos opted, therefore, to remain in prison for a period of time, paying Castro in dollars for his rather luxurious and definitely non-prison-like accommodations. During this time, he was, according to Wilson Hudson, visited frequently by another American gangster type named Ruby. Wilson Hudson claims he could identify Ruby from clear picture, also claims to have testified before the Eastland Senate Committee during its hearings in 59 or 60 on Castro activities, redacted, request any HQ traces and comments, FBI pursuing same lines as station on their HQS request, checking together to prevent duplication. So what was Ruby doing in Cuba visiting an imprisoned American gangster type? Oh, yeah. Very interesting. All right, well, it's not exactly the road I wanted to go down. Let's watch the juror interview. You enjoy that pizza, you Super Towel Murder by Maestro. We are going to watch the juror interview from today, and then I'm going to decide what I want to analyze next or if I want to get some rest. I had a very, very long day yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. There are multiple things still unfolding in real time, and I'm now going to see if we can pull up this juror interview with the foreperson to do some analysis. Yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a towel. that was very interesting. I have a lot more research to do on some of this stuff. I see some things going on there. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is that we stumbled onto here, ladies and gentlemen, it's not related to the case. It was more an explication on how the CIA hides people in public, and I ended up finding out some very, very interesting information. This guy, like, really, really, look at that. Then they entered into a contractor. Oh, this is what it's like when you got a CIA contract in 59. So it looks like if you worked for the CIA back then, you got a per annum contract with additional compensation in the amount of 5% of the above sum to be paid in quarterly installments, representing the government's contribution towards his choice of programs for insurance, retirement, medical, and health. He gets reimbursed for operational travel as directed by OS and for other approved operational expenses, subject to accounting. He was paid in cash. And they offer, so the CIA will pay people in cash. Now, that doesn't surprise me. Or they'll pay you into your bank account. Oh, look at this. From 1959 to the present time, SRS obtained a copy of each year's federal income tax return, and on at least 2 occasions, Wiley was given a personnel briefing on the management of the agency funds vis-a-vis income from his self-established firm, World News Analysis, by agency finance officers. In 64, they didn't comply. He didn't comply with instructions to furnish details on his claimed expenses. The regular payment of operational expenses was terminated, necessitating that he reduce expenses which were not reimbursable from the firm's income. Regarding his overseas travel, he was not reimbursed in toto for travel expenses. Once it became established and he had some regular sources of income, the reimbursement decreased and only a token contribution was made. He went to the World Youth Festival in Vienna, and he had a meeting. And they had a project to send a delegation of 10 or more people to the World Youth Forum, along with the left-wing American delegation who was running the show for us, Finnan's words. And had asked Wiley to help Wiley. Wiley will, but not in an overt manner. Wiley told Romstein the project was his and Wiley should not be given any prominence. Wiley and his wife will sign up next week. Don Sweeney of the American Legion and several individuals from various state police will also be among the group witting of the project. The group, probably no more than 10 in all, will attempt subtle propaganda, will sit singly throughout the hall and interject controversial or embarrassing topics into discussion. Wiley will play the role of the typical American with his ever-ready camera. Wiley will also work on behalf of the INS in gathering names and pictures. That's some shit. They send people to forums to, like, do subtle propaganda. I knew this was real. I knew that's exactly how it worked. Oh, they could get him into, like, the USSR because he was a journalist. He could go anywhere. He's now, on 18th May, 1959, Morse Allen wrote a memo to the chief that Wiley is now a newspaperman and a magazine writer accredited under the auspices of the North American Newspaper Alliance, the Spade Syndicate, the Indianapolis Star, the Richmond Times-Dispatch, and probably several other publications. Wiley is a member of an anti-communist group privately sponsored who will attend the Vienna Youth Festival and will make themselves known during the festival. Wiley will probably cover the festival for the Newshouse newspaper chain, National Review, and U.S. News and World Report. He has received $500 in private subscriptions to cover the cost of his transport. The cost of his proposed itinerary amounts to $1,000. We should pay the additional cost. Oh, no. In 14 September 1959 memo, for the record, from Wiley reflects that in a meeting with staff members of the House Committee on Un-American Activities, Wiley was instrumental in talking HCUA out of holding hearings which would be intended partially to expose the alleged inept but expensive effort made by CIA to infiltrate the World Youth Forum with a large group under cover of the Independent Service Committee. The Director of Security memoranda concerning the foregoing was forwarded to the Legislative Council on the 16th and 25th. They were also forwarded to the office of the DCI. Oh, they've run ops everywhere. Anthony Wiley got caught by the press officer of the American Embassy in Tel Aviv. In substance, Anthony stated Wiley represented himself as a columnist connected with the Newhouse chain, but in his questioning of Anthony about Israel politics, Wiley tries to give the impression either he is in or just outside the Washington intelligence community. Dude. McCord advised Morse Allen, we need to straighten Wiley out on being too clandestine. Holy shit, this was the guy. He went down to Cuba, got arrested, and then went into a Cuban prison to try to get information about CIA staff who were in prison there. And then there's an indication, it says his imprisonment in Cuba was an operation on behalf of FE, TSD, OS, DCI, DDP. I have no idea what, I know what Office of Security, Director of Counterintelligence. I don't know what FE, TSD, and DDP are. That's some shit. All right, let's watch the juror interview. Sorry about that. I'm just fascinated by the history of the CIA in America, ladies and gentlemen. I know some of you wanted to watch the juror interview. That's exactly what we're going to do. This is the foreman, and now I'm going to learn about it. We're going to analyze it. I'm sorry for the delay. I like history.
Some more new reaction to the Karen Reed trial. Public perception still mixed. Nearly a week after she left court, a free woman acquitted of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend.
This morning, the special prosecutor is breaking his silence, and now the jury foreman is about to share what it was like leading the deliberations in his first live interview. We'll speak with him in a moment. But first, a look at the latest on the case. It's been almost a Reed's fate was sealed.
Defendant not guilty or
accident. After an independent fact that we could not acquittal, Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan ending his silence, saying in a statement, I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Continuing, after an independent and thorough review of all of the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Prosecutors had alleged that Karen Reed backed her SUV into O'Keefe in a drunken rage while dropping him off at an after party following a night of bar hopping back in January 2022, calling dozens of witnesses to the stand from people at the scene.
What did she say to you? I hit him.
To crash reconstruction experts. But Reed's lawyers claimed she was framed in a law enforcement cover-up.
Patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks.
Yes, it is.
It turned into a battle of the experts.
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
And although Reed did not take the stand herself, the prosecution tried to use her own words to build a case against her.
Didn't I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him?
At the end, the jury felt there was not enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Reed did it and convicted her only of driving under the influence. And we are joined now by the jury foreman in the retrial, also known as juror number 1. And sir, you've asked us and we've agreed to keep your name private for confidentiality reasons. So with that, we say good morning. And can you just explain, take us into this jury room and how the jury came to the conclusion it did?
Collectively together, we looked at all the evidence that we was presented with, and we made our decision off of that. We didn't, at first, some had their own personal opinions on what the case should be or whatever, and was trying to go down like a personal feelings and stuff like that, and we had to stick to what evidence we had in front of us and go with that. So it was more or less just trying to figure out that part, and it took us a couple of days to really get the gears going, but when we did, it was smooth trails after that.
Sir, to that point, the evidence, was there a singular piece of evidence that seemed to move the majority of the jurors in the room, or were there multiple pieces?
It just was. It was the whole case altogether, all the pieces, testimony, witnesses, and it just a lot together. And people had questions. We used the evidence to answer their questions, and we didn't try.
What? People had questions. It's a weird distinction. Like, people had questions, but we used the evidence to answer their questions. Like, wouldn't you normally say we had questions and we used the evidence to answer our questions?
Try to go down these rabbit holes where we're just getting lost in what all these other things that was thrown at us in court or whatever, and we just had to lock down and figure it out through the evidence.
Wait, what you see in court is the evidence. Did you want to find her not guilty from the beginning? I'm a little baffled by this.
Sir, I asked one of your other fellow jurors this question. It's a very fine distinction.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. My fault. We're starting over from the beginning because when I changed the screen size, thank you, MBM, when I changed the screen size, it cut off the top of the feed. My apologies. You got it. I'm on it like a little towel. All right, there we go. Now let's watch it one more time and we'll analyze it again. I really need to listen to this because now I'm more baffled by this than by some of the other interviews.
Only of driving under the influence. And we are joined now by the jury foreman in the retrial, also known as juror number 1. And sir, you've asked us and we've agreed to keep your name private for confidentiality reasons. So with that, we say good morning. And can you just explain, take us into this jury room and how the jury came to the conclusion it did?
Collectively together, we looked at all the evidence that we was presented with, and we made our decision off of that. We didn't, at first, some had their own personal opinions on what the case should be or whatever, and was trying to go down like a personal feelings and stuff like that, and we had to stick to what evidence we had in front of us and go with that. So it was more or less just trying to figure out that part, and it took us a couple of days to really get the gears going, but when we did, it was smooth trails after that.
Sir, to that point, the evidence, was there a singular piece of evidence that seemed to move the majority of the jurors in the room, or were there multiple pieces?
It just was. It was the whole case altogether, all the pieces, testimony, witnesses, and it just a lot together. And people had questions. We used the evidence to answer their questions, and we didn't try to go down these rabbit holes where we're just getting lost in what all these other things that was thrown at us in court or whatever, and we just had to lock down and figure it out through the evidence.
Sir, I asked one of your other fellow jurors this question. You know, there's a very fine distinction. In your opinion, is Karen Reed innocent? She didn't do this? Or is it just that the prosecutors did not put on enough evidence to convict?
Karen Reed is innocent, and she didn't do this crime. No one could prove that she did this crime, so I looked at her from day one as an innocent woman that needed to be proven guilty, and I don't think any of that was shown in this process.
Sir, to that point, if she didn't do it, who did?
That's not my job. So, I mean, something did happen to Mr. O'Keefe, and it's foul play or whatever you want to say, but there was no evidence to even, through multiple witnesses and testimony by his autopsy and everything, there was still no one said to solid evidence that there was a collision or he got hit by a car.
So you don't think she actually hit him with
everybody?
You don't think she hit him with the car at all?
No, go ahead.
You don't think she hit him with the car at all?
No, I don't. Not with the evidence that was put in front of me and what we heard over everything. No, I don't.
Were you aware of just how high profile this case was? There were throngs of people outside in front of the courthouse. I know the jury officers, kept you away from that, but there was a big scream at the end when the verdict was read that was audible in the courtroom. How much did you know about that, and how much, if anything, did that have to do with your process, your deliberations?
I was just going to go with whatever evidence showed us. If it was finding her guilty or finding her not guilty, and we were just going to go with the evidence. And at the end of the day, when I came in on Monday, I established to everyone, I just want everyone to feel like they're heard 100%. They thought.
Well, hold on. You wanted people to feel heard, but he was also saying, like, he had a very specific view from the beginning, and he also never took any notes. Also, I get that it's national TV, but, like, he's got an earpiece in, and he's got a clip mic. This is all just very odd.
The process is being heard also in that process. And everyone felt at the end of the deliberations, that everyone felt good about the decision that we all collectively came together with. So,
in the end, there is still a mother who lost her son, Officer O'Keefe. What do you think justice would look like for the O'Keefe family?
Someone looking into it further, but looking into it further with the evidence that you already have, and then you finally find a possible person, there's going to be the same complications of all this other stipulations of the evidence and everything else to go along with it. So it's just hard. And to put a mother through that, and a father and a brother and a whole family through that again it's a lot. Even me being there for 8 weeks and 9, and just sitting and watching the videos and seeing the tape and everything, it's a lot to see your loved one go through that. So
yes.
That's a lot for the jurors as well. It's a community service that people as citizens are asked to do, and as a foreman in particular, no one gives you a manual and tells you how to deliberate. So thank you for your service. Thank you for being here, Mr. Foreman. We appreciate it.
That was weird. I mean, listen, that was weird. I don't know what to tell you. That was weird. I mean, just what? Like, I'm utterly baffled. Like, how do you even respond to that? Well, I think the legal system kind of has to cope with what it's going to do about this. That's a very good insight by Guitar Hero, whose username I love very much. Well, a few things. One, it's still 95 degrees here in Boston, by the way. It is 7 o'clock. Like, I'm worried it's not going to get below 90. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to go to bed. The other thing is, I don't know, like, in terms of the, I don't know what the legal system can do about this. So I hadn't seen that interview, and I know a lot of you are like, Grant, you seem off today. Okay, yes, it's 100 degrees. I promise you, I'm doing my very best, but towels are not made for 100 degrees. Some of you live in that temperature. We live in like 30 to 40 degrees most of the year here. My brain feels like it is just swimming in a haze of mush, not because of the cannabis, which I don't use because I am a medical patient. Not because of the cigars, but because of the heat. It is this kind of very, like, oppressive heat. It's very abnormal for us. So don't take it as a commentary on Towel's cognitive abilities. It's just so hot, I cannot function. Yeah, right? Murder by Maestro, no question about the verdict slip. You want to guess, though? You want to bet those questions were telegraphed? Well, I mean, sequestering, no cameras in the courtroom, better voir dire, professional jurors. There's lots of things. Yeah, audio only. Also, like, if people get away with this on this jury, then they'll think they can do this on any jury. So you have to put your foot down at a certain point. Oh, yeah. It's very rarely do we get this level of heat, too. So now, listen, I think what we're going to do is actually listen to a little bit more of the Rachael Rollins report. I really liked listening to this DOJ OIG report the other day. And I want to, for those of you who tuned in a little late, I want to actually, get into it and look at it. But before we do that, I want to just check if hopefully Sunny Spirit. Oh, yes, that's right. I have to upload. Let me see if I can upload this recording. I won't be able to do it until after our stream. But Angela Box, who did that excellent interview with us, is just asking if I can get the recording uploaded. And I'm actually going to do that for Angela now. So I'm going to upload that to Drive. And then while we're doing that, we're going to get the Rachael Rollins report going. And we're going to get that to play. And listen, I don't even know how to analyze that juror's interview because it's just, now we're at Juror 1, Juror 4, Juror 11, and Juror 12, all of whom have said the same exact thing. Like, it's a very consistent narrative. And so, you know. Oh, wait, is H. Towel here? Is Sheffield Towel here? Sheffield Towel is here. Oh, my goodness. Sheffield Towel, it's 7 p.m. Sheffield Towel, and it is 37 degrees Celsius. I'm literally melting in my chair. Troy, yes, but not on video, only in text. So a video interview is the only way to really... Now, you can read a text interview, but unless you watch a video interview of someone, you can't. It's not. You won't be able to ever to analyze it because text can only tell you so much about the mind of the speaker. But video interview, especially live, that'll give you everything you need to know. No, Troy, I don't agree. I don't agree. I think that there was potentially a movement inside the courthouse on the jury, whether it was not disclosed or otherwise. No, Troy, trust me, I think this is the beginning, not the end of this story. Whether they'll revisit the verdict, I don't know. That's a judicial question, whatever. But it's artificial. That's my opinion. All 4 of those jurors doing those interviews were artificial. Now, that's my analysis of their presentation. Maybe in their heart of hearts, that's what they believe. But now maybe they're not good on TV. Juror 11 was definitely good on TV. Maybe they're not, comfortable, whatever. Okay, there's lots of reasons why they could give off that demeanor of, something's wrong here. No, Troy, we're going the other way. So, Troy, a lot of the federal judges want to go the other direction, and I think that's where we're going to go. And the Supreme Court, obviously, is on board with this as well. No video coverage of trials anywhere. It's unfortunately pervasive, insidious. It's a threat to the integrity of the justice system, and so I imagine it gives a perverse incentive for fame for defendants. I imagine eventually the federal judges and the state judges and the policymakers will sit down, and there'll be a uniform code across all 50 states that state legislatures can adopt that bans video in courtrooms. We'll always have audio, we'll always have court transcripts, but bans video coverage. It's too much incentive to create fame from being a defendant. So, Guitar Hero, yes, but also that's why we have voir dire. So, but yes, ladies and gentlemen, I want to listen to this DOJ OIG report. No, other way around, Troy. So I think allowing cameras in court was actually a devolution of the justice system into a form of popular entertainment. And so personally, and obviously, it's way above my pay grade, but like I have some people in those circles, and it's the movement's going the other direction than what you're saying. The general sort of view of the federal courts in particular is that audio only access with transcripts is the best way to insulate the integrity of the justice system. Now, the Supreme Court doesn't even do live audio. Okay, they don't do that, and the Supreme Court would probably prefer no live audio, no live tweeting or anything. But I think where the federal judges, the circuit judges, and the state judges in the next 5 to 10 years will come down, and I'll be a big supporter of this. This type of statutory framework is something that I think a lot of states are going to start adopting almost right away. I wouldn't be surprised to see it get adopted in Massachusetts. And it will be to follow the uniform model of the federal courts, which not the Supreme Court, but the federal courts, which are courts created by Congress, as opposed to the Supreme Court, which is created by the Constitution, so they can do whatever they want, basically. I think we'll see the federal courts, the district courts, the circuit courts, the appellate courts, and the state courts uniformly implement no video. It's a discussion that's been bubbling up for the past 5 years in the major policy circles. And again, the way that this gets done, it doesn't matter what anyone really says. It's a judicial system decision. It's an administrative decision of the judicial system. And so it gets delegated through these like various kind of rulemaking conference, like committees and bodies. They will eventually come up with a uniform rule and state legislatures will adopt it. There's no way, and Troy, I get that it's frustrating. It makes it difficult. And now the reason why this is tough for me is I think a lot of people do become informed from watching the court process. What worries me is not the people who want to become informed. I think that's like a 10 to 20% section of the population. It's if 80% of people are watching it as entertainment. You know, Judge Middleton out in Michigan, he's a really good judge. I watch a lot of Three Rivers District Court. I don't know. I like the Three Rivers District Court. I like how Judge Middleton runs his court. I know like almost everything about all the people that come there because I've watched it for like, I don't know if he still does it, but over the past 4 years, I have watched hundreds of hours in Judge Middleton's court. I'll tell you. And Judge Middleton, you know, had this very interesting decision to make when the Michigan Supreme Court changed its rules about whether judges had to offer remote access to court or whether they could offer remote access to court. And I'll always remember this live stream that Judge Middleton did. It had a very big impact on my life, and I've been reflecting on it for a few years. And it was right at the end of sort of the domestic national health emergency. And Judge Middleton kind of sits in his chambers and he turns on his YouTube. It was a live, and he never does like personal lives. And the title was Saying Goodbye. And Judge Middleton sat there, and you could tell he had thought a lot about it. And he sat there and said, you know, I get a lot of emails. I get a lot of comments in support of this channel. But I wanted to shut it down because I think on balance, this has become more, the Zoom court that Judge Middleton provided has become more entertainment than anything else. And I'm not comfortable with how this is happening. Now, the reason why Judge Middleton came to fame, quote unquote, is that his Zoom court, there was a prosecutor named Debbie Davis. I want to interview her someday. She's really cool. I think she's actually the district attorney in that area of the world now. She was a assistant prosecutor when this incident happened. And you know what? We can watch it. Let's watch it. You want to see a court moment? You know what? We're doing this. Yes, Murder by Maestro. I follow UK court cases. I actually prefer that system. Murder by Maestro, do you know what else the UK has? They have D notices. UK has no cameras and the jury is not selected beyond one simple question. Do you know anyone involved? Yeah, I agree, Murder by Maestro. I don't know if you also have to remember the UK system is much more, it's much more, the judges are more inquisitional. We have a very adversarial system here. Obviously, the British system, we modeled our system after the British system, but we changed it a little bit. And Britain has obviously some older, archaic judicial traditions that, no, you can't have jurors zoom in because they could be subject to extraneous influence. You'd have to control the environment that they're in to zoom in. And I'm wondering, there has to be a way to adapt the jury process. I just don't have this answer yet. But yes, we're going to watch this hearing that made Judge Middleton sort of well known because, one, I want to watch it, and two, it's 95 degrees at 7:30. I'd rather be here talking with you all than laying in bed unable to sleep because I cannot sleep when it's 95 degrees. So I cannot believe it is this hot. It shouldn't even be possible for it to be this hot. I've never experienced heat like this in New England. Not like this. Not at 7:30 at night. This is like being in California. This is like being in Arizona. All right, so now let me see here. Judge Middleton catches, and let's see if I can watch this moment. I want the full clip, though. Let me see. Hold on. This was a very famous hearing, but I want to show the whole hearing. Judge Middleton. Yes, but I want the whole clip. I want the whole thing. Hold on. Is this it? Yeah, but I want the full hearing. Judge Middleton catches suspect, full hearing, Debbie Davis. All right. I guess we can just show. Oh, I got it. Daily Caller has it as a short. I mean, it's a court.
Now we're going to address the matter of People versus Kobe James Harris.
I wish our judges would act like this sometimes. So Judge Middleton is a very, very good judge. This is Judge Middleton's Zoom court. He came to prominence because of this, like prominence, quote unquote. But it really like took a toll on him, and he eventually got to the point where he's like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. And I'll tell you how the story plays out. But let's watch to understand why Judge Middleton was reflecting on this to begin with. And Murder by Maestro is the one who sparked this conversation along with a few others, so thank you. Judge Middleton was saying, to himself, like, should I continue to have Zoom court because people are learning about the law? But he was thinking about it because he became very well known as Zoom court because this incident happened. So then he was like, well, wait, are people just watching this for entertainment or are they trying to learn? So let's watch the incident and then analyze it. Thank you for this suggestion, Murder by Maestro. You always have very interesting comments. Hello, M. Skate. Hello, Steph. Hello, Ange. Bossy, Texas Chick. I'm so glad to see so many towel friends in the comments. Who did I miss? Hold on. Alicia B, LS, Guitar Hero, Sonia Blanco. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Laura Lee Dixon. I'm so glad I get to pause to say hello every now and again. All right, let's watch.
Now we're going to address the matter of People versus Kobe James Harris. Is that you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
The allegation in this case is that on or about February the 9th, in the city of Sturgis, that you did make an assault upon Mary Lindsay with the intent to commit great bodily harm less than the crime of murder. That is a felony punishable by up to 10 years imprisonment and a fine of up to $5,000. You're charged as a second habitual offender, making that a maximum 15-year offense. Who's handling this one? Deborah, are you doing it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prosecuting Attorney Assistant Deborah Davis is here on behalf of the people. Mr. Paul Gibson is here for the defendant, Mr. Harris. The complaining witness, Mary Lindsay, is here. We are live on YouTube. This is being recorded, and it's on the Zoom platform. Ms. Davis, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lindsay, could you join us, please?
Yeah, sorry. You can figure it out.
Do you have the ability to turn your camera on?
Oh, hold on a second. I just told me to unmute it.
There, can you see me?
Yes.
All right. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give here will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Davis?
Thank you. Ms. Lindsay, would you state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Mary Elizabeth Lindsay, Lindsey.
And Mary, where do you live?
My address is 108 West Hatch in Sturgis.
And is that where you were living on February 9th, 2021?
I kind of don't stay. I stay at my house sometimes, but not usually.
Is your name on the lease at that apartment?
It is, yeah. My name is on the lease.
Is there anyone else on the lease or is it just you?
I mean, I think it says my daughter is on there, but no, it's just me and her.
Okay. And on that date, did you come into contact with a Kobe Harris?
I did.
And do you see Kobe in the virtual courtroom here today? And if you're on a phone, if you swipe to the right, can you describe what he looks like or what he's wearing?
I was going to say, hold on. A gray hoodie.
Is there anything else identifiable about him?
Not wearing a hat, and he usually does.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that she has identified the defendant. I think he's the only one wearing a hoodie here.
Yes.
Short sleeve shirt, hoodie thing.
All right, thank you.
And Mary, on that day, was there an argument between you and Kobe?
Yeah.
And are you two in a dating relationship, or what is your relationship with each other on that day?
Yeah, we've been dating, yeah.
Okay. And do you have any children together?
We do not. We both have children separately.
And
hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I have a statement that was released by Alan Jackson, a statement released by Alan Jackson on behalf of Karen Reed. It is a very long statement. Apparently, it involves some kind of war with Hank Brennan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have a statement from Alan Marshmallow Man Jackson. I have a statement from Alan Marshmallow Man Jackson. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Why is Alan Jackson such an Alan Marshmallow Man Jackson, ladies and gentlemen? Here is the statement, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the statement. It was released a few hours ago. Alan Action Jackson, the Marshmallow Man himself, has apparently gone to war with Hank Brennan. That's all I know from what was described in the tweet. I have not read Alan Action Jackson's statement yet. Hold on. I got to move your comments up, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. The case, yes, Diana Natali, I need to read the indictment by the grand jury, but I will absolutely be keeping an eye on that case down in Texas. I believe Texas, right? Sorry, I absolutely banged my head off the wall earlier, and now I've been hurt my head. All right, anyway, here's the statement from Alan Action Jackson. Lead counsel Alan Jackson issues the following statement on behalf of Karen Reed. For immediate release, Los Angeles, California / Boston, Massachusetts. The jury has spoken, but Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, in an egregious breach of prosecutorial ethics, has tried to publicly shame and discredit that very jury. For him to attempt to supplant his personal views for that of the jury is a desperate attempt to save face in the wake of a unanimous rejection of the prosecution's case. That's not necessarily right, because she was found guilty on one of the charges. Alan, I think you need to look up the definition of the word unanimous. That's not exactly how it works. Now, you could say unanimous rejection of a majority of the prosecution's case or something like that. But as you wrote that, Alan Jackson, I think you may have unintentionally misled the country. Because, the word unanimous doesn't actually mean what you're saying in that sentence. I mean, so, I'm a little bit baffled. I'm just a little bit baffled. If you're going to be, incredulous and righteous, you have to use the word unanimous, right? I mean, unanimous is a special word, Alan Jackson. It has animus in it. It has the phrase un in it. It has an A in it. It has one S in it. Alan Jackson, this is a big word for you. I get that. But you got to use it correctly. Okay, that's like the very first rule of Alan Jackson's PR school, which doesn't exist. But if it did, the rule number 1 would be use the word unanimous correctly, or Towel is going to laugh at you when reading your press statement. Number 2, the rules of professional conduct are clear. A prosecutor should support the legitimacy of the justice system and promote public confidence in its operations. Openly attacking a jury's verdict because he disagrees with it undermines that centuries-old edict. Oh, you're inviting some fire here, Mr. Jackson. If Hank wasn't going to do something before, I hope he's going to do something now, as to looking into this potentially compromised situation. Mr. Brennan, his name is Mr. Brennan to you, Mr. Jackson, claims that his investigation was thorough. If that were true, the Commonwealth would have uncovered what we, the defense, uncovered. Hidden exculpatory evidence, lies and perjury by the state's own witnesses, cops covering for other cops, a biased and corrupt investigator with personal ties to witnesses, and inculpatory and suspicious conduct by myriad witnesses. The only job of an ethical prosecutor is to seek the truth in a just and fair manner. The Commonwealth fell wildly short of that responsibility. Theirs was not an effort to find justice for John O'Keefe. Rather, it was a personal vendetta against Karen Reed by the district attorney and his hand-picked prosecutors, and it cost the people of Norfolk County millions. Actually, I think Adam Lally was just the prosecutor on duty in court that day on February 2nd, but, however you want to say it, Alan. The fact is, Karen Reed is factually innocent, and this case should never have gone to trial in the first place. This case is a stark reminder that there has been a complete breakdown in what is... Alan, stop preemptively weaponizing the Overton window. You are a towel. Those in power are more interested in protecting themselves than the citizens they are sworn to protect. The Commonwealth's defamatory public comments ring hollow to the... How can you defame a concept? Ring hollow to the very constituents they are supposed to serve. Alan, you have defamed the Commonwealth with that statement. See, Alan, you have said negative things about the Commonwealth. It is now crystal clear that disgraced DA Michael Morrissey has... Alan, saying the word disgraced doesn't make someone disgraced. That would be like saying... hypothetically, if you slept with your client, like, you're disgraced, like the disgraced lawyer who hypothetically slept with his client, DA Michael Morrissey has no interest in actually seeking justice for John O'Keefe Alan, I know this is going to be really hard for you to understand, but I don't think there's anyone, right, who isn't trying to propagandize that thinks there is a dog that doesn't have DNA that breaks the laws of gravity that was responsible for backing your client's car up to 24.2 miles an hour while John O'Keefe was around that car. Now, say what you will about what happened after that. I don't really think there's a debate. Like, the jury found your client guilty of drunk driving, so the dog wasn't driving the car. The Commonwealth would rather simply condemn the jury and its fair and lawful verdict. Okay, so Hank Brennan didn't really... Wait a minute. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. No. Something's coming. This doesn't make any sense. Hank Brennan did not really do that in his statement. No. You don't release. No. Pause. Towel pause. Everyone pause. Harvard Yard, you listening? I'd like to analyze this with you. Okay, listen. Well, Harvard Yard was moving, so they might be busy. Folks, Hank Brennan, in his statement, didn't really do this. He didn't really do, and I'm not saying this in like I'm defending Hank Brennan, regardless as to merits as to who's right and who's wrong about that. No. Hank Brennan, in his statement, did not do this. He certainly didn't, like, he said one thing about, like, being disappointed and whatever. No. This statement is because something's coming. You don't write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paragraphs. 7 paragraphs about one quote saying that, he was disappointed in the verdict. No, something's coming. Alan's nervous. Something's coming. Listen. Oh, thank you, Diana. I want to check out JLR's channel about that Carmelo Anthony case. However, before we switch topics, because, and you know my brain, Diana, if I go down one rabbit hole, we could be on it for like 45 minutes. So don't let me forget. I'm going to grab that link. We have to talk about this. Listen, there's something off about this. It's 7 freaking paragraphs. Listen to me. You do not know. Yeah, I know, but Beach Nance, even as a PR person, you do not write this kind of statement because Hank said one line in his thing about how he was disappointed in the jury verdict. No, that's what I'm saying. You don't. Hey, this is very disproportionate. I wonder if this is because it's not the statement. It's something that's coming. This is the kind of statement you put out if the prosecutor is going to raise questions to the court about the integrity of the verdict. Yeah, no, Troy, listen, so I don't want you to gaslight in here, right? So I have to say that last sentence, like, I don't mind if you voice your opinion, but I don't want you, like, that kind of fatalism. Like, that's the kind of thing I was talking about. Like, like, if you're here to create an unwelcoming atmosphere, then I have to just be like, all right, everybody pause. Troy, you can have the opinion it might not go somewhere, but inducing fatalism without addressing the merits of what I'm trying to talk about, that makes Towel be like, don't induce fatalism. I'm a Towel. But anyway, Troy, maybe you are very confident, right, in that opinion, but, we don't say things, like, I would never express it as you all should not be willing to discuss things, But anyway, I'm a little hard on Troy because sometimes I feel like Troy is one of the people here who has a contrarian opinion. You want to have a contrarian opinion, that's all right, but I'm a little on edge because I don't want anyone being driven away, especially Towel's friends, and I have to now monitor very closely. All right, so here's my analysis of this as I interluded to talk about a few things. That's just my brain. I'm sorry about that. No, this is not about Hank Brennan's statement. Something's coming. This is the type of statement you put out if they're looking at the jury verdict. Yeah, Chastity. Okay, hold on. Chastity's with me. Oh yeah, no, Troy, don't worry about it. Like I said, I know the last thing. I don't mean to take it out on Troy. I sometimes feel bad because I'll be like, oh, that person has a different opinion. I wonder if they're being subversive, and I have to balance that, with the fact that, like, Troy likes being here too. So I want to make everybody feel comfortable. Now. Yes, Lycan. So, hello, Lycan. I really like your question. I love your username, Lyken. Please let me know if I'm not pronouncing that phonetically correctly. Towel doesn't do the best job with phonetic pronunciation. But I will learn. I will learn. Listen, this statement is completely disproportional to the one sentence in Hank Brennan's press statement. Now we can reread Mr. Brennan's Hank's statement. I have to call him Hank because he told me I'm going to be on like national news one day and they're going to be like, so what did you think of the case? And I'll be like, well, Hank did a really good job. And they're going to be like, why do you call him Hank? And I'm literally going to be ready to say in that moment, because Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank. But I also want to call him Mr. Brennan because I like calling Miss O'Keefe. You know, like I want to get in the habit of being respectful. But then is it disrespectful if I call Mr. Brennan when he told me to call him Hank? Then I just get all wrapped up, ladies and gentlemen, all wrapped up. All right, so let me get Hank's statement for you because I'm telling you something's weird. Like I'm telling you right now something's weird with the way AJ was talking in that statement. So let me see if I can bring this up for you. All right, hold on. So let's bring this one down. Let's bring this one up. Nope, not yet. Let's bring this down. Let's bring this up. All right, so here's Hank's statement, all right? It says this: I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, he's just talking about himself, I concluded that all the evidence led to one person and only one person. By the way, the rule of prosecutorial ethics is that you have to believe the person is guilty to prosecute them. So if Hank said anything other than that, he'd actually, in my opinion, be guilty of an ethical violation. He has to have believed she was guilty. He clearly did. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspects or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. The campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both victims and criminally accused. He's not even talking about the jury verdict anymore. We cannot condone witness abuse, causing participants to worry for their safety or that of their families. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. So if anything, that is finality about the verdict. No, something's up. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in this Commonwealth. My heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years they will find peace and closure. Okay, so tell me, someone explain to me how exactly anything in that sentence, anything that Hank Brennan said there, is proportional to what Alan Jackson said. Am I way over the line here, or am I Chastity, you're with me, right? Am I over the line, or am I pretty much on point here, which is that I don't get the sense, ladies and gentlemen, that this is about Hank Brennan's statement. No, I don't. Yeah, that's the kind of press statement you put out when something big is coming. Like you're getting ahead of something, bruh, when you put out a statement like that. I'm sorry, I keep going into bra mode. I'm in complete bra mode. I don't know how to get out of it. This is an episode of South Park, clearly. Murder by Maestro got me into the bra mode. Leafy. I know. Listen. Listen, I am I'm a hypothetical towel odds maker. Right now, okay, going into this morning, I couldn't tell. Like, I did not know how to set the odds on this because there were a few variables. Like, I had to talk. All right, so there are some people that I really love and that, like, actually really care about towel. And it's not that we, like, disagree on politics or the case or anything, but, like, we don't always share the same views about everything. All right, like various political issues, we might agree, we might disagree. The case, we might agree, we might disagree, whatever. But I had to talk to some people, not directly involved in the case, but in the orbit of all this today. And I also, had to talk to my own friends and, people. And I had to really, really, really think about this. And part of why I was a little off kilter during the stream earlier is I was just baffled by what I was getting back. Like I'm the type of person who, there are certain people, if I call them and they're like, you're off base, like you're going down the wrong road in the sense that you're not getting the story right. Like there are people I can call who will tell me whether I'm getting the story right or not related to the case, just people who I know outside of this case, who know people who are not involved in this case, but who can tell me what I need to know. And like I use them as litmus tests. Like they know, like I'm very open with it. Like if I'm calling you, first of all, I don't call people very often. So almost every time I call someone, people pick up. But if I'm calling you and you, like I'll tell them straight up, like I'm telling you this because you need to tell me if I'm on the wrong road. And every single call, and I'm speaking very ambiguously, every single call today, every fucking one, came back the same exact way. And there was one call at the very end, right before I went live. There was one call I had to make. And I don't know if I really processed it at the time because I was busy and they were busy. But like, I ran it by them and I said, this is bigger than me, and it's bigger than this case that I've been following. I quickly brought them up to speed on the case. I'm hesitant to even report on this because I don't know the implications for our country, I just don't know what to do. And I mean, the reaction was, it was exactly what I thought it was going to be. I'm not talking about Alan's statement. I'll tell you all a little bit about what I've been up to today in a second. Let me just compose myself after reading this. After that phone call, I was pegging it at 60% that there would be some movement. Not because this person was knew anything about movement or what was going to happen in the case, but because of how they responded to what I told them. They didn't give me anything that would they weren't going to be okay, I'm going to call this person now, I'm going to go do this. But just the way they responded, I was okay, I think I'm right about what I'm thinking. And then I see this statement from Alan, and it does not make the odds go down, in my opinion. It reinforces what I thought after that phone call earlier today, which is that the only reason Alan would be making this statement is not about Hank's statement. No. It's because Alan's getting ahead of something. It's not what Hank said, it's what Hank's going to do. Yeah, I'm going with my gut here. My gut, and I know you all want to sort of hear me talk it through, so I will. My gut tells me that Alan Jackson knows what Hank Brennan's next move is and is apoplectic about it. Wait a minute. During trial, Judge Cannoni asked Karen asked David Yannetti and Alan who was lead counsel, and David, remember, Alan and David were like, we don't use these terms. And now Alan's lead counsel. No, it's not. Oh, beach dance, maybe, but I don't think this press release is about sanctions. No. This is like Hank. This is what you would put out. Listen, I composed myself. I've not composed myself. I've collected my thoughts. It's still hot. It's 93 degrees. It's almost 8 p.m. This is what you put out, although there's nothing on the docket, but this is what you put out after a motion for, that's what I'm saying, Richard and Joan Hogan. This is the motion that you put out, this is what you put out after a motion for a mistrial because of, it's actually not a motion for a mistrial. It's a complicated judicial standard. It's kind of like manifest necessity, but it's a little different. It's, you can motion to, Hank has to do it. You can motion to set aside, it is, Christina. That's why I'm staying up with you all, because I can't go to sleep. It's so hot. And if I go lay down in bed, I'm just going to be sweating, scrolling YouTube. So instead of doing that, I will sit here live with you and distract myself. Let me just tell you, though, folks, something's wrong. This is not a statement you put out. He's starting the fight again. That's what I mean. Even David Bieniek was like, this seems like war. Well, yeah, motherfucker. It is war in the sense that he's preparing for something. He's not. Hank Brennan didn't go to war with the defense with that statement. That statement had a sense of finality to it from Hank. This is a statement you put out when you're going to war because it's not over. Leafy, you realize, I'm not saying this as anything other than my opinion because it's not over. No, I don't think it's the FBI. I think that, I think it's that Hank I think that something's coming. You only put this statement out if it's not over. Yes, Callie Trish, I did an 18-hour stream yesterday, but I'm happy to be with you all here today. Maybe I got to get dinner at some point, I guess, but I'm staying up until it drops below 80 degrees in Boston, and it is 93 right now. I'm not going to bed until I can actually go to bed. And I'd rather just hang out with you all because you are all interesting and we can watch anything you want. I can answer your questions. Triple digits in math. Listen, we get up to triple digits in math, something's gone terribly wrong. Sis, were you asking about merch? I would be happy to link the towel merch. Listen, I want to be honest, in the sense with the merch, I wasn't excited because I cared whether the verdict came down or not, but I didn't want to be disrespectful to Hank, if he with whatever was going on, even though he has never said anything about the shirt. He certainly didn't tell me that I couldn't put my picture of him on the shirt. I was like, I just don't want to promote it. I know people are kind of in mourning multiple ways, and so, but yes, sis, at this point, based on what Alan Jackson just put out and based on what I think could be coming, oh yeah, I'm building towel spirits. And by the way, you know what? Let's go through and send out some towel shirts together right now. Hello, Callie Trish. Go ahead, Beach Nance. You have questions. I have answers. I'm a towel. Towel merch. All right, Beach Nance, you ask your question, and I'm going to go into the... Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I have news for you. I have news I'm going to send out. Troy, no being passive-aggressive. Troy, if I told you, I know, Troy, it's frustrating, but you really have to, not engage in a way that changes the atmosphere. You can say, like, there's a way to say things like you were doing when I was looking earlier, but like, Troy, I have noticed sometimes people are saying Troy's making me feel uncomfortable, and I don't want you to pull back. I just want you to think like, okay, like someone on, like I'm in a channel where everyone disagrees with me. Nunya Business also disagrees with a lot of us sometimes, but Nunya's always like, I'm Nunya Business, just try to go along to get along. When in Rome, etc. Hold on. No, Troy, that's what I'm talking about. Hold on. What's the matter, H-Towel? Let me check. Hold on. That's what I'm talking about, Troy. Like, if people are starting to say things, that means like even though, Troy, you might be getting ganged up on, like you just have to have that mentality if you like this place, and I'm happy to have you here. But the one thing I can't have is any of the people here feeling like, even if you're unintentionally doing it or whatever, that there's combativeness, right? So Troy, you can stay all you like, but just keep an eye on what the fellow commentators are saying and try to adapt, not because you're changing your view, but because you're in a place where most people don't agree, and we don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable. And it's not even like checking you, Troy. It's like Troy feels how Troy feels. And then we had the incident with Colleen Henry where I felt like Colleen Henry was like pushed away by Troy. So the one thing I'm telling Troy he cannot do, even if he's not doing it intentionally, is make anyone feel unwelcome. So we're just going to set the ground rules. I'd rather have an open dialogue. Beach Nance, H-Towel, you just let me know how you feel. Everyone can express how they feel. Oh, goodness. Well, looks like I'm going to have... Okay. Hold on. Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I think we might have to have some kind of an intervention. I don't know what's been going on. Maybe there's been some sea lioning, some long-term sea lioning, but I want everyone to address it. And if Sheffield Flannel feels uncomfortable, like I know, and it's unfortunate. But we'll give Troy a chance and to adjust to this and to not engage with the people who don't want to talk to him. And if there's any more incidents where people, even if it's unintentional, then we just have to kind of take a step back. And I don't want to make it seem like it's Troy's fault, but we've already had one incident that was a red line incident, and Colleen Henry has not come back, and we are not going to have a repeat of it. So, but yes, and okay, all right. So that's what I'm saying. I didn't see it. I cannot. All I saw was kind of some back and forth, and I've been in mediator towel mode, and I would much rather do that than have people kind of splinter off. That makes me very sad. And I also, by the way, I was getting all excited. I was going to go into the towel store and send out some orders because I hope I can make this all work now. Why don't we see if we can do that? That will make Towel happy. And also, apparently, it's going to be very hot tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Very hot in Boston. No, it's not Laura Lee Dixon. It's not really that. It's just we had, and I didn't see the exchange, so I don't know what happened. But one of the dear towel friends, Colleen Henry, hasn't really felt comfortable for a few days being here, and I don't know the dynamics that are going on in chat all the time, and I just need to keep a better eye on it so that whatever it is, this undercurrent is just, I want to take ownership of it, and I will mediate it. And if there is some subtle kind of sea lining or whatever driving people away, trying to undermine the one thing that I told people is what I care about here, which is the camaraderie and community in the chat. Now, I don't know if Troy is doing that. That's why I'm not judging him. I do not know if that's what he's doing. So I'm just going to keep an eye on it and take feedback from the towel friends. And it's not a commentary on anything other than I don't want to see that kind of stuff in chat, so I'm intervening. DePietro, Alan Jackson should have been bounced from court. Says something is going on. Oh, goodness. But the other thing is, and this could be true for anyone. There might be people here who say they come here because they're like, oh, I hear Grant's like, weird, or he's smart, but like weird. But I don't really agree with him. I don't really like him. And I'm going to go there to troll him. Okay. But then they stay around, and then after a month, they're like, okay, well, I don't really agree with this guy, but I found a place here, and I don't have a lot else going on in my life, so I want to stay, in the sense that this is where I found a community, and I want to stay around. The problem, though, and this is why, Troy, you have to keep this balancing act in mind, there may be other people for whom that is true as well, right? And so we have to just keep our different personalities in mind, and if even one person feels uncomfortable, well, I think we should make a community-based effort to just shift and make sure people feel comfortable. Now, that's not to say trolls should feel comfortable, but I just want to continue to reaffirm that, because it's more important to me that people feel comfortable in the chat than it is anything else. So, hold on. Yes, LS, you just let me know what colors you'd like. Hello, Beach Nance. You just let me know what colors you'd like. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to select color variations for the designs, but what I can do is I can do custom colors. So like I'll have the same shirt in 2 different colors, and hopefully that should be good. Laura Lee Diction, I totally got you, my dear friend. I think something's going on. I'm here now, and I'm with you. LS, you'd like a white Call Me Hank, and you want the Call Me Hank shirt in white? I can absolutely do that. But you know what I want to do first? I want to send out some of these shirts. So I'm going to do that with you on stream. I'm not going to do it on the stream because I have to go into the back end of the system. But I want to announce as I read them out. And I'm also checking the Karen Reed case, by the way. I don't think we're going to see anything on the docket. Everyone would know. But I'm very, very excited to send these orders to you. So hold on. Everybody get ready. I'm going to do this now. All right. Let's see. All right. It is subtle, Beach Nance. It is, but I could just be misreading it. I trust you all, though. All right, ready, ladies and gentlemen? I'm gonna do what Towel does. I'm going into the orders. I'm going in. If you are order number 7, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is Christina Towel. Oh, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Christina Towel's order is on the way. Hold on. All right. Hold on. All right. Make sure that's not up over there. All right. Very good. All right, Christina Towel, stay with me. This is going to be a moment. I'm excited for this. I'm doing this in real time. I'm not gonna announce everyone's name because otherwise it might attach, but I'm gonna say order numbers. And ladies and gentlemen, if you get your order shipped, you are a super towel. Now, I heard that some people actually got their orders, including Jack D65, and that's amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's do this. All right, get ready for it. So let's see. There we go. All right. All right. Hold on one second. All right, little towels. Here we go. I'm excited. I've never done this live before. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I think we are ready. Just have to make sure this works, so hold on. All right, come on. This is exceptionally inefficient. I give up. No, I'm not giving up. You don't understand. You don't understand. I'm not giving up that easily. I'm going to figure this out. I am sending Christina Towell their shirt. You don't understand. All right, so here we go. All right, here we go. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. This is not as easy as you think, ladies and gentlemen. I am not a retailer. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just doing my best, and we'll hopefully figure this out. All right. Well, that was a little bit late. Okay. Let's see if this works. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if this worked. Oh, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I can confirm if your name is Christina Towell, we are good. Now, if you are order number 6, which is Colleen Henry, that is also going out right now. Oh, I'm so excited, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited. I get to send these to Towel Friends in real time. Here we go. I'm a Super Towel. So Super Towel Christina it is on the way. God bless you, Super Towel Christina. That was amazing, and I think I'm now going to get different notices as this starts going. If you are order number 6, ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to announce that that has also gone out. All right, very good. This is so fun. It's like who's going to figure out who's going to be next. If you are lucky order number 1, ladies and gentlemen, if you are lucky order number 1, I'm thrilled to announce that you are also going to be able to get your shirt. It is a glorious day to be a towel. I hope you're pleased. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm sending them out now because apparently the back-end software finally figured out how to work after like 14 days. It took forever to get this thing to work. So here you go. I can finally click the buttons. The Call Me Hank shirts, ladies and gentlemen. And obviously, just keep an eye on how things go. And I will keep an eye on things as well. Now, one order is being refunded not because of anything with the order, but because I changed how the unisex versus selection of sizes works for just one item. So, Allie Towel, you, my dear friend, you should be getting a refund within the next 24 hours. You are free to reorder if you'd like. Thank you for your patience on that. I did say allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery and processing. I beat that by half, ladies and gentlemen. I beat that by half, so shipping and processing should take only 2 to 3 weeks now instead of 4 to 6. I am pleased to be ahead of the curve as a towel. All right, so let's keep an eye on things. Oh, I froze the chat. I'm sorry about that. We're keeping an eye on things. I'm going to analyze Alan Jackson's statement. I just was so excited to get this going for you all. You don't understand. I get excitable sometimes because I am a towel. All right. Sorry about that. That was not what I meant to do. All right. This is very frustrating. I don't understand. I just wanted to close the Zoom. Thank you. That's literally all I wanted to do. All right. Thank you. All right. Now, let's see. I would like to fix your chats. I would like to get them working. Let's see. If you are order number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Order number 5, you have been drawn next. I am thrilled to be able to go through this with you all. I feel like a lot of you are like, is my number going to come up? Maybe it will, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe it will. It is a random order. All right. So there you go. Those were the ones I was able to send out now. Stay with Little Towel. All of the rest will continue to be processed as they come up. So we have about 8 orders left to process. As of now, 1, 2, 3, 4 have been delivered. 5 are in the processing queue. And there are more yet to come, Towel friends. There are more yet to come. So, I'm sorry I couldn't read any of your comments right there. I froze the comments by accident while I was doing that. And we are going to analyze Alan Jackson's statement now. And I'm also getting all of the dings from the report, from the alerts about your items. So you should be getting emails if you were some of the lucky Call Me Hank shirt orderers. If you were one of them, you should be getting them very soon. One of the ones just announced. I don't know exactly how the shipping works. I think it's like check the email, but it normally is within a week unless you're international once I go through that process. So we are moving, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. No, don't, Alicia B. It is the opposite. I don't know if you were talking about me. Are we talking about Karen? We were talking about the jury. I was like, no, I have to pay for these. I think I pay out of pocket because they don't reimburse me for a while. I'm back, Beach Nance. I'm back. I was doing some analysis. I am here. Analysis. I was doing some shirt shipping. Now I am excited to be back and focusing on this statement. This statement from Alan. That's what I was doing. I'm sorry for continuing to do this. I jump around a little bit. I just promised that as soon as I got the email saying that I was ready to click the buttons on the shirt, which literally happened as we were on stream, I would click it and tell you all. So I had to have a little fun right there. I waited 2 weeks for that. All right, I'm checking the docket. Nothing. Okay, nothing so far. Oh, yeah, no, I got that. Alicia B., I scrolled up. All right, with the towel logo. All right, hold on. What towel logo? Oh, okay, hold on. Are you talking about the one? I got you. All right, hold on. I'll do that right now. I got a plan. Ladies and gentlemen. I will do that. I will literally do that for you right now. Okay, hold on, Troy, just stop engaging. Like, I think that's the best. So I think that's how I decided we're going to settle this, Troy. It's when you engage with people like that it kind of just splinters off. So I think the best thing to do is just not engage. All right. And that's so no need to start a side conversation. That could have just dropped. So we're just going to just end it. And I'm now monitoring, so like there isn't going to be an opportunity to sea lion or anything. Just drop it. I don't want to see people engaging like that. If people have stuff to say about you, just move on. That's how I'm going to address it. But now I'm going to make a special white T-shirt because I didn't exactly know. No, not a. Listen, I understand. We'll find a middle ground. The other thing is I'm just still a little sad about Colleen Henry. So, Troy, it's not your fault, and I don't want to feel like I'm taking it out on you. Just let's find some boundaries, and if it means like people, if they have something to say, you just don't respond. You know, if it's that kind of thing, we'll just figure out a middle ground and we'll move on. So Beach Nance, I'm sorry, I pulled myself off this again, which is another reason why I think we got to keep just the chat focused, and not focused, but camaraderie based. No, don't worry. I love working on the T-shirts. I promised you all actually one day we would do this on stream. So let me get back to Beach Nance's question, though. This tells me something is coming, Beach Nance. I don't exactly know what. I don't know what it means, but it is not a response to Hank Brennan's statement. It's just not. I get the sense this means that. Now, remember, we haven't heard from any jurors who did not think Karen was guilty or who went along or something like that. Did they go to the prosecutors? Yep, I understand, Troy. I understand. Did they go to the prosecutors? Did they go to the... Oh, of course, Alicia B. Let me see if I can edit that description for you. Hold on, right? I feel so bad, like, because this is it. I should be like, oh, it's my thing. I'm on top of it. Of course, I want to put the link in the description, but I'm like, oh yeah, I never even did that. The top link in the description is, and will forever be, Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. So my thoughts. All right, the more I think about it, Beach Nance, there's something, and I'm really glad we saw the statement together, because there's something about this statement that indicates to me that Alan thinks Hank's about to move to set aside the verdict. Like, that's the first thing that comes to my mind there. And why Alan would, but so Alan wouldn't just get ahead of something preemptively. Like, I would imagine Hank Brennan maybe, had to tell him. And so that's where that came from. I mean, that's one of the things that would make sense to me. I mean, I can't necessarily say that was the primary reason. But I don't know. There's definitely something off. It's not a response to Hank's media statement. It's a preemptive. Yeah, did you hear the statement from Alan Jackson, Modella Macy? It's crazy. It's on the screen right now. Alan wrote a page and a half, like going to war with Hank for no reason. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's completely out of context. It doesn't. Oh no. Hold on. Oh, okay, Laura Lee, you got it. I thought you were saying like you paid $8. There might be different shipping options. I actually don't control the shipping price. I think it's the drop shipper. However, I will go check and I'll make sure everything is squared away. Oh, hold on. Sorry, Laura Lee Dixon. I didn't see the question you were offering. I don't control the shipping. It's a drop shipper. So I just advise people, if you're going on the store, make sure you follow the terms. You're ordering it from a drop shipper, so just make sure you follow the terms. And also, if there's ever an issue with an order, just let me know. And I can refund it. So the order won't even go out unless you, if you, within any, like 24 hours, 48 hours, whatever, if you are, just reach out to me, I can prevent it from going out and then you can redo it or whatever. I wouldn't exactly say that it's kind of still a working project with the towel store. But again, just a disclaimer, it's through a drop shipper. I'm not buying the items and sending them to you. I would literally go bankrupt. But the drop shipper has its own terms with shipping, and just please review them. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to do is let's just read the statement again, okay? Because I think some of the towel friends were just coming in. And Beach Nance is probably saying, okay, Grant, it's about 8:30. It's still 92 degrees where you are. I bet you want to read the statement from Alan Jackson again. Well, I don't really want to because he's a marshmallow man, but we'll do it. I should probably get some water for this. Is this what it's like for those of y'all who live in Texas and Florida and California and Latin America? Is it literally like 92 degrees every night at 8:30? I don't think I could live in this. I would have to move. If New England becomes like this 3 months of the year, I'm moving north. I'm going to go live. I don't think there's penguins in Canada, but I'm coming up to Canada. Yep, Beach Nance, that's exactly what I'm thinking, my dear friend. Beach Nance, you are prescient. I just checked, D-Nice. Nothing new. Just a probation transfer. But that thing right there, that press statement, we're going to read it again. I don't really want to read it, but we're going to do it. By the way, did you notice I got a towel haircut? I'm a towel with a haircut. Oh, goodness, Troy. So I'll tell you, if it were like this every night until 9, I mean, I'm already kind of, because of my medical conditions, like it's really hard for me. Like I collapsed a month ago, and ever since then I've been almost like scared of like walking around too much. I think we did some blood work the other day, and there was something off because they're now making me get like some further tests. But no, Troy, if it were like this all the time in Massachusetts, like constantly, I would become a hermit. And I'm already a hermit. Like, I don't even think I would go to the donkeys, like, as much. Like, I go to the donkeys, like, in the morning, like, between, like, I vary it up. I never do the same thing at the same time ever. But, like, I go to the donkeys in the morning, and if it were 90 degrees when I woke up and 90 degrees when I went to bed, I would only leave to go to get donkeys in the morning. I couldn't do it. I don't know how you all live in it. Interesting LA connection. But I wonder, LA connection, did you see the statement from Alan Jackson? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? And we'll read it again, but we'll read Hank Brennan's statement first. Then we'll read Alan Jackson's statement, and we'll see if anyone thinks that Alan Jackson's statement makes sense in light of Hank Brennan's statement. And let me spoiler alert for you, it doesn't make sense. And by the way, those of you asking for the special towel logo white t-shirt, it is on the way, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you right now, it is on the way. Now, do you want now, I think we're going to do a unisex one, all right? Unisex t-shirt, and it's going to be white. I got it. All right, now little towels. Here's the statement from Hank Brennan. This was, when was this released? I got it right when it went up. So it was yesterday. That's the other thing. Wait a minute. Can we talk about this for a second as well? This statement from Hank Brennan went up yesterday at 8:30 in the morning. Why would Alan Jackson respond tonight? He released this tonight, 36 hours later. I'm telling you, something is wrong. Something is wrong. It's not wrong for the state, wrong for, like, something's going on for Alan. Like, why? Hank, I just realized the timing. Why would you if you were going to release this, you would release it yesterday. News cycles do not last 36 hours. They never have. Something's coming tomorrow. That's basically my analysis. Maybe this week, but why? So again, I keep going in circles on this, partially because I'm putting up the I Am a Towel shirt, but also, what is going on here? Hank Brennan's statement was a very sort of simple kind of overview of what had happened. And the only really line about the verdict was, I am disappointed in the verdict. Let me make sure you can see this. Hold on. I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Let me zoom in for you. I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve, this was Hank Brennan's statement, justice for John O'Keefe and his family. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. Now, here's what's weird. All right, so if you look at the rules of prosecutorial ethics, and I'll take a second to analyze this, but you have to, if you're a prosecutor, believe that the person is guilty. It's actually an ethical violation to not. Literally, it's an ethical violation to not. And so that Alan can't, it's hard. Not only can he not, but like it doesn't make sense to go after Hank Brennan for this. No, on that issue specifically, it really doesn't, because, I mean, if Hank Brennan had said anything other than that, it would have been an ethical violation. So just keep that in mind. Alan Jackson's entire tirade is about how Hank Brennan, quote, attacked the integrity of the verdict, when all Hank Brennan did was say he was disappointed, and he thought that, you know, as he has to as a prosecutor, Karen Reed did it. Then Hank goes on to say the campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, feuded, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both victims and criminally accused. We cannot condone witness abuse, causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in the Commonwealth. My heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years they will find peace and closure. So if you listen to that statement, nothing about it is attacking like the integrity of the verdict. It's literally what you are expected to say as a prosecutor if you're being respectful of the verdict. And so for me, you know, I'm just immediately like, what? Like, how is that possible? And so, you know, what I mean is, how is Alan Jackson's response like a page and a half like possible in this context? Like, it's actually incredible. So therefore, it leads me to one conclusion. So it's not about Hank's statement. It's something else entirely. Like, we're going to read Alan Jackson's statement. I'm just finishing the I am a towel white t-shirt because I became very excited about it. So there's something wrong with this statement from Alan Jackson. I'm sorry, there's just something wrong. Like, it doesn't make sense. And my brain is just like, what are you doing? All right. Alright. Alright. Very good. Actually, let's do that. Alright. Very good. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am thrilled to announce that before we read Alan Action Jackson's statement, the new I'm a Towel white t-shirt should be being added to the store right now. I'm very excited. I'll let you know as soon as it's live, Little Towels. And then I also have one more thing to do before we read Alan Action Jackson's statement, which is, now that I added the wonderful, wonderful new Super Towel white I'm a Towel shirt, please let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. Hold on, but that's not actually what I meant to do, is it? I'm just checking to make sure it's actually on the store. It's there! Ladies and gentlemen, the I'm a Towel shirt is officially on the store. The white I'm a Towel shirt has arrived, and I'm thrilled to announce that I'm a towel. And I'm going to read the statement from Alan Jackson. It's just, I promised, and I'm not going to forget. I said I was going to put the shirt on the store, and then I said I was going to go, even though Allie Towel is not even with us, I promised I was going to deal with this. Not deal with it, I promised I was going to fix it. So I'm doing that right now. Allie Towel, hold on. Allie Towel, bear with me, Allie Towel. Allie Towel, all right. Hold on, no, I don't want to do that. I want to cancel it. Allie Towel, your order has been canceled. So I don't know if Allie Towel's listening, but if you do end up hearing this, my dear friend, everything is all set. Now, I see, ladies and gentlemen, that a new towel order has just come in. I am very excited. I am going to check that right now. If you are towel order number, oh goodness, another one come in as well. If you are towel order number 18, ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to announce that your order should be coming out very shortly. How much does it cost? All right, let's try it. All right. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. I just had to click one button to confirm the cancellation of that order. And now I'm going to read you Alan Jackson's statement. Then I'm going to come back to your comments. I'm sorry it took me a second. It was just really important to me to get this out. So hold on one second. I already started my free trial. Thank you. Now, Alan Jackson's statement. Once I actually center myself to read it, the way that he talks, juxtaposed to the statement we just read from Hank Brennan, it seems like he's been told something is coming, and, you know, well, the jury has spoken. I just hate reading this in a normal voice, but I want you to be able to hear it. The jury has spoken. But Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, in an egregious breach of prosecutorial ethics, has tried to publicly shame and discredit that very jury. Did Hank Brennan at any point publicly shame and discredit that jury? No. He did no such thing. For Brennan to attempt to supplant his personal views for that of the jury is a desperate attempt to save face in the wake of a unanimous rejection of the prosecution's case. Okay, so he didn't do that. Hank didn't do that. The rules of professional conduct are clear. A prosecutor should support the legitimacy of the justice system and promote public confidence in its operations. I mean, that's the kind of thing that you say when someone files a motion to set aside the verdict. LA Connection, what is yummy in a towel tummy? Now I'm excited. Oh, thank you, Selma. Can't wait to watch a video of media calling out Karen. Hold on, I'm getting distracted. The rules of professional conduct are clear. A prosecutor should support the legitimacy of the justice system and promote public confidence in its operations. Openly attacking a jury's verdict because he disagrees with it undermines that centuries-old edict. Mr. Brennan claims that his investigation was thorough. If that were true, the Commonwealth would have uncovered what we, the defense, uncovered. Hidden exculpatory evidence, lies, and perjury by the Commonwealth's own witnesses, cops covering for other cops, a biased and corrupt lead investigator with personal ties to witnesses, and inculpatory and suspicious conduct by myriad witnesses. He's relitigating the case. The only job of an ethical prosecutor is to seek the truth in a just and fair manner. The Commonwealth fell widely short of that responsibility. Theirs was not an effort to find justice for John O'Keefe. Rather, it was a personal vendetta against Karen Reed by DA Michael Morrissey and his handpicked prosecutors, and it cost the people of Norfolk County millions. The fact is Karen Reed is factually innocent, and this case should never have gone to trial in the first place. This case is a stark reminder that there's been a complete breakdown in what is supposed to be our justice system. Those in power are more interested in protecting themselves than the citizens they are sworn to protect. The Commonwealth's defamatory public comments ring hollow to the very constituents they are supposed to serve. It is now crystal clear that disgraced DA Michael Morrissey has no interest in actually seeking justice for John O'Keefe by identifying and prosecuting the real killer or killers. The Commonwealth would rather simply condemn the jury for its fair and impartial, to condemn the jury and its fair and lawful verdict. What do you got up your sleeve, Hank? We are thankful for the jury's commitment to truth and that they found their way to a just verdict. But make no mistake, if DA Michael Morrissey had his way, the truth would never have come out in this case. It would have been lost somewhere in private and deleted conversations Michael Morrissey talked to ARCA? That would never have seen the light of day. Corruption like this doesn't happen in isolation. How many innocent people have been railroaded because of failures in our judicial system? We as citizens must demand more of our institutions. Okay, so none of that makes any sense. I'm telling you right now, none of that makes any sense. None of that makes any sense. Like, he's on a victory tour, Brett. He's on a victory tour. Does that sound like someone who is on a victory tour? No, that sounds like someone who's freaking terrified. Like, he sounds like he's worried that the case is going to be reopened. Hold on, what's Yummy Yummy LA Connection? Oh, it sounds delicious. Hold on. LA Connection is making food, and I want to find out. Oh, you made chocolate peanut butter brownies. Listen, LA Connection, I got a plan. Hold on, I got a plan. Yeah, right. So, Steph, I don't think... That's what I'm saying. I'm not upset with this statement. I think something's coming. Because, I think Brennan... Because, remember, we haven't heard from any jurors. I think Brennan got something. I don't know why. I don't know. I have no reason to believe it. I just think there's a there. Bella Marie, it's called a motion to set aside the verdict. Let me see if I can find a video explanation or like an example of where a motion to set aside the verdict has happened in Massachusetts. Explanation video, Massachusetts. Let me see if I can get a good lecture on this for us. I don't think people are just gonna have videos about this, but I'm gonna see if I can find anything about a motion to set aside the verdict, to set aside a criminal verdict, Massachusetts. Let's see. Yeah, right, exactly. Oh, LA Connection also made chicken. I kind of want to get some dinner. Is there any, you know what? While I look for this, do you all want to watch the Hank Brennan interview about the Whitey Bulger case? Because we just haven't heard from Hank in so long. I think the best thing we can do is just listen to Hank do his interview about the Bulger verdict. I really like hearing Hank, because remember, Hank was, that's the other thing. Hank was willing to go out there and do an interview after the Bulger case, and he hasn't done anything here. Certainly hasn't approached me. So, therefore, let's take a look at this. Let's listen to Hank's interview after the Bulger case. And he hasn't said anything except for a written statement about this case. So, I don't know. I don't think it's going to tell us much of anything. But let's see if, let's at least use it as an opportunity to listen to Hank, and then I'll use it to compose myself because it's 91 degrees.
Well, over the course of 35 days, jurors heard from no less than 72 witnesses. The one person they did not hear from was Whitey Bulger himself, as he declined to testify. After the verdict, defense attorney Jay Carney spoke for Bulger, saying he was pleased with the outcome.
It was important to him that the government corruption be exposed, and important.
Hold on. I don't want. I had a request to take a look at John DePietro. All right, let's do it. We haven't seen Hank in a while, but we can also check in on John DePietro. But then we can come back to Hank. The reason why I want to listen to Hank's interview is this is not a man who's afraid to talk. Like he has clearly talked before. Let's see what John's talking about. I don't want to just jump in on it, by the way. John's not live, so maybe he was live early. John was live earlier, Diana. So if there's a specific, I don't want to watch the full an hour and 24 minutes. But Diana, if there's a specific point you want to watch of John DePietro's show earlier, for example, like around the 11-minute mark, it looks like a lot of people tuned in. Just let me know a timestamp. We'll check it out. But let's watch the Hank interview. Hello. Oh, good night, Vicky Moore. You sleep so well, my dear friend. I'm hanging out to escape the heat here in Boston. If you're wondering, it's 91 degrees coming up on 9 p.m. So you're going to get some extra towel today, ladies and gentlemen. We've only been going for 6 hours anyway. We started late today. John was live John was live at 4:30 p.m. for an hour and 24 minutes. So he did a good live. I just want to know if there's anything specific that Diana wants to check out. Apparently he was talking about, you know what? John was talking about Alan going after Hank Brennan, so we are going to watch it. And Troy, I would just ask, I know you don't, love John. That's okay. Just let's reserve the negative comments and let's just listen to John. So give me a second. Let me load this up for you here, little towels. And let's take a listen to John DePietro talking a little bit about this Hank Brennan situation. Hold on one second. Where is it?
With Karen.
Hold on one second. Oh, and then we also have the link of the media finally holding Karen accountable, too, from... I forget who the super towel was that shared it.
It's not enough for her to beat this.
Oh, God bless you for chatting with Drew Drops all day, Vicky Moore. You are a super towel. Extending my hugs to you.
Here's what I want you to understand, and I haven't heard anyone else say this. Karen Reed,
and you get some great rest, Vicky Moore. You earned it, my dear friend. And I hope to see you tomorrow. And just know Towel loves you very much. And the fact that you were willing to chat with Towel at Jew Drops, that makes me, it just warms my little Towel soul. So thank you, my dear friend. Know that you have friends here. And when you lay your head down to sleep tonight, those friends are thinking of you. Even if we're very hot down here in Boston.
It's not enough that she got away with it. It's not enough for her that she was found not guilty. She wants revenge against the people that testified. That's why they're putting out this whole nonsense about we need to find the real killers. That's what this is. And her to stand up there, right? That, and I'll never stop fighting for justice for John O'Keefe. Has she issued a statement today to her followers saying no one should be dancing or harassing the O'Keefes? The answer is no. She never has. She never will. So Karen Reed could put a halt to that. When you have that embarrassing woman dancing out in front,
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I was getting the video. As you can see, I know my wonderful audio commentary is wonderful, but literally all I was doing was saying John is making, thank you, by the way, so much. Oh, I'm here, Jack D65. Thank you so much, Chastity and Alex. I'm back. I'm here. All I was doing, thank you so much, friends, is telling you that John is not over-exaggerating. This is actually the video he's talking about. There was a woman who was just dancing in front of the O'Keefe's house on June 23rd. I don't even think you could exaggerate something like this, but you are seeing it in real time. That's ridiculous. And the more you look at it, the more disturbing it gets. But we support John DePietro, ladies and gentlemen. But what I actually want to hear him talk about is the letter from Jackson about Brennan. So let's listen.
Flipping off the niece and the nephew. There's something wrong with someone like that. And then you have the defenders in the media, right? Miss Canton Confidential. I can't say if that video is verified, but if it is, that person may have been having a medical episode. See, notice, always have to have the but. Why can't you just say...
Well, hold on. I want to say something about this. John's right. There are some people who did try to excuse it. But if you look at some of the comments in here, so there's Judge Erskine, saying that I don't care what side of the case you're on, it's wrong. I don't look at even the glare, okay? And this is, I haven't looked at all these comments, but even the glare is like, okay, so, you know what I'm saying? I get John's point, but just know, there were some people on the Free Karen Reed side who did not like what was in that video. I have proof of it right there. But John's right, though. People did try to defend it. John knows what he's talking about. He sees way more of that online activity than me some days because of just how enmeshed I get in my streams and reading. But no, John, he's not wrong. I just want to point out, to be fair, I suppose, that there were at least some people in that Free Karen Reed movement who were calling out that video.
That's wrong. That person should not be doing that. They won't do that. But I want to tell you what they're trying to do. And no one else is talking about this. They're trying to find an angle on Sandra Birchmore.
Well, John, it's not that they're trying to find an angle. It's just, the two cases aren't related, but there's a there,
Trying to somehow, they're thinking there's got to be a way to thread the needle on this. There's a total dirtbag online. So you have the Sandra Birchmore case looming out there. And there's someone that's following that. They're a member of the press, sort of, I guess. Well, the way to, listen, this has to be from an official agency that's following that. They're a member of the press, sort of, I guess. And they're saying, thank you very much, Hot Coffee Chat. You'll help out.
Oh, thank you for helping John DePietro earlier, Hot Coffee Chats. If you're listening, you're a super towel.
Well, the way to, listen, this has to be from an official agency. It does. So there are people that have investigative powers. I'm not talking about, we have to be cautious. I just find it's very strange, many of the things that are being said. And I can only go on the context of what's being said. So, but just stay with me for a moment. They're trying to find a way to thread the needle. Now, many of the times these hearings are delayed with the Birchmore case. Sandra, thank you, Tammy Hendricks. And they're trying to say, gee, why is it being delayed? And then I saw a post today, Matthew Fairwell. He is the Stoughton cop who's accused of killing Sandra Birchmore. And there was a posting of talking about that and then saying the only way that Matthew Fairwell, stay with me, I know you haven't heard this anywhere, but the only way he could escape the death penalty is if he would spill his secrets.
Well, okay. No, so John was being facetious. I was like, John, what are you talking about? I've been talking about that. And no, he's kind of joking. He was like, I know everybody's saying this. Listen. The Biden DOJ, because of who Biden was, didn't really pursue the death penalty at all. This DOJ pursues the death penalty. So in that sense, yeah, there's a strong incentive for Farwell to cooperate. But all right, John, I'm listening. I will listen to everything John DePetro has to say, even if I'm initially, a little bit taken aback. I will listen to his point. I'm sure he is going somewhere. So let's listen.
Spill his secrets. And Karen Reed commented, yup.
Wait, where did Karen Reed comment this? On like Facebook?
So they're trying to set in motion to Matthew Falwell, whatever the frig the last name. They're trying to link that he could have information on the real killers. And the only way he could spare his life from the death penalty is if he'll talk, if he'll give up who it is that's truly responsible, because that is...
It's not who's truly responsible. It's just, and I get this is tough, Matthew Farwell killed Sandra Birchmore. It's just the MSP covered it up.
The message they're putting out there. Now, as Hank Brennan said, folks, this is ridiculous.
It's not.
Of the searches on for the real killer.
Oh, yeah. Well, no. Oh, I get what. Yes. And for Karen, yes. And by the way, so this point, I don't want to. I understand what John's saying. Like he's saying like they're muddying the waters, the FKR people. But what I would say in response to John here is like, no one's saying that Matthew Farwell didn't kill Sandra Birchmore. It's just they're saying the MSP covered it up.
Yanetti's saying it. The jurors are saying it. Now Alan Jackson is saying it. It is as Hank Brennan said, all roads lead one place. The first, let me touch on the. That's okay. I can get rid of that person. Here we go.
I love John's live moderating.
Touch on the Today Show. Now, first of all, as much as people maybe would want to get upset.
Okay, hold on. I want to hear, does anyone know when John talks about the statement by Brennan?
Data from the Lexus. Here's what I think, yeah, that's right, the Suffolk wardrobe. And then I like Sharon. I respect Sharon. They're not that way. They're so in deep. Hi, Karen Reed. Now, again, we're live on X. So they're trying to feel, who would be the highest bidder. If you're the highest bidder for Karen Reed, whatever the number is, I would imagine it.
All right, hold on. So it's not that I don't want to watch this. I do want to watch this, but I just don't have time to sort through. Diana, if you remember the part where he talked about the analysis of the now you got me umming with the heat. If you remember where John talked about the analysis of the letter we just saw from Alan Jackson, that's what I want to see. Also, I got a video in earlier where the media is apparently finally being a little bit more tough on Karen. So I'm going to take a look to see what channel this is on and see if we can watch this. It looks like this is The Nerve with Maureen Callahan. I don't know who The Nerve is with Maureen Callahan. I imagine this is a more mainstream media outlet. But let's take a look at this together. Let's watch this and let's see what a sort of outside perspective has to say. So Karen Reed treats her acquittal like a bizarre Oscars moment. Okay, you're already winning me over. But let's see what else you have to say.
Let's talk about this Karen Reed trial. Now, you guys, really since the show began, and we are still a baby show. As I said, we're probably in our teen years. We're in our adolescence. We're like, we've got a mouth. We've got a point of view, We're going to let you have it. So you guys have been asking a lot about this person and this case a lot. And I have to say, I love true crime. I wrote a true crime book that just the mystery of it enraptured me for years. But for some reason, the Karen Reed case,
Oh, Kath, hello, my friend. You're so kind to check in. We're going to watch this analysis of Karen Read from an outside perspective. I did well. It took an hour and a half longer than I thought, but I did well, and I'm pleased to announce that I am back home. So overall, 8 out of 10. I spent a little bit of time outside before it got to 100 degrees in Boston, and then I melted.
I couldn't latch into it, and I couldn't.
Oh, well, yeah, but Troy, she's not parachuting in. She's trying to learn a lot about a case. So, okay, that can happen.
To figure out why, and then in researching for this segment, I realized I just think that there was an instinctual gut reaction I had towards Karen Read. I think I read her immediately as one of the darker people that we have ever encountered. I knew very little about this case. I knew that her boyfriend had been a police officer in Massachusetts, I believe in a suburb outside Boston. He was Boston PD. He was found, they dated for 2 years. His body was found in a snowbank. She claimed, and still does, that there was this wild conspiracy involving like the entire police force who had like tortured and killed him and left him out to die in the snow. And that never really made sense to me. But that she, this poor but glamorous, camera ready and media friendly woman named Karen Read, I mean, it is time for her close up. Okay. That's what was putting me off, that she had nothing to do with the death of her boyfriend of 2 years. We're looking right now at an official police photo portrait of John O'Keefe. Really handsome guy, by all accounts, a really, really, really decent guy. His sister had died. I believe her husband had died. He took her 2 children and was raising them.
Wait a minute. This woman knows this case really well. And wait a minute, hold on. This woman, this is great. Her name is Maureen, I believe. The Nerve. This is an excellent overview for someone who I thought might not have known a lot about the case because apparently she got a name or two mixed up. No, she nailed it. This is great. If this is how she did 2 minutes in, I cannot wait to see what she has to say for the rest of this video.
Himself as a single dad, a police officer as a single dad. I mean, anyway, when I saw the verdict come in last week, I thought to myself, absolutely, the troublemakers, as usual, you are right. We have got to talk about this. So the first thing we're going to do is look at Karen Read's address to her supporters last week after she was acquitted in this murder. She was convicted of like a much lesser charge of like DUI, I think, and she got a year's probation. Anyway, this is Karen outside Norfolk with her lawyer making very mature hand signals. You know, things that really like reflect the sober seriousness of this crime. You know, here she is outside the courthouse. A V for victory. Look at me. I'm in a tailored suit. I'm blowing kisses to my fans. Are you kidding? A man died. 2 children who already lost their parents, lost their uncle, their surrogate father. You know, is this really appropriate? I mean, where are we in the culture? Because I saw all of this coverage on the news. I saw this footage rolling over and over and over on the news. And I swear I never heard one single person say anything about how callous and inappropriate this was. Now, that's what we're here for. Clearly, there's a hole in the culture. There is a void bigger than, you know, the Grand Canyon, and we are here to fill it, people, okay? Now, here is Karen's speech to her supporters after narrowly escaping with her life. She was facing life in prison. Here we go.
Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years.
You would think this was the Academy Awards. You would think this was the Oscars. Listen, sister, I think you killed that guy. I have reason to believe you killed that guy, as do many other people. And she's out here thanking her supporters and those poor saps, those idiots who donated their hard-won money to this piece of shit who was a top-level financial analyst who, when she was facing these charges, called over to Harvard Law School, where she got the good advice to go hire Kevin Spacey's attorneys. You think that doesn't cost a pretty penny? Don't we?
Oh, she knows this case well. Listen, I know this case really well. All right, I'd say I know probably 98% of this case. She's really, for someone who is just learning about it, I think it was, I'm not sure who said it earlier, that they thought she might not have known a lot about this. This is incredible. I mean, I would be impressed if someone who like tweets about this every day made this video.
For her, okay? You should not be giving her don't give her your money. Don't do it. Let's look at what else she had to say.
And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team.
I think his family would beg to differ. I think his friends would beg to differ. I think all of the witnesses that Reed has allegedly sicked her supporters on, and we'll get to that, would beg to differ. And I'm going to quote you something that she said in this. She did this HBO 5-part, or it's investigative discovery, now it's on HBO Max, whatever. 5-part docuseries during the trial and up to the verdict. And I'm going to quote you something that directly came out of her mouth, and it's such a vulgar piece of obscenity. Nobody's fought harder for James O'Keefe than I have.
Oh,
yeah, you know.
Wait, what's John's middle name? And by the way, John James. But, you know, she was mocking Karen, too, by the way.
I mean, she's an actress, really. She's a dramatic actress who just never could have made it any other way. You know, look at, she has a sophisticated sense of how you tell a story non-verbally through the media. Okay. Look at what she's wearing. She's dressed in powder blue. For the day, when they're told that the verdict has come in, get to the courthouse. What does she dress in? Powder blue. She's a martyr. She's the Virgin Mary. However this verdict was going to go, she was telling us one thing, that she is a saint. She is not a sinner. Now, as discussed, I watched all 5 episodes of that documentary. It's called A Body in the Snow. And the showrunner is a veteran. I was obsessed with the show as a kid. I would scare the living crap out of myself watching this show. I was addicted to it. The late, great Unsolved Mysteries. So this is a veteran in the true crime storytelling space. Her name is Terry Dunn Muir. And she did an interview recently with The Hollywood Reporter, and they asked her, how'd you get all this access? You know how she got all this access? Guess who made the call? Karen Reed called her, not the other way around. Karen Reed is like, hey, I need some more cameras on me because the national media isn't enough. Let's get a camera crew in here and let's talk to me all day long. It's not really a smart thing to do when you're on trial for your life. But, you know, I think I'm going to say this, and I think this person is innocent, but extremely strange, very dark, very weird. Not since Amanda Knox. Again, I think she's innocent. She was eventually found not guilty of the murder of Meredith Kircher in Italy, but she was very weird during the entire investigation. She was like doing cartwheels at the police station. Anyway, I don't think I've seen a murder suspect so excited to be facing down a trial for murder, for homicide, than Karen Reed. Like, there's this scene in the first episode, the very first episode, she's in the back of a very expensive SUV. She's wearing, you know, clothing that costs a pretty penny. And she's on her phone and she starts like she starts like levitating. She can't believe it. And she lurches forward in her seat so she can tell her lawyer up front or whatever member of her entourage is up front, like, oh my God, you're not going to believe it. I just got an email from Elle magazine. They want to do something on me. Can you believe it? I mean, like, she's arrived. She has arrived and she is now the star that she has always been meant to be. And we are going for it, man. This is it. It is pedal to the metal. She's not leaving, by the way. And I'll tell you how she's going to stay. There is nothing about this woman, nothing that mourns the death of her boyfriend of 2 years. Nothing. This servant of the public who wound up dying alone on a cold, freezing winter's night in the snow. So this is the quote I was telling you about. Here's what she says to us in episode 4 about her dead ex-boyfriend. And I quote, I used to think, poor guy, now it's all about me. I used to think, poor guy, now it's all about me, okay? It's all about me. This is my trial. Fuck him. She ginned up national news coverage, by the way. She couldn't get it. It was a local story. It was very stubbornly a local story. So she or someone on her team reached out to an online blogger, a grown man who goes by the name, I could not make this up, Turtle Boy.
So what's interesting is, yes, but also it was way more. It was the feds too. She's got this case. If anything, she's only missing just a subtle, like, it wasn't just the national attention, it was the feds were helping Karen. But yes, she's right. She nailed it. This is great. I'm glad we watched this.
To start agitating for coverage in Boston media that would fan out nationwide. And Turtle Boy couldn't participate in this documentary because he's currently facing 16 counts per more in the Hollywood Reporter of witness intimidation. This guy feels like a David Fincher invention. He truly does.
Yeah, and she even almost got that right. Even after the motion to dismiss, it's 14 counts of witness intimidation, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, she nailed it.
And I really do hope David Fincher gets back to doing noirs and movies about crime, like Gone Girl, Seven, like that is real. That's really where he shines, I think. Anyway, Reed's fans, who are her cult members, really, you know, and I often think back to what Megyn Kelly said once about protesters that you would see, like, like the pro-Palestinian ones, for example. You know, you don't typically see healthy, fit, attractive, successful looking people showing up day after day to protest for or against someone. You just don't. You have to look at the group. It's a self-selecting group. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she's not, that's an amazing point because, all right, so with me, right, and I don't know what I look like, but if I want to get something done, barring like a situation that's very serious where, you know, you're doing a one-day protest and, like, say there's a bill or something that's being going to be passed or debated where you want to stand out, or maybe you want to, like, break a record for a protest by, like, going to the same place every day like the environmental groups do, or maybe you want to, like, chain yourself. Like, I knew a veteran, really inspiring veteran, a local politician. He wanted a meeting with the governor about treatments for veterans because a lot of veterans were getting prescribed narcotics from the VA. And he was saying, listen, I will not take that stuff. I know what it does. Like, I'm not taking it. Like, he was just like, I'm not going to take it. So he couldn't get the VA to facilitate, like, orthopathic treatment or any, I don't remember the exact name of the treatment. He couldn't get the VA to facilitate alternative treatments. And so he wanted the governor to begin, I think it was either like a discussion or like take into consideration a potential change to state law about this. So this single veteran, one of the most admirable guys I've ever met, goes down to the State House. He's disabled from a roadside IED in Iraq, or it might have been Afghanistan. Don't quote me. I think it was Afghanistan now that I think about it. I think he was a sergeant in Afghanistan in 2003, but I could be wrong. I do my best to remember it exactly, but I don't remember the battalion. And so anyway, he gets injured in Iraq and he comes back, and him and his service dog go down to the State House and they chain themselves to the State House. He doesn't chain the dog to the State House. The dog won't leave his side. He chains himself to the State House and to the gate, and he will not, and he's a veteran and he's disabled, so they weren't going to mess with him. They just left him chained to the gate. Like, he just sat there until like the next day. And eventually the governor, I forget if the governor met with him. I think the governor did meet with him, or changed who the veterans secretary was. There was some accommodation. I think he did get a meeting, but it worked. Those are the kind of protests that work, because they have an agenda. It's not you're not protesting for the sake of protesting. You're protesting to accomplish something. Protesting because you're part of a movement becomes like almost like a job. That is where it gets a little wild. Like, a protest that is spontaneous, like to facilitate mass democratic action, is one thing. The types of protests I talked about earlier, like very tactical, with a goal in mind, a very substantive, concrete goal in mind. Okay, like, and I don't think I think the Maureen is the host name. I don't think she's talking about any of that. She's talking about people who, whatever side of the issue you're on, not people who go to like support a politician or whatever, but people who live it every single moment of every single day. That is not protesting. That is trying to find a cultural identity amongst a shared group of people who do that all the time. And that is not, I mean, it's an industry, but it is not the traditional meaning of protest. And that's where I think this insight is really good. She's very smart. I like this host.
Karen Reed's very proud of this cohort who were out there in their pink shirts, because her favorite color is pink, and she got them all to wear pink. And her lawyers would wear pink ties because that was their way of telegraphing you're pro Karen, because the judge banned any kind of signage whatsoever in the courtroom. So of course, this is the criminal mind at work. I learned a lot about the criminal mind writing American Predator. A lot. The criminal mind will find ways, even if they're, no matter how small.
Hold on.
They got to get around the system. They got to get around it. So anyway, here's what Karen.
She's so right, though. She's got it. Now, here's the thing. She's going to rile up a lot of the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy fans, because this cuts through the narrative. It gets to the pathology of how people can buy into this, and it's the criminal mind. The criminal mind doesn't take accountability. The criminal mind looks to manipulate the system to avoid it. Oh, no wonder why. So this is great. It's wonderful because it cuts through the polemics, and I can see why it would really rile up the people like the FKR people, the Turtle Boy people, who are so interested in the narrative of it all. This goes more to the psychology, the socio political sort of framework in which Karen was operating. It was because she had she just didn't care about the justice system. She didn't care about John, and she didn't care what it took. She just wanted to avoid accountability. That's what that is Karen Reed as a person. It's not the how and the why. The how and the why are important, or the how and the who and all of the details. But why she did it is something that can get overcomplicated if you look at the nuance, all the details. The why is simple. It's because Karen didn't want to face accountability. Everything else splinters out from that. That's a good insight.
Reed says about the people, some of whom were formerly friends of hers and her boyfriends, who have been terrorized by her supporters, who are dealing with these unhinged strangers who have parasocial relationships with Karen freaking Reed, turning.
Okay, so hold on, and that's really what it is. Does everyone know? And listen, I don't want us to fall into this, and I think it's different here because we all have very kind of like interpersonal relationships, right? Like the way that we engage with each other is very personalized. We know who each other are. But I want to talk a little bit about this parasocial concept. So, do people know what a parasocial relationship is? A parasocial relationship, it's going to sound a little bit like how we interact, but it's not really. And you're going to hear why it's not really, because this stream kind of breaks the mold a little bit in that it's interactive. But a parasocial relationship, and tell me if this sounds very familiar to Karen Reed and her supporters. This is a Google overview, by the way, so I defer to Google for its overview. Hold on one second. All right. So, a parasocial relationship is a one-sided emotional connection that an individual forms with a public figure, such as a celebrity or influencer, without any reciprocal interaction. So that's what makes it different than a stream like this. That's what I like. Essentially, one person feels a sense of intimacy, familiarity, or even friendship with someone they don't actually know, while that public figure is unaware of their existence. Key characteristics. So this, I think, is unfortunately what's happening to a lot of Karen and Turtle Boys fans. It's a one-sided relationship where the individual invests emotional energy, but the public figure doesn't know about their presence. They involve a sense of knowing and even liking the public figure without knowing them. These relationships are not based on any actual interaction, so it's not like they're talking to Karen or reciprocity. And it can be with celebrities, fictional characters, or even people on social media. And it can be an unhealthy or healthy thing. And it can happen in the context of TV shows. Yes, wow. So I guess the difference is, and what makes it so weird is that they don't actually interact with Karen. And she couldn't possibly interact with them. I don't know how she would talk to them. So I didn't even think about that parasocial relationship, but that's exactly what it is.
Up at their homes, these people have children, some of them, and knocking on their doors. I quote Karen Reed, "It's impossible for me to have any sympathy for these witnesses." She says this, by the way, with a smile. She was really drunk that night. She had at least 9 drinks that we know of. Admittedly, she was drinking in the car when she, as the prosecution alleged, backed over her boyfriend, who was also holding an open vodka drink, and left him to die in the snow. Now, the defense claimed again that a cabal of police officers killed John and conspired to frame her, and that's what she has alleged. And that, my friends, is narcissism. That is malignant narcissism. Just my opinion. And by the way, as one of John's very smart, very, very commonsensical friends, like this is a guy you look at and you're like, he's salt of the earth. Like I went to high school with a guy like this, you know, like he's decent. He said his name is Brendan Kane. And among the very wise things he says in this documentary, to believe the defense's version, their theory of the case, you would have to believe that multiple members, veteran members of law enforcement, would conspire and be dumb enough to murder one of their own and then dump the body outside one of their own homes. I mean, as he says, he's like, there's railroad tracks in the back. An idiot could figure that out, okay? Finally, let's take a look at this is giving, you know what this is giving? It's giving
I don't get it. Like, what did they mean? Like, why wouldn't the railroad tracks be just as obvious? Maybe it's just an insight I'm missing, but like, oh, because they're in the back of the house, so they'd be harder to see. But people would still find the person. But anyway, I get it. Like, Brendan Kane's point is, you don't put someone's body that you killed on the front lawn.
Casey Anthony. Karen Reed canoodling with her lawyer, who I believe is married. This video was taken.
No. Oh, God. Don't use that one. That's why she got so much heat. Use one of the pictures of Karen, like, in the restaurant or something. I'll try to send one to her. But that's why she got so much heat, because if you use that video, you're immediately going to get questions about, you know, the Kate Peter stuff. That's what I think got her a lot of heat. But you're not wrong. I mean, they canoodled, just there's better pictures. I'll send them to her.
So in short, I think, just my opinion, that Karen Read is guilty, that she exhibits what is known in psychology as the dark triad. This is the cluster of
We've talked about this on the stream before, the dark triad.
Narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy.
I see it. Listen, I'm not able to analyze this, but I see it in some of the other people in the orbit of this case. It's not just Karen. Like, there are multiple people in the orbit of this case that have her dark triad, in my opinion. It's scary.
And that she is evil. I think she's pure evil. She will, I guarantee you, she's not going anywhere. She loves being famous. If a guy had to die to do it, I mean, you break a few eggs. Am I right?
That's what's fun. I mean, I don't think that's why she killed John, but I think that's how Karen rationalizes it. Like, oh, this sucks, but I'm famous now.
She's going to be seeking out a book deal. And the publisher who signs her, I mean, that's, your blood is on your hands. That is a deal with the devil.
Well, the publisher can get pulled. I mean, it can be a liability thing. So we'll see who does that.
She will be launching a podcast. I guarantee it. She will doubt.
Well, she's not doing anything until we find out why Alan Jackson wrote that letter. But yes, this was earlier today before Alan's statement.
Let's be saying that she is, as she said in this documentary, and she's going to use this garbage language again because it's got some traction in the culture. And we here at The Nerve, the troublemakers, we are doing our best to dislodge it and get rid of it. She's going to say she's finding her voice. She's getting her voice back. She's reclaiming her story. I suggest that Karen Read take her wares over to Monica Lewinsky or Hoda Kotb or Kotb, however you say it. And I believe she will probably find a glide path into alternative media or mainstream media with one of those two empty vessels, okay?
That was great, ladies and gentlemen. That was great. So if you didn't get a chance to see it, we're not going to watch the Juror interview again, but definitely check out The Nerve with Maureen. That was excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, that was simply excellent. Now, let me tell you, I think what we should do right now, there's an interview with John Jackson, and I'm so glad that we got a chance to hear that. There is an interview with John Jackson I'd like to play from the other night on Court TV. It was, I think, hands down kind of what she was talking about. There are ways to analyze what's going on in this case that cut through the polemics, that really get to the heart of it. And John Jackson just absolutely nailed it. So I have, I think this is the full segment with John Jackson. Let's listen to it now, okay? Let's let this. I thought that segment from the Nerve was really, really good. And it immediately, when she started talking about Brendan Kane, other than I didn't realize what they were saying about what's the difference between the railroad tracks and the front lawn? Oh, yes, the front lawn is the front lawn of the house. But no, I want to watch, no, wrong one. I want to watch this because I think that this, this does a very good job, in my opinion, of highlighting the point that the Verve just made, which is listen to in 15 minutes, John Jackson explain, and John was a friend of John O'Keefe, explain this case to Vinnie Politan better than anyone had over 400 hours of discussion of talking heads on Court TV. It's just so much narrative and so little fact and so much cult worship of Karen that when you act like when Vinny actually got confronted with, and by the way, he did have a pink tie in his suit pocket in one of the pictures. Vinny couldn't even handle it. And Vinnie Politan is kind of a known pro-Karen Court TV commentator.
Jackson, he is a close friend of John O'Keefe. They were good friends since college. I can understand this can't be easy, but I need you to help us understand what it's like from the other side. That story hasn't been told enough. How are you personally handling what transpired and the verdict in this case?
That's the lead-in. That's the lead-in to this. That's the footage of the lead-in to this. Vinny, we saw you out there. We saw you with the pink tie. We saw you just bathing in the sea of pink.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Didn't wear a pink tie, John. Didn't wear a pink tie,
So
John.
you hold it up. You held it up. right?
No, I didn't. I held up a red tie, John. If you've watched me, if you've watched my career, so every verdict I wear a red tie. So I switched from the purple. From the purple.
The career is interesting.
Okay, this is the way it's going to go. Let's
go. The career
is
fantastic. The career is fantastic. Look, up until this case, we all watched you. We all did. We all watched, any case that had any kind of interest to us, we watched. But I just watched that interview with that juror. Well, I was here to talk about something completely different. And it's unfortunate because...
Okay, let's talk about whatever you want to talk about, John. I'll give you an opportunity. It's not a problem.
I can't believe what I just heard from that. I just watched the show, so I can't believe what I just heard that juror say. So many things. I mean, I just went over it. I couldn't believe what I was listening to. It believes the dog bite theory, but they didn't really present it at trial. Those are her words. Barros. She talked about Officer Barros. She apparently missed the cross-examination, although she did hat tip to Mr. Hank Brennan for his cross-examinations. But hey, look, I love to talk about Johnny.
John, let me give you an opportunity. You can talk about whatever you want. As a guest on this show, you can talk about whatever you want right now. You've got the microphone. We've got the camera. You have a question for me. If you want to talk about the juror, the way she saw the case, that's fine. You've answered my question that I have already. I sense that you are absolutely livid. You're unhappy. There's a sense of anger. So my question's answered. Yeah. I'll give you an opportunity to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
So let me just run through it. Okay, it's been a couple of days. So the first couple of days, obviously we were all together when the verdict came out, and it was rough, man. It was you sat through the whole case and you watched everything come and go, all the evidence come and go, and look, to us, the prosecution put on a good case, and to us, that data from her car and from Johnny's cell phone told the whole story. Right. So we're not hearing too much about that right now from these jurors. I'm a little surprised. Look, I came out that night. I said, look, we respect the jury's decision. I mean, that's how it is. And it's OK. That's the process. I'm to be honest, I'm stunned at what I just saw. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I wasn't really there until I just saw that interview, and it kind of put me there. It is literally like the social media side of this and the blogging side of this and the law tuber side of this just came out of that juror's mouth. I'm actually stunned. I was calm. I wasn't here, but I can't believe I just heard it. It kind of put me in a position, and I'm sorry. Didn't mean to start off that way. And then
hey, John, the your emotions are real. You're entitled to your emotions.
Of course they are.
This is an incredible loss. And I've seen cases of not guilties before. I know it can be crushing. I know it can create anger. And I just want to hear it. I want to hear your side of this. So hearing what we heard from juror number 11 tonight and the way things went down, where do you point blame anywhere for why this result came out, a result that you don't believe in at all?
Yeah, so obviously, there's a couple places we'd like to put some blame, but let me start off again. We respect the process, right? If the process is fair, if there's no fingers on the scale, we respect the process, and the jurors spoke, so that's it, right? I mean, we understand that's it, but what we don't appreciate is the narrative that got away from us pretty early was a false narrative. So, trial 1, trial 2, both of them, and the popularity of the movement grew, and as the movement grew, it drew in more and more media types, traditional media, new media, drew them all in, and they went and chased the clicks, and they chased the likes, and they chased the popularity, which is fine. That's what they do. But what we feel is that at some point, I mean, look outside that courthouse, right? The family heard the cheers. Brother, friend, son. They heard the cheers, and it was devastating, right? So the media needs to take responsibility for their part in this. I'm not saying it was totally there, but for their part in this, for allowing themselves to choose sides, for allowing themselves to be part of the fuel for that fire that caught and wound up outside of that courthouse. So yeah, some of the blame goes there.
So let's go ahead. No, continue. I don't want to cut you off. I thought you were done. Continue.
Look, so the problem is for us too. We've lived this for 3.5 years, and we've every piece of evidence that came in, both sides. We can be objective about it and say when things went poorly for us and when things went well for us, and it just even when things went well for us. Again, Juror 11 here. Look, Ms. Hank Brennan, Adam Lally, Attorney McLaughlin, they put on a good case, and it's unfortunate because I'm looking now. This doesn't look like it ever had a chance. It doesn't. A couple of other jurors have spoken to, and I wasn't going to go there with this, but I can't even. Literally raw emotions are coming out here, so that's not where I wanted to go tonight. I wanted to be calm and talk about Johnny and the pain that this family is definitely experiencing.
So, yeah, and we've heard from other jurors that are speaking. Do you at all look at the investigation itself, the way things were handled that night? Sure. I know there was a nor'easter coming in. I know that is difficult, but it's Massachusetts, not securing the scene, other things that were pointed out to them.
Vinny got that wrong, by the way. In the first trial, they did put tape up. It just got crime scene tape. It just got blown away in the blizzard.
The jury, because they kept saying to me, not just this juror, but other jurors, holes in the investigation. There were holes in the investigation.
Sure. I can address that, sure. So again, me personally, I'm not speaking for anybody else here, but I will say that, the investigation found the right person. My personal opinion is that maybe, especially with a police officer involved, maybe a little more follow through, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and I'm being, I'm softening it a little bit. But am I happy with the investigation? No. But did they come up with the right person? Yes. Right. So the evidence in this case points to one person, or one person only. And we've followed the social media, we've followed the online stuff and all the other media, and it, the reality is the wrong narrative still exists. The wrong narrative is still out there. That they're talking about third party culprits, and it's all nonsense. One person did this. We know it. We've known it since the beginning. And you want to talk about the investigation? I understand. Look, beyond a reasonable doubt is the standard. We get it. And we can have an honest conversation about whether or not, beyond a reasonable doubt, the threshold was met here. I believe it was. But if you want to talk about specifically maybe the collision, whether or not a collision happened, you can have that argument. I think in totality, the evidence shows, yeah, it happened. But if you want to have like an honest conversation about whether that happened or whether they proved it or not, I think they did. If a juror came out and said, look, I just don't believe in a collision, fine. But when they come out and they say things like, it wasn't 100%, instead of, if it was 99, then you can't convict. Not understanding reasonable doubt, totality of the evidence, not understanding their job. They say they understood their job, but they didn't get it. Or at least that one, I should say.
Right.
So yeah, again, investigation found the right person. I would have liked a little more follow through, but maybe things will change because of this case, right? You would hope that when investigations happen now, they would have to sort of foresee that maybe a wealthy defendant would be able to purchase the circus, So that's how I see it. So yeah, if you want to have an honest discussion about reasonable doubt, I could probably get on board with that. But the other stuff, she said, this last juror talked about the dog bites, Barrows. She never listened to Hank Brennan's. Aperture was unprofessional. Look, you say what you want, but you can go after the individual if you want. But Shannon Burgess, he found the chip that put the data, that put her car there. She was the one who drove the car forward 30 and change feet and then reversed and another 50 feet at a high rate of speed. Even that juror said, she said it. She says she doesn't know what, maybe she hit him, but then he went in the house after with his socks on. I mean, oh my God. He didn't have a shot. There was never a shot here. And so the emotions you hear now is I'm transitioning away from the grief and the disbelief. We're pragmatic about it. We understood that this could happen, but this is not.
There are commercials and there are segments in a show.
Sure.
But
sure.
I want to extend this segment and give you an opportunity. Again, is there any other area that you would want people to know about tonight? Because I think your voice is an important voice in all of this.
Sure. If you want me to stick around, or you want me to just do this now?
No, we're pushing the commercial. We're pushing it, so we're giving you a little extra time here. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Your thing, So yeah, no. Look, let's just talk about the family for a moment, okay? Let's just talk about Johnny's family.
Wait, excuse me. What, Diana? Hold on. What? Who said what about the jury foreperson? I will not be playing Kate Peters' statements if she did indeed say that. But if someone, Diana, I don't want you to feel obligated. Please don't link the video if it has like that kind of remarks in it. But if you could, generally paraphrase, please don't use any racist language, please. And we're not. Diana is telling us about someone who said something very disturbing about the foreperson. Maybe those of us who don't want to see it, if you could paraphrase it without saying any of the words like that are very bad, we would like to know, Diana, because that is very concerning. Regardless of how anyone feels about any juror, saying anything like that is disturbing. So I'm interested to the extent that I'm appalled that it was said.
They've been through a tremendous, and you.
Hello, Richard and Joanne Hogan. You came in at a good time at 10 p.m. Eastern, folks. So in just over 15 minutes, I'm going to try to get a feed for you all of the Boston 25 interview with one of John's family members. Now, Telestream didn't start until 1 p.m. today, so we have some extra time together. And for now, we're going to watch this interview of John Jackson on Court TV for a few more minutes.
Hear it. You hear people say justice for John O'Keefe.
Oh, okay, Chastity, thank you. I'll take a look on X.
The reality is, we knew, guilty or not, that Johnny's never coming home, right? He's just not coming home. The pain, the damage was already done. He's never coming back. And that pain's never going to change. The O'Keefes, obviously, most know the story now about his Johnny's older sister passing and his brother-in-law and how he took in the kids. And that is heroic stuff. That's not run-of-the-mill stuff. That's stuff that when the moment arises and you feel like, I'd be that guy. I would be that guy. I don't know. You hope you would. But he was that guy. And he was that guy for everybody. That wasn't just his niece and nephew, who he loved and cherished more than anything. That's who he was to all of us. That was who he was to people he didn't know. He was a helper. He was a giver. He was charitable. He was an amazing man. And
hold on. I just want to pause, and we're going to go back and listen to this part again. John Jackson, I just want to compliment, because I've listened to this interview twice or three times. I forget. We listened to it as part of a compilation. I think we watched it once the day after it aired. Every time I watch this interview, I'm paying attention to how John Jackson is breaking down the case, the jurors' ridiculous perspective. And then every time I watch this, I notice that it's seamless. John doesn't need a cue from Vinny. John has things that he wants to say, and he's saying them in a very easy to understand, structured manner. And then very naturally and authentically, he immediately starts describing John's life. And this is on National Court TV live after John Jackson just had to listen to that juror go for 40 minutes across 3 segments with Vinny. It just excellent. Let's listen to it one more time.
Stuff. That's not run of the mill stuff. That's stuff that when the moment arises and you feel like, oh, I'd be that guy. I would be that guy. I don't know. You hope you would. But he was that guy. And he was that guy for everybody. That wasn't just his niece and nephew, who he loved and cherished more than anything. That's who he was to all of us. That was who he was to people he didn't know. He was a helper. He was a giver. He was charitable. He was an amazing man. And the O'Keefes need to be left alone to grieve now. Right? We're going to put a period at the end of this chapter. We're going to move on. The O'Keefes need to grieve. So anybody who's online still talking, peg this, peg that. First of all, it's Mrs. O'Keefe to us. Okay? Stop talking about them. Stop looking. People invested their lives in the last 30 plus days or even 3 years or so in this. And they're zeroing in on people on the family side of that bench. And they would constantly go on social media, point things out and say terrible, terrible things. This is a grieving family. It's unacceptable. And we know in the first trial, walking in that door, everybody screamed and yelled, cop killers, cop killers. It was unbelievable. And then they learned, it's bad PR, so we're going to stop that now. And they did, but they didn't stop online. And I won't say the names, but the niece and nephew that Johnny took in, they're incredible, incredible kids. But the kids, they're on social media. You can't stop that. And they see it. And they see the pain of the family, of their grandparents. So when you consider saying something about the O'Keefes, well, Paul, leave Paul alone. It's time to leave him alone. He deserves to grieve. We understand the verdict is in. She's free to do whatever she wants in this life, right? But that pain is not going to stop for that family or for the friends or for any of us. And the world is going to miss out on a tremendous individual. And it doesn't change the fact that we know who did it, right? We know who did it. Just didn't get the guilty. It wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt in this jury's eyes. It's unfortunate. And anyway, I appreciate you let me say that.
Yeah. Well, John, I appreciate you coming on. It's not easy. And what you said, everyone heard. And I think that's important. And I'm sorry for your loss of your good friend and for going through all this and all the pain. John Jackson, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Really appreciate it.
Okay.
So, just brilliant by John Jackson. Vinny deserved every second of that. I'm sorry, Vinny. That's my opinion. You deserve that. And the best part is, it was John Jackson, who was one of John O'Keefe's childhood friends, and I'm sure Vinny's producer was in his ear yelling at him, saying, stop being combative, Vinny. If he wants to chew you out, let him chew you out. This is a friend of John O'Keefe's. You're lucky he's doing this interview. Let him chew you out. Like, they set Vinny up for sure. Did you notice how Vinny was just like, okay. At first, he was like, oh, it's going to be like this. And then I can tell you right now, like, I can't confirm it, but I can tell you any reasonable producer would have said into Vinny Politan's ear, especially on court TV, especially right after the verdict, like, stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, just stop. And that's exactly what happened. Vinny stopped that and immediately switched the tone of the interview and just let John talk. And that was exactly what he should have done. Now, I don't think Vinny, if he were just on his own doing that, would have ever done that. But he is working for a very well-respected, I mean, say what you will about Court TV. Like, I love Julie Grant on Court TV. Let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Julie Grant is just... You watch Julie Grant's Passion for Victims. It is one of the most inspiring things you'll ever see in your life. It's like watching Anjanette Levy cover like 7 cases at once in like 14 days. There are certain people who are just excellent at their craft. And some of the people on Court TV, in particular Julie Grant, reflect what the network was at a certain point. It was not always this kind of Vinny style, chase the views and go after whatever's popular. No. For a long time, Court TV was, okay, we're going to sit and actually be in the courtroom for trials that were mostly mundane. There was a lot of mundane coverage on Court TV. Why am I watching, a coverage of a large civil case out of Nevada? Why is this on Court TV? That was Court TV in the 90s. It had talking heads, but for the most part, they found a reason to put trials on Court TV most of the time. So I feel like Court TV's, the network itself, is respected. So the producers and the editorial staff probably think of it that way. And so because they think of it that way, I promise that the most reasonable reaction to Vinny's remarks there of, oh, it's going to be like that, is it would be someone jumping in his ear and being like, stop, because it's not, the host cannot get into a combative argument with the guest who is the grieving friend of the victim in a murder trial, because that was why, in some sense, it was actually good for Vinny to do that, because it let John Jackson expose Vinny a little bit. John Jackson didn't bait him. Vinny just stupidly reacted that way. And I'm sure Vinny got scolded after that interview, too. Just reasonably, that's what the staff would do, the editorial staff. Not because it's wrong per se to have a moment where you're like, hey, you don't have to insult me, but because Vinny was rearing for it, he was like, oh, it's going to go down, it's almost like Vinny had in his mind, oh, this guy might go at me, I'm going to be ready for it. But if you are prepped for that, and if you're like, oh, I'll give them what they want, I'll give them the drama, and so Vinny, you could see winding up in the beginning of that interview, you can't do anything if your own producer comes on over your ear and says, I am going to, or stop talking, I'm taking control of this interview. And that's what happened. That's why Vinny was flustered. He's not just listening to the guest. It's why it's an art form. He has a whole production team that is telling him, because he doesn't control, it's his show, but he doesn't control what's going on. He doesn't control the time. He can control commercials, but it's really the producers. His job is to listen to what he's being told in his ear, look at the teleprompter, listen to the guest, and ideally look at the camera at the same time, which is kind of easy because the teleprompter is above the camera. But the point is, that's why he was so flustered, because interviews and live TV are fine when you don't. So for me, I have nothing in my ears, nothing is playing unless we're watching something. But it would be incredibly difficult to have a producer in your ear saying stop doing certain things and continue to ask questions, which is why the producer was doing it. He was forcing Vinny to stop being combative with John Jackson by being in his ear, which is why Vinny was just quiet. The producer was basically chewing him out and telling him to be quiet. That's what I would think happened. But at 10 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, there is going to be an interview apparently with one of John O'Keefe's friends on Boston 25. I'm going to see if I can have that up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, also, take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I have now, I think Turtle Boy may actually not be in Karen Reed's inner circle anymore. And you might be saying, Grant, that's why do you think that would be? Well, someone posted this, and I can't get the image to zoom in unless I open just the image, so sorry to rescue Randy. Thank you for your excellent post. Ladies and gentlemen, could someone explain why the Turtle Boy people are now apparently desperate to the point where they have to beg, like the Turtle Boy, the stands for Turtle Boy have to beg people to have Turtle Boy on a show? This is one of the Turtle Boy stands. I think he walks dogs or something locally. I don't know if he walks dogs or his girlfriend walks the dogs and he picks up after the dogs. I'm not really sure. He walks dogs. That's all I know. And so this guy, one of the Turtle Boy fans, he says, if you're hosting a show and have the rock star attorneys booked, I think I don't think anyone has Hank Brennan booked or anything. So this guy's a little bit befuddled in general, it seems. asking Turtle Boy to co-host with you as a sign of simple respect. It's a little cut. I don't know if it, like, he doesn't write in full words or if the image got cut off. IWO came on my show. It would be my first message. And maybe Moo, the dozen, it got cut off. I think it says Moo. The dozen smaller shows that you risked way more early. Now that could have got cut off too. The image got cut off. I don't know what you want me to do. And raised a crap load. This person does not write very good English. Raised a crap load of money for Karen's defense. Annie Mae. Annie. Well, I was like Annie Mae. Oh, it's cut off a little bit. Annie Mae. So not Annie Mae. Annie Mae. Some of the boots on the ground, the ones that were there, we always do free PR. I don't know if this person knows what PR means for law tubers and rock star attorneys. Okay. I have a lot to say about this. Firstly, I'm deeply concerned about the state of our educational system. Okay, so grammatical construction is a basic skill. If we are at the point as a society where people are being allowed to walk dogs and take care of them, okay, I think we need to license dog walkers. If this is how people write English, and they are allowed under our licensing schema to take care of dogs, I'm worried for the safety of the dogs. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say I a little bit got cut off. I don't know if it's the image or whatever, but I am flabbergasted that someone was able. I don't know if that's like one sentence or a few sentences. I'm flabbergasted that, first of all, someone is writing a post basically begging law tubers who get to interview. I think they're trying to talk about Karen Reed's defense team, but they by accidentally referred to Hank Brennan. But they're basically begging people, because apparently Turtle Boy has not got any interviews with the defense team or anyone. I think one juror went on Turtle Boy after like doing 7 other interviews or something. But this person is who's like not even Turtle Boy. It's just like a random small like Stan account begging the YouTubers who actually have influence to have Turtle Boy on with them if they get an interview with the defense team. As if the defense team would just be like, nah, bruh, I'm not coming on your YouTube show if you have Turtle Boy as the co-host. This is, first of all, blue-blooded murder of the English tongue. And second of all, embarrassing for Turtle Boy. So I'm a towel, and I don't understand why people like do that, but that was still funny. All right, folks, it's 10 o'clock. Let me check. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your towel news is? Now let's check to see if we can get the 10 o'clock news, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to see if we can get the interview here. It is 10 o'clock Eastern, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like the 10 o'clock news is on. And I'm going to see if we can get an interview with John O'Keefe's friend to
Holiday
hold
now,
on.
Kristaps Porzingis, Celtics Nation, reeling tonight.
All right, friends.
Who's coming to Boston?
Hold on. I got a plan.
In return. First at 10 after a day
not playing yet.
Record heat. It's still steamy out there. Boston 25 is on a weather alert. Live look to the city of Boston tonight where it's uncomfortably warm outside. Hi, everybody. I'm Rachel Keller, Boston 25 meteorologist Vicki Graff is here. Vicki, good news. It's going to cool off a little bit tomorrow. Yeah, a little relief tomorrow, but still it is going to be warm. We made it officially to a heat wave today, 3 days in a row with temperatures above 90 degrees. Today, in fact, was a record for the day and the warmest day we have on record here for the month of June in Boston at 102 degrees. We had a couple of storms to our north for today. Locally, it was dry. It was just hot and humid, and it still is hot and humid. 92 degrees right now in Boston at 10 o'clock at night, 83 in Plymouth, 87 in Lawrence, 86 in Fitchburg. Now that humidity is still elevated, so it feels like 99 degrees in Boston, 93 in Bedford, 94 in Norwood. It's going to be another uncomfortable night ahead. We're looking at upper 70s 30s overnight. And then tomorrow we have that alert on there. It's still hot and humid, not as hot, low 90s, but there will be some isolated storms. All the latest time frame for those storms coming up. On the North Shore, we've been confirming breaking news in the last 45 minutes. 3 people pulled from the water in Gloucester by a yacht club have been rushed to the hospital. Boston 25 News reporter Lisa Pappas is live on scene at the Gloucester Police Station. Lisa, one of these people remains in critical condition.
Yes, Rachel, and the Gloucester Fire Chief tells us all 3 people rescued from the water tonight were children. At this point, it's unclear exactly how old they are, but take a look at our video, and you can see that yacht club where this happened around 7 o'clock tonight off River Road in Gloucester. At a distance, you can see first responders rushing from that yacht club. The Gloucester Fire Chief says it's unclear how those 3 children fell into the water. Whether it was a boating accident, it is still under investigation, but they responded to the Annisquam Yacht Club for that water rescue. The chief says a passing boater was able to pull the 3 people out of the water. They were all rushed to the hospital. And again, one of them is in critical condition, another is in serious condition, and the 3rd child is stable. We spoke to a couple people who were nearby when this was happening. One young man was a launch driver for the yacht club.
When we were driving in, there was like 2 boats kind of floating in the river, and I kept driving by and looking at them. And it looked like in one boat there was a kid being kind of comforted, and then the other boat it looked like maybe people were herded up in the back.
We just saw the trucks flying by, and we came down and we saw one person getting carted up into the ambulance here at the yacht club.
While this water rescue is still under investigation, the Gloucester Fire Chief tells us today was a busy day. They usually get about 15 911 calls a day. Today, that number doubled to about 30 emergency calls. We're live in Gloucester. I'm Lisa Pappas for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Thinking of those children and their families tonight, Lisa, thank you. Boston 25 is going to continue following this breaking news in Gloucester. Remember to download our free Boston 25 mobile app. It's where you will get breaking news alerts, stories, and you can get that sent straight to your phone. In Everett, multiple firefighters were evaluated due to the heat. One was taken to Mass General Hospital to get checked out. That's according to the Everett Firefighter Union social media page. All of them were fighting a house fire on Devon Street this afternoon. It sent thick smoke billowing into the air. A large portion of the building was left charred. The cause of the fire is not known. The trial is over, but the fireworks continue in the Karen Reed case. Attorney Alan Jackson releasing a scorching new statement. Investigative reporter Ted Daniel broke this story this afternoon and has Jackson's comments for prosecutors.
In a targeted statement, Alan Jackson takes aim right at Hank Brennan and Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey. Let's get right to it. Jackson says, quote, "The jury has spoken, but Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, in an egregious breach of prosecutorial ethics, has tried to publicly shame and discredit that very jury. For him to attempt to supplant his personal views of the jury is a desperate attempt to save face in the wake of a unanimous rejection of the prosecution's case." Jackson goes on to say, quote, "The Commonwealth's defamatory public comments ring hollow to the very constituents they are supposed to serve. It is now crystal clear that disgraced DA Michael Morrissey has no interest in actually seeking justice for John O'Keefe by identifying and prosecuting the real killer or killers." Jackson appears to be responding to the statement Hank Brennan put out yesterday. Brennan described a campaign of, quote, "intimidation and abuse," end quote, by Reed's camp, calling it the antithesis of justice. And Brennan says no one else was responsible for John O'Keefe's death other than Karen Reed. We have reached out to Hank Brennan and DA Morrissey's office. We'll let you know if they respond. Jackson's full 2-page statement is on our website, boston25news.com. I'm Ted Daniel for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Only on Boston 25, the family of John O'Keefe is speaking nearly 1 week after Karen Reed was found not guilty in his death. His cousin and former Boston 25 employee spoke with reporter Daniel Coates. He's live outside Norfolk Superior Court. Daniel.
Rachel, that cousin told me tonight she's in one of the worst mental states of her entire life after hearing that dramatic verdict last week right here in Dedham after an agonizing 3.5 days of jury deliberations for her entire family. They now have an answer. It's not the one they were looking for, and they say tonight everything's changed.
The only way that we would have found some kind of peace in this would have been a guilty verdict.
John O'Keefe's cousin, Vanessa Rizzitano, and her family heard the opposite last week. Karen Reed acquitted of second-degree murder and manslaughter charges connected to O'Keefe's death, a retrial that captivated the nation.
I felt like I didn't even have strength in my body to still stand.
Rizzitano watched on the computer in her kitchen. Her initial sobs, though, quickly turned to anger. Cheers erupting from the crowd outside, seeping into the courtroom and through her laptop speakers.
That made me sick to my stomach. While it's other people's celebration, it literally was like the worst day of our lives.
Even more enraged by Karen's comments moments later.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have.
Hearing those words come out of her mouth literally was sickening. No. The prosecution, his family, his loved ones, including myself, we're the ones that fought the hardest for Johnny, not you.
Rizzitano thought of her cousin Johnny like a big brother. She lived with him as a young child and later in Canton as a young adult out of college. Now she's deleted her social media and stays off the internet in the wake of the trial, claiming her family's at the receiving end of unbearable harassment online.
They think that the loss of my cousin and a grieving family, they find that entertaining, and I think that's so sick. He would be ashamed knowing how our family's getting treated.
Still carrying the memory of her cousin every day, she and her family have noticed John's spirits present now more than ever.
Yeah, it's just signs that he is with us.
Rachel, the family tells me they're now navigating a new normal and life after that verdict came down last week here in Dedham. But they tell me their number one priority right now is to make sure John O'Keefe's life and legacy lives on. On scene in Dedham, I'm Daniel Coates for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Daniel, thank you. Boston 25 News is breaking down all of the reaction in this case for you in an hour-long special. You can watch the Karen Reed trial after the verdict Friday night at 7 right here on your local station. New tonight in a unanimous vote.
We will consider watching that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll consider watching that. What did you think of the interview with John's cousin? I thought that was incredibly well done. Let's see if we can watch it again. The DVR doesn't always work on this, but let me see what I can do here. Hold on. Oh, that's a shame.
Harassing phone.
Also discussed at tonight's meeting the impacts the Karen Reed verdict is having on the town. Take a listen.
The retaliation I've received.
Rumors about me.
The victim in the case, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, was found dead outside of a home in Canton in 2022.
This is a Boston 25 weather alert.
We're on that weather alert with that heat and humidity that we will still have to deal with again for Wednesday. It's not as hot as where we were today.
Oh, I couldn't get it to replay. That's unfortunate.
We're still 9.
That was a record warmth day, that's for sure, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to replay the comments from John's family member right now. I had to do it a different way in order for it to work, so hold on. 1 second. Let me jump to live.
2, 3, 4 have been delivered.
All right. Hold on 1 second. All right. I know it's a weird way to watch it, but the only way I can actually replay the stream like that is to bring it back like this and play the clip from what I just recorded. So, all right, give me a second, friends. This should be going up now. Oh, sorry, I forgot I can't do it that way. Otherwise, we can't see your towel comments. So you're just going to have to listen. It's going to be a little bit small on your screen. Otherwise, I can't see your comments. You got it, Kath Dawn. You great minds think alike, my friend.
It's now crystal clear that disgraced DA Michael Morrissey has no interest in actually seeking justice for John O'Keefe by identifying and prosecuting the real killer or killers. Jackson appears to be responding to the statement Hank Brennan put out yesterday. Brennan described a campaign of, quote, intimidation and abuse, end quote, by Reed's camp, calling it the antithesis of justice. And Brennan says no one else was responsible for John O'Keefe's death other than Karen Reed. We have reached out to Hank Brennan and DA Morrissey's office. We'll let you know if they respond. Jackson's full two-page statement is on our website, boston25news.com. I'm Ted Daniel for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Only on Boston 25, the family of John O'Keefe is speaking nearly 1 week after Karen Reed was found not guilty in his death. His cousin and former Boston 25 employee spoke with reporter Daniel Coates. He's live outside Norfolk Superior Court. Daniel.
Rachel, that cousin told me tonight she's in one of the worst mental states of her entire life after hearing that dramatic verdict last week right here in Dedham. After an agonizing 3.5 days of jury deliberations for her entire family, they now have an answer. It's not the one they were looking for, and they say tonight everything's changed.
The only way that we would have found some kind of peace in this would have been a guilty verdict.
John O'Keefe's cousin, Vanessa Rizzitano, and her family heard the opposite last week. Karen Reed acquitted of second-degree murder and manslaughter charges connected to O'Keefe's death, a retrial that captivated the nation.
Like, I felt like I didn't even have strength in my body to still stand.
Rizzitano watched on the computer in her kitchen. Her initial sobs, though, quickly turned to anger.
In the Karen Reed case, attorney Alan
erupting from the crowd outside, seeping into the courtroom and through her laptop speakers.
That made me sick to my stomach. While it's other people's celebration, it literally was like the worst day of our lives.
Even more enraged by Karen's comments moments later.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have.
Hearing those words come out of her mouth literally was sickening. No. The prosecution, his family, his loved ones, including myself, we're the ones that fought the hardest for Johnny. Not you.
Rizzitano thought of her cousin Johnny like a big brother. She lived with him as a young child and later in Canton as a young adult out of college. Now she's deleted her social media and stays off the internet in the wake of the trial, claiming her family's at the receiving end of unbearable harassment online.
They think that the loss of my cousin and a grieving family, they find that entertaining, and I think that's so sick. He would be ashamed knowing how our family's getting treated.
Still carrying the memory of her cousin every day, she and her family have noticed John's spirits present now more than ever.
Yeah, it's just signs that he is with us.
Rachel, the family tells me they're now navigating a new normal and life after that verdict came down last week here in Dedham. But they tell me their number one priority right now is to make sure John O'Keefe's life and legacy lives on. On scene in Dedham, I'm Daniel Coates for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Daniel, thank you. 25, the family of John O'Keefe is speaking nearly 1 week after Karen Reed was found not guilty in his death. His cousin...
Sorry about that, Tao friends. The audio wasn't great because I was playing it like through a replay of my own stream. However, I'm glad we were able to do it. And I also think that was an incredibly powerful interview. I wish I had more time to process it. We just played it twice, and I feel like I still haven't fully processed it. It's so sad in so many ways. As we're so many of us get ingratiated, I guess, enmeshed in the chaos of it all, the legal procedure, what we believe to be justice. We forget about the human toll of these cases, this case in particular. And I want to make sure that I get this exact quote from the reporter about, because I think their primary priority is keeping John's legacy alive. So let me just make sure. I'm going to jump to the end of the quote video, so give me 1 second here. You're going to hear sound, but you won't see the video yet. And if you missed it, we'll play it again.
Their number one
signs that he is with us.
Rachel, the family tells me they're now navigating a new normal and life after that verdict came down last week here in Dedham. But they tell me their number one priority right now is to make sure John O'Keefe's life and legacy lives on. On scene in Dedham, I'm Daniel Coates for your local station, Boston 25 News.
25, the family of John O'Keefe is...
So there you go, friends. The O'Keefe family told me their number one priority right now is to make sure John O'Keefe's life and legacy, and did he say lives on?
On scene in Dedham, I'm Daniel Coates. Priority right now is to make sure John O'Keefe's life and legacy lives on.
Lives on. And then I also want to include the quote from the end of...
Spirits present now more than ever.
Yeah, it's just signs that he is with us.
Rachel, the family tells me they're now navigating of unbearable harassment online.
They think that the loss of my cousin and a grieving family, they find that entertaining, and I think
hold on.
That's so sick. He would be
families at the receiving end of unbearable harassment online.
They think that the loss of my cousin and a grieving family, they find that entertaining, and I think that's so sick. He would be ashamed knowing how our family's getting treated.
Still carrying Hinton as a young adult out of college. Now she's deleted her social media and stays off the internet in the wake of the trial, claiming her family's at the receiving end of unbearable harassment online.
They think that the loss of my cousin and a grieving family, they find that entertaining, and I think that's so sick. He would be ashamed knowing how our family's getting treated.
Still carrying the memory of her cousin every day, she and her family have noticed John's spirits present now more than ever.
Yeah, it's just signs that he is with us.
Rachel, the family tells me they're now navigating a new normal and life after...
That was a powerful interview, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to make sure that I spell Vanessa Rezatano's name right, John O'Keefe cousin. So give me 1 second. So hold on. Yeah, Vanessa Rizzitano. VANESSARIZZITANO. Here is the full interview from Boston 25 at 10 p.m. with John O'Keefe's cousin, Vanessa Rizzitano. And let's listen one more time.
25, the family of John O'Keefe is speaking nearly 1 week after Karen Reed was found not guilty in his death. His cousin and former Boston 25 employee spoke with reporter Daniel Coates. He's live outside Norfolk Superior Court. Daniel.
Rachel, that cousin told me tonight she's in one of the worst mental states of her entire life after hearing that dramatic verdict last week right here in Dedham. After an agonizing 3.5 days of jury deliberations for her entire family, they now have an answer. It's not the one they were looking for, and they say tonight everything's changed.
The only way that we would have found some kind of peace in this would have been a guilty verdict.
John O'Keefe's cousin, Vanessa Rizzitano, and her family heard the opposite last week. Karen Reed acquitted of second-degree murder and manslaughter charges connected to O'Keefe's death, a retrial that captivated the nation.
I felt like I didn't even have strength in my body to still stand.
Rizzitano watched on the computer in her kitchen. Her initial sobs, though, quickly turned to anger. Cheers erupting from the crowd outside, seeping into the courtroom and through her laptop speakers.
That made me sick to my stomach. While it's other people's celebration, it literally was like the worst day of our lives.
Even more enraged by Karen's comments moments later.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have.
Hearing those words come out of her mouth literally was sickening. No.
Hold on, I have to quote that. Hearing the words no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have. Come out of Karen Reed's mouth was, I think she said, sickening. Let me make sure I get the exact quote.
Was sickening. No. The prosecution, his family, his loved ones, including myself.
Oh, that's important. Hold on. No. The prosecution, hold on.
Loved ones, no. The prosecution, his family, his loved ones, including myself, we're the ones that fought the hardest for Johnny, not you.
Rizzitano thought of her cousin Johnny like a big brother. She lived with him as a young child and later in Canton as a young adult out of college. Now she's deleted her social media and stays off the internet in the wake of the trial, claiming her family's at the receiving end of unbearable harassment online.
They think that the loss of my cousin and a grieving family, they find that entertaining, and I think that's so sick. He would be ashamed knowing how our family's getting treated.
Still carrying the memory of her cousin every day, she and her family have noticed John's spirits present now more than ever.
Yeah, it's just signs that he is with us.
Rachel, the family tells me they're now navigating a new normal and life after that verdict came down last week here in Dedham. But they tell me their number one priority right now is to make sure John O'Keefe's life and legacy lives on. On scene in Dedham, I'm Daniel Coates for your local station, Boston 25 News.
25, the family of John O'Keefe.
Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to make sure that I got those quotes, and I got them right. I wanted to make sure I got what John's cousin Vanessa Rizzitano was saying. Said through tears. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a tough interview to listen to. No matter how many times I listen to it, it just... and I'm a little bit, if you're just tuning in, we're a little bit on edge, I think, because of the statement from Alan Jackson. Let me see if I can bring this statement up for you on the screen. This will be the last thing we review tonight. I know you folks are getting used to kind of 24-hour towel news. Maybe I will start just kind of streaming as things happen, especially if this is going where I think it's going. I will try to just stream, and we will just be online as developments happen. Now, let me bring this over here. How come it gets me? I think it's because I am very... So, first of all, I didn't know John O'Keefe. I know a lot of people who knew John O'Keefe. I know some of them quite well. But I didn't know John O'Keefe. So, the understanding of this case for me comes a lot from studying the evidentiary record, talking to people who, talk about the case, talking to some of John's friends. And it becomes a principled expression of my views on, the justice system and why I feel John's family should get justice and how I feel, justice would be best served. But what I don't see as much, what maybe I think people forget about in this case, is that for some people, the legal miniature or the legal miniature, the sort of day-to-day flow of the case, the process, that's not actually their reality. That's never been their reality. That some people who maybe knew John are able to follow the case that way. But for some people, this is exclusively a human experience. And I think that's the biggest thing that has been lost in all of the discussions of this case. And it's something I want to try to recenter, but I don't even know how you do it. Because centering human tragedy sometimes means not like forcing people to talk about their trauma, or, not even forcing, but not saying things like, oh, would you like to come on and talk about this trauma? But that is what people aren't seeing in this. The component of this case that is not the PR, the confetti cannons, the cookouts, the pink ties, whatever the hell. It's the day-to-day reality of the loss. And other than Julie Grant and Anjanette and a few other people, I don't think anyone has actually... And that interview was a good first step. And it's shocking that it took the fact that Vanessa Rizzitano used to work at Boston 25, and you could clearly tell they weren't going to give that interview to Ted Daniel, to get that interview. Because someone should have told that story, or at least shown that perspective. And obviously John Jackson did a good job. But John Jackson's interview was also, I think, making a point to Vinnie Politan about how Vinnie Politan's a jerk, and not in a good way. But that interview was finally the human impact of this case outside of Karen's PR circus, just the pure human impact. And I don't think, yes, some of the documentaries have touched on it. I think the Dateline episode the other day did a nice tribute to John. Some of them have tried, but it's all just kind of like a smaller part of a larger story about Karen. That interview, I mean, they couldn't help themselves. The Boston 25 led with Alan's statement. My guess is if Alan didn't put that statement out at 5 o'clock p.m. or whatever it was, they wouldn't have included that, and it just would have been the interview with John's cousin. So, but anyway, that interview, just the package itself with that reporter in Dedham in the interview, that's what we should have seen more of, in my opinion, through this case. I think that's why it gets to me. Both, one, the human impact that isn't told enough being displayed, and then also the fact that we failed as a media apparatus, even if some of us were trying very hard to do the opposite. The whole media apparatus just failed, because that's the story that should have been told from the beginning and the whole time. It shouldn't have been a story about Karen. It should have been a story about John and the people who loved him and his loss. And so that's why it gets to me. But yes, what I would like to do is I'd like to reread Alan Jackson's statement in full, because we're going to be back. So it's 88 degrees. It is not going to get very cold tonight. So I'm just going to go to bed. I will use my sheet as a blanket instead of my nice fluffy towel blanket. I guess my blanket is technically a towel, because if you spilled water, the blanket could pick up the towel. The blanket could pick up the water. It is absorbent and fluffy. I wouldn't like that. And then I'd have to go wash my blanket. But the point is, it's a towel. But yes, I'll just use my sheet as a towel and a blanket. Well, technically a sheet is also a towel. Everything except for stainless steel surfaces, Karen Reed and Alan Jackson are towels. I think it's kind of funny, though, that this is just turning into a 24-hour news service. It just goes all the time, and we just watch as things develop, and then eventually I get tired, and then I'm like, okay, well, that was a good day, I guess. But in this, then also I'm like, but then it reminds me that the reason I'm doing this, and to bring us back to Alan Jackson's statement, is I'm not saying this gratuitously, I've gotten the vibe just a vibe over the past week that something was wrong with that Karen Reed jury. And then Alan Jackson puts out this statement at 5 p.m. tonight. Now, mind you, I want to say a few things. One, news cycles are 24 hours, okay? Now, when we talk like a case getting coverage over months and months, that's not a news cycle. That's like a story that goes on for a long time. A cycle of news can include like updates about stories that are ongoing, or like breaking news or self-contained stories. A news cycle is at most 24 hours. Over the weekend, it can ebb and flow a little bit, but like anything that happens after Friday at 5 p.m., forget about it unless it gets brought up again like Sunday or Monday morning. Ideally Monday morning at like 6:07 a.m. Like if you want a very specific time, like the best time if you're trying to release news to get attention is 6:07 a.m. roughly Eastern on a Monday. Because you catch like it's right between when like the British, the European markets are already open, the European papers are already at lunch, the American papers for the day before are already printed. So what people are really looking for, they're already reading their morning paper if they get it, or their headlines. They're looking for what's going to transition us from the headline of the day to the story of the day, the headline of the previous day to the story of the new day. And that, in short, is for the purposes of our analysis, why a 24-hour news cycle is relevant here. Because Hank Brennan's statement came out the 23rd, yesterday at 8 in the morning on Court TV. So 8 in the morning yesterday until 8 in the morning today, that should have been the window for Alan Jackson to respond. So this is just my analysis, okay? There's nothing to say that I know I'm right about this or not. But the window for any response to Hank's statement, which, by the way, you don't really need to make. Hank Brennan's statement was not, all it really said was that he was disappointed in the verdict. And, by the way, a prosecutor has to believe the person that they're prosecuting is guilty to prosecute them. So Hank was like, yeah, I thought she was guilty. He didn't say it this way. I'm paraphrasing. It was much more eloquent. You know, I'm disappointed in the verdict. I thought the evidence pointed to her. I believed it pointed to her. The witness intimidation was unconscionable. People were tormented. This can't happen again. So just not really a statement about the verdict. You know, Hank did lead by saying, I'm disappointed in the verdict, but that's very light language for talking about the verdict, even just very light. And also, by the way, as a pretext here, as I mentioned, as a prosecutor, you cannot take a case under the ethics rules that you do not where you do not believe the person is guilty. Oh, just me. I do. All right, that's my sign. Don't worry, but I'm going to read this. I'm going to finish my analysis here. Then I'm going to get a nice night's rest, and then we'll talk tomorrow mid-afternoon. How about mid-morning tomorrow? I'll put the stream up so you can chat before I go to bed, but we'll start mid-afternoon, okay? Now, mid-morning or late after. Well, that's the thing. We can't, because what if there's some breaking news? Oh, goodness. All right, well, we're starting early tomorrow. Now, so just me, I will get some sleep, but we're going to have to start in the morning, barring some kind of catastrophe. My analysis is the news cycle is 24 hours. It's very important to understand how the news cycle functions, because the window for Alan Jackson to respond to Hank Brennan, which he didn't really need to do because Alan won already, if we're thinking PR-wise. Like, Alan Jackson already won. So he didn't need to respond to Hank Brennan's, like, contrite, like, statement just saying, you know, this is a verdict. What was it? It was very, like, disappointed. I'm disappointed in the verdict. Okay. But it was overall not a statement. There was not really any shots fired. It didn't mention Alan Jackson directly. It didn't mention Yannetti. And you would respond to it, like, ideally at, like, noon yesterday, even if you're busy, 5 p.m. yesterday, so that today's stories are your response. What you don't do is 36 hours later, when Hank Brennan's statement is basically out of the media and no one is talking about it at all, do you just come out with a 5 p.m. statement? By the way, the statements don't really come out at 5 p.m. because the news day is already over. The only reason you release a statement like that at 5 p.m. is because you're reacting to something or trying to get ahead of something. Because remember, Alan knows the print deadlines for the East Coast papers are like 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So he released this like at a very weird time, like right before print deadline. And so that means he's trying to, it's not about today's headlines. He's trying to get ahead of tomorrow's headlines. That's why you release something at 5 p.m. And it has to be 5 p.m. Eastern. You can't do it on West Coast time because the New York Times and the Herald and the Globe and all the East Coast papers, they're going to print at like 7 You have to hit, like, maybe you can push it till 9 or 10 for a big story, but you push it past like 11, you cannot get that paper printed and get it out. So their print deadline is pretty hard. Now, yes, print deadlines don't mean as much as they used to, but if I'm Alan and I'm releasing something at 5 p.m. on Eastern time, it's because I'm trying to get it in the paper for the next day. But why are you and we'll read the statement, but why, if you're Alan Jackson, are you relitigating this? Like, why are you being so hostile? And furthermore, what really tips me off that something might be going on is, if you're Alan, why are you so upset about Hank Brennan saying the word disappointed in the verdict? It can't be that you're upset about that. And so, oh, hello, Cookie Bramlaw. It's great to see you. I am going to try to get a good sleep. Yeah, it's not great, Paula. We'll watch it tomorrow, Paula, in the morning. If you miss it, you can also find it on YouTube. It's about 7 minutes. It wasn't a great interview. If I'm ranking the jurors so far in terms of like their interview abilities and skills, obviously Paula's at the top. So juror 11. Juror 12 was good, actually. She's a little bit hippy-dippy, like, and I don't mean that negatively. I'm kind of hippy-dippy, even though I'm very moderate. But she was very, like, spiritual. Like, she'd be okay, like, casted for whatever she was doing, but, like, not as good as Paula. And then between the foreman and juror 4, I have to give it to juror 4. I'm not saying the foreman didn't give a good interview. He was relaying what, like, he believed. And the foreman was juror 1, and juror 4 was on TMZ. And we'll just use all of their numbers because it's easier. So, in terms of the bottom 2 of these rankings, I think it's close because juror 4, the first interview on TMZ, like, he really didn't do a great job. He stumbled on the question about why the verdict slip got returned the first time. And he was kind of like looking off to the side, kind of like looking at cue cards almost. It wasn't great. Paula, though, came out of the gate strong and took the first position with her lawn interviews. And then I think she did Good Morning America. No, I think it was actually, what was it? It was the Today Show, I want to say. And then she did Vinny. These were all the interviews. And I think she also did an ABC World News Tonight interview. All those interviews, I don't remember who the anchor was for that. All those interviews were fine to put her in the number 1 slot. But juror 4 came out of the gate and was not very strong, and then quickly fell down the rankings. Juror 12 went up to position 2. Juror 4 then would be in position 3. So the question is was the 4-person's interview better than juror 4 on TMZ in terms of, like, substance, like PR style, knowledge of the case? And I have to say, it's close because they were both similar in their delivery. They both, got up there. They knew what they wanted to say. I think juror 4 might get like a half a point higher than the foreman, only because juror 4, he was willing to kind of explicate what he was saying. And the 4-person was a little bit, maybe the 4-person was just shy on national media or whatever. But the 4-person was a little guarded in their responses. They were very short, and it was only like a 5-minute interview. It was not, they couldn't get much out of the interviewers couldn't get much out of the 4-person. It was very like this, like very choppy, like 1-sentence response, next question, like pause for a little bit, maybe 2-sentence response, next question, 1-sentence response, next question. Oh, hello. Hello. Hey, Towel Grant says Harvard Yard, the roles of coverage are changing. Jackson stole after. Oh, so Jackson stole after, so it sits, by the way, days next to it. He was aggressive as F. Something is up. Oh, the roles of coverage are changing. Yeah, Jackson's still after it. I get it. He was aggressive as F. Something is up. Clean up vibe. Thanks for everything. Hugs to you, Super Towel Harvard Yard. I think you were spot on. Hugs to you, Super Towel Harvard Yard. You are spot on. I hope the move went well. You are a Super Towel. Harvard Yard is officially a Super Towel. Well, Harvard Yard already was a Super Towel, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Beach Nance, you were on it as well. And we're going to read the Jackson statement again. But I'm just... Again, I was ranking the jurors in terms of their interviews a little bit, and then I was pulling it back to, now that we ranked them in terms of who was the best at substance and PR, what led to this statement from Alan Jackson? It's clearly not just something going on with the jury, or with Hank Brennan's statement. I think it was that something happened with the jury. I don't know if it was that Hank Brennan figured something out from the interviews the jurors gave, and that's what I was going to say. I think the most revealing was juror 11. Like, as good as Paula was, she gave away a lot in her interviews. Because remember, and the defense really should have taken this advice from Little Towel, like a smart man can figure out the... A smart man can figure out the location of a bunker underground based on the type of bedrock in the wall, okay? Like, if you take a picture, like, say you're Iran and you want to brag on social media about your, like, weapons facility, you better, like, screen that picture, because if you take a picture in a bunker and you don't have the wall covered right and you know what type of bedrock is in the wall... You know where that, like, you can figure it out. It might be hard, but you can somewhat figure it out. Because there's, like, a specific fingerprint of bedrock and all this stuff. It was similar with the defense. Like, if they had done absolutely nothing, I get why they had to do the media tour. They wanted to make a point. They earned this. But if they had done absolutely nothing, and if there were no juror interviews at all, in particular, if Paula didn't do her interviews, I don't think this statement would have got released from Alan. I think that the defense in taking, it wasn't like a victory lap, but in the defense in how the jurors went about all of this and how the defense went sort of about responding, all of this, doing like some interviews, keeping Karen and Alan back. That's the other thing. Did you notice that they kept Karen and Alan back? They were sending Yannetti out there. I think Yannetti did an interview. I forget what channel the Yannetti did the interviews on. And then Bob Alessi did an interview. Maybe one of them was Alessi and Yannetti together. But they haven't sent out Karen and Alan, right? So the whole world is kind of paying, the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial world, kind of paying attention, like, when is Mr. Marshmallow Man, Alan Jackson, and Karen going to do their statement? So that's another reason why it's odd, because all of this is very stage managed, in my opinion. And if it's stage managed, then what you're doing as a defense team is you're building up to Karen and Alan. You see how, like, you're keeping the story going. You want to keep her in the news. You want to focus on that. But the last thing that you're focused on, if you had just won the case as the defense, and you're now planning this media tour, the last thing you'd be focused on is relitigating the case, and you certainly don't care what Hank Brennan says in a statement. So, therefore, let's read this from Alan Jackson with all that context in mind. By the way, he's now lead counsel, even though during the motion hearing and the lead up to the retrial, Alan Jackson said, or David Yannetti said, that they don't use the term lead counsel. Lead counsel Alan Jackson issues the following statement on behalf of Karen Reed. For immediate release. Los Angeles, California, Boston, Mass. The jury has spoken, but Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, in an egregious breach of prosecutorial ethics, has tried to publicly shame and discredit that very jury. For him to attempt to supplant his personal views for that of the jury is a desperate attempt to save face in the wake of a unanimous rejection of the prosecution's case. I'm not going to lie, that doesn't sound like a response to Hank Brennan's statement, it sounds like a response to like a motion to set aside the verdict. Like it sounds like Alan has reason to believe that Hank is going to challenge the verdict. The rules of professional conduct are clear. A prosecutor should support the legitimacy of the justice system and promote public confidence in its operations. Openly attack. So here's the thing. Hank didn't attack the jury's verdict. Hank only said the word he was disappointed. And you literally basically have to say that word, because you can't praise the verdict if you lost. You're saying like, I'm disappointed. Like disappointed isn't passing judgment. It's saying I'm disappointed that from my perspective, the outcome wasn't what I thought it would be. So that's why this is so weird. Openly attacking a jury's verdict because he disagrees with it undermines that century-old edict. Okay, so Hank Brennan didn't attack the verdict, at least not in that statement. Now, you could argue that if Hank Brennan filed a motion related to, setting aside the verdict, that would be a collateral attack on the verdict. But like, that hasn't happened. So what are you saying, Alan? Like, this is honestly the type of press response you would issue if there was a motion from the prosecutor to set aside the verdict. I mean, it's not like for attention, because Alan doesn't need to respond to Hank Brennan to get attention. It's Alan. This is what I think it is. It's Alan using the cover of attacking Brennan's statement to get ahead of something else. That's exactly what it is. It's not actually a press response to Brennan's statement. It's there's something that Alan knows about that he can't talk about publicly, but he wanted to get ahead of. So he thought of this idea. This is what I would have done. He thought of this idea where he's like, okay, I'll just do a response to Brennan's statement, quote unquote, and I'll say what I want to say, and it will just look like we're talking about Brennan's statement. That's how this reads to me. Mr. Brennan claims that his investigation was thorough. If that were true, the Commonwealth would have uncovered what we, the defense, uncovered: hidden exculpatory evidence, lies of perjury by the Commonwealth's own witnesses, cops covering for other cops, a biased and corrupt lead investigator with personal ties to witnesses, and inculpatory and suspicious conduct by myriad witnesses. So again, like starting to relitigate the case after you already won? What? The only job of an ethical prosecutor is to seek the truth in a just and fair manner. The Commonwealth fell wildly short of that responsibility. Theirs was not an effort to find justice for John O'Keefe. Rather, it was a personal vendetta against Karen Reed by DA Michael Morrissey and his handpicked prosecutors, and it cost the people of Norfolk County millions. The fact is, Karen Reed is factually innocent, and this case never should have gone to trial in the first place. This case is a stark reminder that there's been a complete breakdown in what is supposed to be our justice system. Those in power are more interested in protecting themselves than the citizens they are sworn to protect. So that leads, like, why is he saying that? Like, that's the kind of thing you would say there's a complete breakdown in the system if there were jury tampering. So why, like, Alan uses a lot of preemptive wording. So what the hell is going on here? Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying, Natalie, but I also am wondering, like, I study like PR from the perspective of critical theory. So when I'm looking at a PR document, first of all, I'm a reporter, so I see press releases all the time. People just send me. I get so many press releases. If I read every press release that was sent to me, I would have no time to do anything but read press releases. I have this somewhat decent system where if it's a government email address that sends me a press release, it gets flagged. But for the most part, if you're trying to send me a press release, I get hundreds of them a day. So I'm very used to press releases, okay? And first of all, this is abnormal for a few reasons. One, you don't put end. That's a very weird way of doing it. Like the two dashes, end, and two dashes. It would normally, like be 3 pound symbols. 3 pound symbols center formatted. That's the code for end of a press release. This is more like just nothing about it makes sense. It doesn't make sense. So Alan is a very smart PR mind. It doesn't make sense to respond to Hank Brennan's statement, which no one was like. It was just going to be. No one was really paying attention. It wasn't a cause of controversy. People saw his statement. It got read out. People moved on. We were already on to the video of the woman dancing in front of the O'Keeffes. The world had moved on. And I look at it in real time. So, like, I know how all this was unfolding. A lot of stuff was coming up about the jurors and the stuff like that. But the world had moved on. Like, Hank Brennan's statement was not the topic of discussion this morning at 8 a.m., not to mention today at 5 p.m. And so, one, it doesn't take that long to write this. It's a 700, 600 word statement, page and a quarter, single spaced. You don't need 36 hours to write this. And you don't write this in response to Hank Brennan's statement. And it has a lot of wording like implying that the verdict has been attacked when it wasn't. Oh, Havadyad. That is true. And remember, says Havadyad, Alan Jackson has not been on the media circuit. Good guy, Yannetti and Alessi. He comes in later to Bully, just to consider. It could be all planned. It could be all planned. Indeed. But maybe Hank threw a wrench in the oil. Can you throw a wrench in oil? Hi, Cookie Bramlaw. What did you say, my dear friend? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, that also doesn't make sense. Yeah, AJW, I think I see what you're saying. I think that's a good point. Rise Within says, I'm just wondering if there's more or something that they haven't found that she's wanting that they are going to. Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on. I know that Karen manipulates Alan, but you also got to remember, Alan's a genius PR mind. Like, he's not the greatest lawyer, and I don't mean this negatively. I think he would probably say this. Like, he is not a lawyer's lawyer. Like, Bob Alessi, Hank Brennan, begrudgingly I will include Alessi. They are lawyers. It's kind of like a rapper's rapper. Have you ever heard of like a rapper's rapper? Like Big L, I think would be an example of that. Or like, I can't believe I'm going to forget his name. He does a great cipher. KRS-One. Like KRS-One is like a rapper's rapper. He like a lawyer's. They are like a person that someone who's really good at the genre listens to. Like, you know. So Alessi and Brennan are like lawyers. They're the people who other lawyers, and Yannetti's like this a little bit, but I think Yannetti's a little bit overstretched. I think he's tired, and I think he like runs a big law firm and doesn't necessarily have the love of the game anymore. But Alessi and Brennan like are lawyers. Like they are the lawyers that other lawyers look to, and they're like, if I could just do that. Now, Alessi, I think, isn't as skilled as Brennan. I think Alessi's still learning. Alessi doesn't really have like the command of the courtroom. Alessi kind of, his social graces are a little off. I think his dancing is wonderful, but I mean, I giggle and clap on stream. Alessi, listen, I totally get you, my friend. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, we're not meant for the courtroom, I don't think. But Jackson's a PR mind. He's an actor. He does okay in court. But do you hear him like arguing nuanced precedent? Like, I don't hear him up there being like, yes, like in West Coast Hotel, like that's not him. He's like, let me tell you about why the dog who doesn't follow the laws of gravity with no DNA did it. And it's like the Chewbacca defense. He's like Johnny Cochran up there. But that goes to my point. He's a PR mind. Karen could be telling him to do anything under the sun. He's still a PR mind. And so listen, I think people are misreading this a little bit. I don't think Hank's goal with the statement was to induce this message from Jackson. I think this message from Jackson is a response to something that isn't public yet. It's a preemptive response. All right. Okay. All right. I'm tired. So, and this has been a unique kind of stream. But, I still like to do my tradition. So let me do my towel tradition, even though I'm tired and even though I want to go to bed. First of all, we're going to show the Call Me Hank clip. Because what if tomorrow is the day and something ridiculous happens? Then, of course, we're going to watch the Call Me Hank clip before I say goodbye to the towel friends. So give me a second. Let me get the Call Me Hank clip. You know it's coming. Hold on. Hold on. It's treat. It has the word treat in it. Here's a treat. I have it, ladies and gentlemen. I have the Call Me Hank clip for you. The world need wait no longer. Your patience has thus been rewarded. The moment we all wanted to see. I agree, Beach Dance. There's something in my towel soul. There's something in my towel soul. And I'm sorry I forgot to change over the picture-in-picture or whatever it was to the statement from Alan Jackson. I ended up just reading it out. Hold on one second. I have to find there's the Call Me Hank video. Good night, Ann. It was great to see you. That's true, Natalie. She can be manipulative, but Alan Jackson's still a brilliant PR mind. All right, here it is. We all want to see it.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank.
One more time for good luck.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank.
Vicky Moore, thank you so much. So we saw the video earlier. It's going to be a replay. It is John's cousin. She did a very nice interview. You can check it out on my Twitter. And Vicky, we will watch it in the morning. It was just a 2 to 3 minute segment. If you missed Vicky Moore, if you missed it, I'll be happy to play it for you. I actually uploaded it on my Twitter, so I can just go right over there. I've been talking in a Boston accent today, apparently. But as you can see, I have the segment for you right here, Vicky. Don't worry, you don't have to wait.
O'Keefe is speaking nearly 1 week after Karen Reed was found not guilty in his death. His cousin and former Boston 25 employee spoke with reporter Daniel Coates. He's live outside Norfolk Superior Court. Daniel.
Rachel, that cousin told me tonight she's in one of the worst mental states of her entire life after hearing that dramatic verdict last week right here in Dedham. After an agonizing 3.5 days of jury deliberations for her entire family, they now have an answer. It's not the one they were looking for, and they say tonight everything everything's changed.
The only way that we would have found some kind of peace in this would have been a guilty verdict.
John O'Keefe's cousin, Vanessa Rizzitano, and her family heard the opposite last week. Karen Reed acquitted of second-degree murder and manslaughter charges connected to O'Keefe's death, a retrial that captivated the nation.
I felt like I didn't even have strength in my body to still stand.
Rizzitano watched on the computer in her kitchen. Her initial sobs, though, quickly turned to anger. Cheers erupting from the crowd outside, seeping into the courtroom and through her laptop speakers.
That made me sick to my stomach. While it's other people's celebration, it literally was like the worst day of our lives.
Even more enraged by Karen's comments moments later.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have.
Hearing those words come out of her mouth literally was sickening. No. The prosecution, his family, his loved ones, including myself, we're the ones that fought the hardest for Johnny, not you.
Rizzitano thought of her cousin Johnny like a big brother. She lived with him as a young child and later in Canton as a young adult out of college. Now she's deleted her social media and stays off the internet in the wake of the trial, claiming her family's at the receiving end of unbearable harassment online.
They think that the loss of my cousin and a grieving family, they find that entertaining, and I think that's so sick. He would be ashamed knowing how our family's getting treated.
Still carrying the memory of her cousin every day, she and her family have noticed John's spirits present now more than ever.
Yeah, it's just signs that he is with us.
Rachel, the family tells me they're now...
Oh, yep. Sorry about that, towel friends. Unfortunately, the audio on the source recording there wasn't great. There wasn't anything much I could do, unfortunately, because the Boston 25 web player wasn't great. But don't get me wrong, we should hopefully get a better copy soon. I'll try to find David Yanetti's comments as well before the morning. But, as you know, we have traditions here, and Towel is getting quite tired. What we will... I agree, Harvard Yard. Maybe we'll have time to talk about it tomorrow. Okay, so let me go find the streaming software. Where is it? All right. There it is. There it is. Now, let me pull up your comments because I would like to scroll back and say hello to those of you who stuck around. As you can see, I'm getting tired, so forgive me. I'm going to go as long as I can, though. Vicky Moore, hello. It is weird, RP. It is weird. Hello, RP. Hello, Harvard Yard. Alicia B. AJW. Second Beach Gal. Richard and Joanne Hogan. Paula, my dear friend. Oh, Vicky Moore, hello. Beach Nance, it was so great to see you today. Richard and Joanne Hogan. Bella Marie was here. You're a super towel. Hello, Leafy, my dear friend. Oh, goodness, I love your profile picture and all your support. You are a super towel. Solo, or SEWLOW, let me know if I said that right. God bless your friend. No barbecues outside. Hello, I think that's because it's hot outside and we don't want to start any forest fires. I appreciate you. Ann Mulcahy, it was great to see you, dear friend. God bless you. Natalie B. was here, ladies and gentlemen. Cookie Ramlaw, the super towel themselves, was here. Sunken Grave was here, ladies and gentlemen. AJW was here. Oh, hello, dear towel friends. Rise Within, Paula. Oh, my goodness. The chat, even late in the evening, 24-hour towel news is apparently popular. It's like 11 p.m. You all are just still discussing. Hello, Jennifer Ray. Hello again, Paula. Davey W. I agree. You made a good point, Davey W. It's almost like Alan Jackson was getting ahead of something. AJW. It was great to see you. I was like, why isn't their name blue? And then I remembered I made you a moderator after that. We call that the Blue Wall of Justice. Meredith was here, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, my dear friend. SD, ESDEE. It was great to see you. Respect was here. Hello, my friend. Super towel hug to you. Second Beach Gal. It was great to see you. Paula, again, hello, friend. Dr. Bu Knobo, it was great to see you. Diana Natale was here. Hello, my friend. Sun-Eyed Girl was here. I don't know if it's going to be to file a suit, Sun-Eyed Girl. That is a little interesting. Got to get through the jury process, I suppose. Chris was here. Anthony Barton, my dear friend. Super towel hugs to both of you. It was great to see you. Troy was here. Hello, Troy. Colleen Henry, if you're out there, we love you, dear Colleen. Sis, hello, my friend. You are a super towel. RP was here. Kath Dawn, hello again, friend. And Harvard Yard was here. Harvard Yard's a super towel. Who else do we see popping in? Oh, back scroll only goes so far. Hold on. Oh, just me. I do need rest. I'm going to get some rest. I promise, my friend. Thank you for being here. Yep, Dr. Marie Russell's testimony will put me right to sleep. Thank you, Paula. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you all were chatting so much. I appreciate all of you. And then let me go over to the other tab now in the chat, and let me say thank you to all the towel friends who supported Towel Stream today. Harvard Yard, absolutely, you are a super towel in every sense of the term. Thank you so much. Can't wait to talk with you tomorrow. Hopefully you don't stay up too late. Will Karen get pulled into Turtle Boy's cases? I'm so sorry I missed your question earlier. 65 CJ5. I was flurry of activity. 65 CJ5. You let me, if you hear this, I think Karen might get pulled into Turtle Boy's cases. That wouldn't surprise me. I'm also so sorry I missed your question. I'm going to actually write this down. Hold on. 65 CJ5 asked, will Karen get pulled into Aiden's cases? Now, the next time I see 65 CJ5's username, I'll remember to answer that question for them because they are a super towel. Just me, thank you again. I'll get some rest. Hi, kiddies. It was great to see you, kiddies 1993. Thank you so much. Jackson should stop while he is ahead. Never know what might be coming. I hope these jurors keep talking. Yeah, it is interesting to think about what might be coming. Is this a precursor of some kind of motion from the state? Who knows? Bossy Texas chick, time to go hug Bella to bits and pieces. Night all. Grant, hope you can sleep. Oh, temps are getting colder. It should be towel sleep time soon enough. Grant, your brain is amazing, says Selma. Well, you know what, Selma? You're amazing. Your brain is amazing. And Selma was also really happy that we got to do the interview earlier with Andrea Box, the Andrea Box show. Make sure you check that out. That was absolutely wonderful. Jack D65, thank you for the Super Towel Fox emoji. You don't understand. He's smiling at me right now and sticking out his little fox tongue. I'm a giggling little towel. You are a super towel. That said, I'm going to head back to the live chat. I'm going to just make sure I didn't see anyone pop up there who I didn't say hello to already. You know how much it means to me to be able to say hello to you all. I'm a super towel. You're all super towels as well. All right. So I think I saw absolutely everyone. Yes, I did, ladies and gentlemen. So you know how we end this stream, same way every single day. I know it's sad, but don't worry. We'll be with each other again tomorrow. I promise. If you benefited from this stream today, if you enjoyed chatting with your towel friends, if you liked being here today, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this. There's a way you can pay it forward. Look for reasons to do small acts of service rooted in unconditional love for people around you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, look for a reason to donate to homeless veterans. Look for a reason to donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Look for a reason to donate to animal shelters in general. You could also do something as simple as saying hello to someone on the street. Reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Or, if you're feeling incredibly adventurous, consider donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrell did one time and then had them designated honorary towels. Yes, towel friends, let us look for a reason to bring about a new cultural ethos, not defined by preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, but instead rooted in a desire to expand, preserve, and demonstrate our capacity to engage in unconditional love is made manifest in small acts of service. Yes, look for reasons to be a helper. Look for reasons to be a shining beacon in a world defined by despair and self-interest. And thus, one ripple at a time, may those works of good spread outwards, ladies and gentlemen, and thus will bring about a new digital epic with Aquarius the water bearer carrying a towel centered on those principles of unconditional love and small acts of service. It's possible. I believe it's possible because of you, and I'm honored to be along for the ride. All of you friends, Leafly, Alicia B, Chastity B, Rabbit even came in at the end to say hello. It was great to see you. I enjoyed every minute of today's stream. What will tomorrow bring? I'll probably be live around 8 to 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. On the off chance that something ridiculous happens, I'll see if I can put together a collection of juror interviews for us to watch now that we have, I'd say, like some new ones. You know, Juror 11, the 4-person on the news tonight as well. So I'll see what I can do. Towel friends on the X, you know, you got a few minutes in the beginning extra, so I'm going to say goodbye to you first. Be safe out there. It's warm. It's 87 degrees Fahrenheit, which is probably close to 32 something degrees Celsius. Ladies and gentlemen, stay cool out there, no matter where you are, Boston or otherwise. Towel loves you very much. Be safe. Be well. Join us tomorrow, and if you want to chat with the Towel friends, come see us on the YouTube, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. All right, Towel friends on the X. Until next time, be safe. Towel friends on the YouTube, I'm back with you. Hello, I'm Amma Towel. Hello, Misbehaving Neckabee. You missed a little bit. There have been developments. The newest development is there's a statement from Alan Jackson that doesn't really make sense, attacking Hank Brennan for no reason, really, even accusing Hank Brennan of attacking the verdict when he didn't do such a thing. We're not really sure what it means. It just came out at 5 p.m. tonight. Towel needs to get some rest, but I promise you, friends, I'll be back with you in the morning tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. And Misbehaving Neckabee, you come in anytime tomorrow. You ask questions, we'll get caught up. There was even a great interview today during Towel Stream. Check that out as well, the Andrea Box Show. We appreciate Andrea for coming on. So, DLA Piper LLP. Who's that? Oh, right, that's Alessi. But yes, Towel friends, I can't wait to see you tomorrow. I'm going to go to bed. I know some of you will not turn this off until I go to bed. Thank you so much for being with me. Thank you for creating this community. Thank you for all being so attentive and responsive to each other's feelings, to how I'm feeling. You know it's a special place here. We'll keep it this way. I'll give my heart to do so. And I think with my voice at this state, it's telling me that it's time for Towel bed. Towel loves you oh so very much, friends. And you know, when I lay my head tonight down on my fluffy pillow without my hair, I'm going to be thinking about you all. And I'll wake up in the morning reinvigorated by looking forward to seeing you again. It means so much to me. Hi, Rise Within. But yes, it means so much to me. We got to see each other. God bless each and every one of you. Know how much that I love you. Know how much you mean to me and that you're special because you are you. And be safe and try to stay cool out there tonight. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. God bless. Good night, friends. Until tomorrow.